നമ്മുടെ തലമുറയ്ക്ക് കുറച്ച് വെള്ളമെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ട്. നമ്മൾ പൈസ സമ്പാദിക്കുന്നു, കുട്ടികളെ സൃഷ്ടിക്കുന്നു, പക്ഷേ കുടിക്കാൻ വെള്ളമില്ലെങ്കിൽ എന്തായിരിക്കും? ഇതിൻ്റെ കൂട്ടത്തിൽ പണസമ്പാദനം കുട്ടികളെ സൃഷ്ടിക്കുന്നത് പോലെ തന്നെ അതിനേക്കാളും കൂടുതലായി നമ്മൾ ചിന്തിക്കേണ്ട ഒരു കാര്യമാണ് ഭാവിയിലേക്കുള്ള പ്രകൃതി സംരക്ഷിക്കുന്നതിനെ പറ്റി.
Experience is the final evidence for knowing. Shraddhavan labte jnanam.
For many villages in India, collecting and carrying water is part of their daily routine. However, villagers often have to walk several kilometers to collect water necessary for themselves and their families, sometimes walking several times a day. Many villages, especially women, collect and carry between 150 and 500 litres of water per day for their families and cattle. This was the same for the village of Harirampur, located in the district of Rajasthan, one of the 101 villages adopted by the MA Marth. Recognizing the hardship of the villagers, Amma encouraged staff and students from the Amrita University to provide water distribution systems for more effective water use and management. In Harirampur, MA Marth recently constructed a borewell in the village, and water is now distributed to all 65 homes through a pipe system, with an additional 5 taps conveniently placed in public areas. The pipe system connects 2 overhead Syntex water tanks that currently store 5,000 litres of water each. Villagers are extremely grateful to Amma for bringing water to their doorstep.
अम्मा जी ने भाई साहब पहले नंबर में हमारे शुरू में ऐसा है कि पहले हमारा ये छोटा सा गांव था, सांकला में लम्फी इसकी या बस्ती की ढाणी की सांकला में ही जुट रही। एक बात तो पहले नंबर का किलो का हमारी ढाणी भी अलग बना चुकी,
मतलब अलग गांव बना
दी हमारी तन सद बता दी कि भाई के हरिरामपुरा अलग है। दूसरी बात पीछे फिर हमारे लिए स्कूल हमारा बहुत ही टूटो पड़ियो, बहुत पूरो। तो अम्मा जी ने हमारे लिए इसमें लाख 3 लाख 4 लाख कहाँ कितना लगाया, मैं तो अनपढ़ दूसरा यहाँ पर तो उनके कते लिया कते नहीं लिया। फिर अम्मा जी ने हमारे लिए बहुत अच्छा काम स्कूल हाई फाई बना दियो। और तीसरी बात हमारे स्कूल में बालिक सांकले जाव्या, फिर स्टेशन जाव्या, हाडोती जाव्या, तो दिन भर भगया, घंटा 2 घंटा पढ़ा, भिगवा में भूल जाव्या।
अम्मा जी हम बहुत खुशी हुआ, हमारे को वाटर घर में ही पा दिया है, हम बहुत खुशी हैं, बहुत अच्छो करियो, बहुत ही अच्छो करियो।
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to day 3 of the International Symposium on Water Sustainability. We will commence today's events in approximately 2 minutes. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to day 3 of the International Symposium on Water Sustainability, IWSS 2021. The 2 themes for today are Theme 4, Water Resilience for Climate Adaptation, Water Governance and Participatory Approaches, and Theme 5, Smart Water Solutions, AI, IoT, and Citizen Science. We will have 2 session chairs today, Dr. Murali Rangarajan, Head, Center of Excellence in Advanced Materials and Green Technologies, Professor, Department of Chemical Engineering and Material Science, Coimbatore Campus, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, India, will be the session chair from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. Professor Sethuraman Rao, Associate Professor, Amrita Center for Wireless Networks and Applications, Amritpuri Campus, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, India, will be the session chair from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Before we commence today's program, I would like to go over a few housekeeping rules. Please kindly note that all speakers have been allotted a certain time duration for their respective talks. A timer will be sounded at the 5-minute mark, indicating the speaker has 5 minutes left to finish their talk, and then again at the end of their time, indicating time has run out. As we have many speakers for today's session, we kindly request everyone to please adhere to their respective time limits. For anyone who has questions for our speakers, please feel free to put them in the Q&A function located at the bottom of the screen. We request everyone not to put questions in the chat function. Please only use the chat function for general comments, feedback, or networking. Our first chair, Dr. Rangarajan, is currently stuck in traffic, but will join us shortly. In the meantime, we will commence with today's session. I would like to welcome our first speaker, Dr. Saket Pandey, Assistant Professor, Delft University of Technology, Netherlands. Dr. Pandey is a hydrologist and a water economist. He has advanced degrees in both hydrology and economics and expertise in the fundamentals of hydrology, applied statistics, economic theory, and their intersections in real-world applications. Recently, Dr. Pandey has been extensively researching on how fundamentals of applied probability can explain issues underlying calibration uncertainty in water systems, especially in basin-scale hydrology. He has shown that control on hydrologic model complexity can lead to robust prediction performance and has also studied the impacts of hydrologic uncertainty on economic systems. I now invite Dr. Pandey to deliver his keynote talk.
Great, thank you. Soumya, I hope you're able to hear me.
Yes, sir.
Great, and also the background that I put, it appears that it's flipped, but I believe it's not an issue. All right, so I'll go ahead and share my screen. It should be visible now. Yes. So yeah, that was a nice introduction. Thank you. But I believe I should also change my introduction. Well, change some text about myself as well, because things have evolved over the past, which also reflects in the presentation for today. The topic would be changing human behavior for water sustainability, focus being on understanding human behavior behind various water uses, and how to influence a change in that to achieve sustainability goals. For example, efficient use of water. So yeah, the case would be built across 3 case studies for changing human behavior, and we will try to see how adoption of innovations fit into that, and what factors drive high adoption rates of certain innovations. This is not just my work. It's been a work in collaboration with many colleagues and students. Many of them are listed below. Daniel would be the speaker following me, who would be focusing more in detail in 2 countries along similar lines. And then, of course, my colleague Luke Rietveld, Diana, Tico, and Nathan. So what we are going to talk about are 3 countries, 3 water uses, water use types, and 1 methodology. And the way I'm going to present it is more in terms of a novel way of mining data to understand water use behavior, and then perhaps designing policies and interventions based on that understanding. So the pitch here would be a novel way to interrogate households, people, and machine learning based innovations that could be applied on the data sets to unravel relationships between various factors and how people use water. Countries being Indonesia, Vietnam, and India, I would be talking about 3 different types of water use behavior, related water use. Household water treatment, how people treat their water in this context, very simple technologies at household level. Groundwater use linked to salinity in Vietnam, and irrigation technology use, which would be in India, in Maharashtra region. And what we would be again interrogating based on surveys would be environmental behavior, and we would be using Bayesian belief networks as a way to mine data and understand water use behavior. At a high level, so first of all, if we want to understand behavior, we would need a template, a model, or a worldview, so to say, of how people behave, how things work, based on which then we can, for example, collect data, interrogate people, or talk to people, and then reflect on the data with theory in the background and machine learning algorithms like Bayesian belief networks in the front, and that is the way to go forward. So at a very high level, we know, focus being environmental behavior, that it's culture plays a very important role. And by culture here, and I'm invoking here a particular theory called value, beliefs, norm theory, is composed of values which are more or less intrinsic. They don't change that much over time. They influence our worldview, the way we believe things, the way we believe how our actions may affect the environment or other variables linked to environment, and how it what would be the consequence of those actions on us, and then that kind of builds what is normal for us to behave, what is a sense of obligation if we need to take any actions to reduce the effect of actions. And that essentially leads to behavior. And of course, there could always be a feedback to culture. It may always update over time. Belief may change from, oh, humans are not impacting climate to, oh yeah, humans are making a difference to the quality of water and air that we use, and so on and so forth. But and again, this is kind of a template of way we understand our surrounding, and it can be different for different disciplines. We can drill further into it. If we're talking about values, beliefs, and norms, we can increase, so to say, the resolution of this template that we have, and we can link the way we value things, beliefs, and norms to various, let's say, behavioral factors that then connects to how we treat water, and why do we need to treat water. And those behavioral factors include risk factors, our perception of risk, how dirty water is, attitude factors, do we care about it, norms, others are treating their water, maybe I should treat water, others are using sprinkler irrigation, maybe I should use it. So those are the norm related factors. Ability is very important, again, which is linked to belief. So as you can see, is a perception of whether we could use complicated technology, and therefore it also is very much linked to, we can always propose a technology, innovate a technology, whether it's taken up in a sustained manner in the long run depends on our perception of whether we can use it, or whether it's whether we're able to maintain it over time. As you can see, another behavioral factor that is emerging, which is self-regulation and trust, would be in terms of how much trust do we place in a surrounding, in the institutions that enable us to live in a certain manner. So again, all these things is essentially getting us to a higher granularity of the way we see our surrounding, and how we use technology. Here, as you can see on the right-hand side, is simple technology of drinking water at home. Another context, you can again increase the resolution. We have talked about behavioral factors, which now we call psychological factors. On the right-hand side, we already are alluding to a particular model, Rana's model, which is essentially risk, attitude, norm, ability, and self-regulation based model, which suggests that human behavior driven by these psychological or behavioral factors. And it's a very powerful theory. Supposedly, it embeds many other popular theories, including VBN, theory of planned behavior, and so on and so forth. What it can do is really experience. Studying this method has shown you could apply it in different contexts, different water use types. At the downstream end of it, how it is influencing humans and human behavior. But at the upstream end, you can also attach context, because context is also increasingly important when we talk about water innovations, because it's important. Context matters within which technology is placed. If we believe that it would influence psychological factors, and if we believe that it would really change, whether adoption of technology would really lead to a sustainable future. So at this slide, we now have quite detailed, let's say, decomposition of the way we think, select people think, how human behavior works. We have a good resolution of a good theory with good resolution that perhaps we can start using in certain manner to interpret various types of water use related behavior. Here again, highlighting Rana's, so we can in context of treating water, for example, by boiling, we can put it in perspective. There are contextual factors at the very upstream end that perhaps influence psychological or behavioral factors, such as perception of risk, attitude, which could be probably linked to education as a contextual factor, self-regulation ability could also be linked to whether you have children or not, what type of water sources you have, and at the contextual upstream end. And all these behavioral factors then influence our behavior, the outcome of how we are treating our water or how we are adopting technology. And of course, then that links to whether we are using clean water for drinking. So once we have this high resolution theory here, now we are highlighting again Ranas, and Ranas would be the theory that we'll take forward across the 3 case studies. We can start asking questions. We can start conducting surveys. Here I've shown questions linked to various psychological and behavioral factors. For example, one can ask perception of risk in terms of health knowledge. You can ask people, okay, how do you think, what are the causes, what do you think are the causes of diarrhea? You can also ask people questions linked to norms, for example, how many of your neighbor treat their water, essentially meaning how does it, indirectly asking how does it influence you in you treating your water. Similarly, you can ask questions linked to self-regulation, whether you are able to use it properly, maintain it properly, whether you're able to commit to the use of technology, and so on and so forth. Once you have conducted interviews, surveys based on the template, Ranas template that we have, and let's say a disciplined way of asking questions within Ranas, comes the role of data mining algorithms. Here, since we are talking about categorical variables, we highlight Bayesian belief network, which essentially is nothing else but using the data and computing a causal relationship between in the upstream and contextual factors. Then in the blue, you can see psychological factors, in the red being behavioral outcome, human behavior, outcome variable as human behavior. And also using such networks, you can regress or impute relationships. Here, dare I say, would be conditional probability tables, how one factor is linked to the other. So essentially estimating through data relationship between one variables versus the next. And that is very insightful, because not only it helps us unravel human behavior here, for example, linked to household water treatment, but also how presence of children, for example, influence perceived severity or attitudes to treat water. Now, jumping on to first of 3 case studies, Indonesia, in particular East Sumba, and you can see these are the various characteristics, and the case study is geared toward household water treatment. So there is again a way to, now that we have the overall view, or we have a theory, we have certain questions, and we have machine learning technology, so to say, algorithms, or a way to interrogate the data, we need to design the way we are going to collect that data. So comes the role of household surveys. So there are various methodologies. For example, if you go to a certain region, you may select sub-regions or sub-districts based on population density, and within each sub-districts, you can randomly sample villages, and within those villages, you can randomly sample households, so that you don't have bias in the way you're collecting data. Here we collected 37 household data. Our target person to ask was the mother, which we believe would be the primary caregiver. And you can always start with focus group discussions to really ascertain you're asking the right type of questions, and you can go around the village, talking to them, using ODK and various types of technologies, digital technology out there. Gives you an example here, the kind of socioeconomic data that we collect, again, the contextual data, characteristics, and the psychological factors. And once we collect sufficient data, we can then already start doing regressions, or let's say correlation between psychological and contextual factors, and really identify, oh, here in Indonesia, it appears wealth and religion or indigenous belief appears to be most important socioeconomic factors in context of household water treatment. And, oh, surprisingly, presence of children and mother's workload doesn't matter. So in spite of that, behavior is not sensitive to presence of children. You can always, of course, find counterintuitive outcomes, which may be very specific to a particular location. And then, yeah, you push all this data into the nice Bayesian belief network, and you can start assessing relationship between various factors, and highlight dominant interpretations that you arrive at based on Bayesian belief network application on social on the household survey. In this example, what we found was if the parents are educated and they are wealthy, then quite intuitive that it would increase the likelihood that they are using. It is likely that that household is treating its water. And we can also identify barriers here, for example, if it is difficult to access water, indigenous beliefs, they somehow tend to, at least in Indonesia, it was a barrier to adopt very useful technology that can help you clean water. Yeah, attitude matters a lot, and also norms, which is not highlighted here. Now we quickly move on to the next case study. I'll take you to Vietnam, where in 2017 there was a massive campaign to assess water quality, and we did also household surveys, and you can see on the map the extensive surveys that we did. And what the first order thing that we found, even before doing Bayesian belief network on the Rana survey that we conducted, was that level of salinity, how saline willing of salt intrusion. If you're pumping too much groundwater, salinity affects people willing to conserve their groundwater. Again, we can use the Ranas with outcome variable, whether you're willing to conserve groundwater, and put it via Bayesian belief network, and we can start highlighting dominant relationships and let's say causal relationships. What we found here was in the case of Vietnam in this area, that the salinity type of employment, for example, if you're in agriculture sector, influences your willingness to conserve water, because you're able to directly feel the effect of saltwater intrusion because of groundwater pumping on your livelihood, for example. So this is quite intuitive, because it then it's quite useful, because it can then also help you to target the first cohort of people if you would want to promote conservation of groundwater. And they would be the ones who are, for example, here exposed to high level of salinity and in the agriculture business. Again, we found that people are more likely to conserve water if that is the norm that they see around them. If everybody else, or most of them, that determines their norm, are conserving groundwater, then those households would also be willing to conserve groundwater. Now and again, you can see here, you can also use the Bayesian belief network at locations, as you can see the survey locations. You can really predict how likely a particular household is in its willingness to conserve water. And yeah, you can also interpret many other things, that the other socioeconomic characteristics, not just the one that we have considered, influence their willingness to conserve groundwater. Just some examples, but you can interpret a lot more based on how you mine the data using Bayesian belief network. Finally, the last case study is in Maharashtra. We know the Center for Agrarian Crisis in the eastern part of Maharashtra, cotton farmers. We did an extensive survey in the 4 districts, as you can see, in 2019, and they were asked about their behavior with respect to irrigation technology, because it's linked to water use efficiency, and we know that makes a big difference in relieving the stress of the gradient crisis. Sampling strategy, again, the same methodology we applied, and we interpreted the data that we had using Rajana's methodology through Basin Belief Network. And what we found in this case was strong norms, how they perceive the risk of water scarcity and attitude are very important in whether they want to adopt technology. And we can also target who probably could be the early adopters based on the dominant socioeconomic variables most influential on the outcome behavior of adopting irrigation technology. They're generally higher educated, moderately wealthy ones. Very important that they have access to open well, so they should have a source of water. Again, context matters. So yeah, these are 3 examples across the 3 case studies. What could we learn with caution across the 3 case studies? That, yeah, indeed, if done correctly, mine data can provide rich interpretation of water use behavior. And there are 3 dominant themes that we see. One is that norms play an important role, very important role that culture plays. And we can identify, if that is the case, early adopters based on behavior-sensitive socioeconomic characteristics, target those people, and hope that that would lead to wider adoption and wider sustainability, sustainable water sustainable practices. Perceived ability to use technology is also very important in uptake of water innovation. So that begs the question that whether we should just supply technology, or when supplying technology, we should be mindful of the end user and calibrate the detail of technology to the type of end user we have. So here, it's important to keep user-centric design in mind, and co-creation becomes very important. And we are providing this based on empirical evaluation that we have done here across the 3 case studies. Finally, context matters. And one example is for uptake of technology, and therefore water sustainable solutions that we are providing. For example, drip irrigation is only successful if they have access to open wells. Yeah, so we have to keep in mind not to promote drip irrigation where they don't have a tank or place where they can store water. With this, I conclude. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pandey. So I'm very happy to announce that our first chair, Dr. Rangarajan, has joined us now. So I would like to invite him to please take over the session and commence with the Q&A portion.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Good morning, Dr. Saket Pandey.
Hi.
I hope you're doing well.
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing good. Wonderful talk. I was fortunate to join right on time. I had to just step out of the campus and managed to reach on time. Wonderful, wonderful talk. There is one question that has been asked. It's more of a philosophical question. I thought I will ask that first. Why is this being called a drought crisis when some old timers remember worse water years? Is it partly due to increased development resulting in using more of a limited resource?
Which drought crisis are we talking about? Maybe if it could be clarified.
I think it is more of a general question, than any specific case.
Sure, absolutely. If you talk about in context of cotton farmers in Maharashtra, it's the new varieties. There are many things that is leading to the crisis. First, it's the temptation to be rich. Access to open market has led to people moving to cash crops compared to the past when the markets were more protected before the liberalization. People were then growing the right kind of crops. They were growing, let's say, stabler crops, not cash crops, which are prone to variability in water. And the type of crop varieties that you grow also matters. BT cotton is water thirsty and depends on expensive seeds. So I could say, it's not a natural crisis, but perhaps it's a man-made crisis. And solution to that is indeed, and that's the essence of the talk, to understand the behavior, understand the reason why people choose certain things the way they choose, and targeting the right kind of solutions based on that understanding.
There is another question that has come from the same participant. How can big data and machine learning benefit environment and water management?
Yeah, it has a big role to play as long as we have the right data sets with us and the way we collect the data. So the presentation that I gave was essentially using Bayesian belief networks to mine possible relationships between various variables for which we did a disciplined survey, a survey with certain behavioral theory in mind. And that perhaps is very similar to Facebook-related, unethical practice, though, but of interrogating, mining how people are using the internet and voting behavior. So it's something similar. We are actually using that. We don't have that big data, but if you think of access to a lot of data, similar technologies can indeed be used to understand, again, human behavior, what triggers them to take action, and fitting the right kind of innovation or intervention to nudge them in the right direction. So yeah, absolutely, it can help nudge people towards sustainable practices if we have the right kind of understanding and design of nudges based on that.
I have a question, or rather an observation, and I wanted your thoughts on this. I know you did speak about this, to an extent during the presentation, but when you say technology, the right kind of intervention, it seems that there is a substantial component in terms of technology adoption, and what is going to make someone more likely to adopt the technology, which is more than just the feasibility and the profitability or the sustainability of the technology itself. So there, what can you comment about the role of the local belief systems, in their willingness to adopt the technology?
Yeah, I mean, critical role. So absolutely critical role. Based on the 3 case studies, we first saw that norms, cultural norms, for example, what is normal, it plays a critical role. Local beliefs, for example, in the case of Indonesia, and Daniel following me would be speaking more about it, I guess, could also be a barrier to certain technologies. So it depends. It could both be, it can either be a barrier or can facilitate adoption of certain technology. It depends on the belief. But absolutely, culture plays an important role within which norms, beliefs, they are the components of culture. They play a very critical role. Yeah, so we have to be mindful of first understanding case by case, actually understanding whether local beliefs are a barrier or facilitator of adopting a given technology, and then designing a way to introduce the technology that makes use of this understanding.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for the very wonderful presentation, highly informative. Thank you very much for our ongoing collaborations in putting all of this symposium together. We now move on to the next speaker. Thank you, Dr. Pandey.
Thank you.
The next speaker is going to be Dr. Daniel. He's from the Faculty of Civil Engineering and Geosciences of Delft University of Technology. Dr. Daniel completed his PhD under the supervision of Professor Luke Riefeld and Dr. Saket Pandey. He completed his master's at IHE Delft, specializing in the field of environmental science and technology. During his master's thesis, Dr. Daniel worked on a collaborative project between IHE Delft and Swiss Federal Institute for Environmental Science and Technology in Switzerland. He went to rural Nepal to collect water quality data at the household level and also contributed to a behavioral study focusing on adoption of household water treatment by low-middle income residents. Now, today, he's going to give a talk titled Household Water Treatment Adoption in the Global South, Case Study in Indonesia and Nepal. I would like to invite Dr. Daniel to please take over this, the session. Thank you.
Mr. Morali, hear my voice there?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, thank you very
Thank
much.
you
Thank you
too.
for the introduction. Yes, my supervisor today has taught a lot of story, I think, about the human behavior in water sector. To continue a bit and using my presentations. Wait a second. Okay, I hope you can see my screen there.
Yes, we can.
Yes, okay, thank you. So, yes, so this session, I will share briefly about my PhD research and other topic as well about the adoption of water-related technologies in developing countries. Of course, there are many methods of technology shared about the household study in and two institutions here at Delft University of Technology. I'm part of public health in Indonesia in the University of Jakarta. So before we before we talk about the household water treatment, adoption of technology in general, this is illustrations how we. So before I think realize this. So before you do any, and then if you have ability, time, you have money, for example, or you know how to do it, your intention will be translated into action. And then if you perform that action regularly or repeatedly, so this simple illustration from from intention, action, and then behavior. But if we talk about the adoption of technology, they basically say the same thing. So this is just simple illustration. Let's say you have your smartphone. All of you have your smartphone. And then before do you buy the smartphone? Then you have the money, which phone you want. And then if you use your smartphone, maybe. So it means that you adopt your smartphone. So adoption of technology basically says. So in this presentation, if I say household water adoption, and yeah, this is it. In developing countries, and you can see from the perspective previous it's very good. You open the tap, I can drink directly from my because especially part of the water distribution system, how they treat everything. So we know that that water. But then how about the situations in developing countries? And picture B and C were taken from my study area in Indonesia. And you can see from the picture that the tap in picture B is not good as picture A. And And of course, the surrounding situation is also not. And picture C also in the same locations, but it more fancy. You can see that the tap is fancy, and then even there is a hand shop next to it, and the surrounding situation is also good. It's also, but because I know the situation is pretty sure that the water quality in that area is not. I don't want to have picture B and C.
Dr.
Picture
Daniel?
A, of course. Yes?
Sorry for the interruption. Your audio is breaking up a little bit. I'm not sure if that is a network issue or.
Oh, yes. Probably. I hope there is. I hope. Okay. Please interrupt me if there is if the connection is not that good, because I hope. But can you hear me right now?
I can hear you better.
Okay.
Maybe if it is, would it be better if you, if you stop your video and just had the screen share?
Off. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's
Please proceed. I'm very sorry to have interrupted. But now
okay.
your voice is much clearer.
Okay. 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 No problem. And these situations in developing countries, but I think you already know about this. Clean, of course, the drinking water in your storage is also not safe. It's not clean. And reports, studies, and also in studies, we also found that there's relation water at source and the water quality in the drinking storage. So there is a correlation between them, and of course, have a bad health. And this is from GMP, Joint Monitoring Program, WHO and UNICEF. And the situation is worse children, as of course they can get the basic diseases, but repeated diarrhea will lead to malnutrition, stunting, wasting, and so on. Even can lead to death. So this is a very, very serious. Okay, that's. And because of these situations, of course, if you want to distribute good and safe water, water like in developed countries, of course, it costs a lot of money. So that's why we need a household water treatment. I think most of you are familiar with household water treatment. You can filtration, solar disinfection also. Or you can add chlorine also into your drinking water. But and then WHO reports found that if you do household water treatment and properly, it can protect you from all the water related diseases. And the challenge now is that don't do household water treatment regularly. So this is a very serious issue, and that's why we need to understand psychological theory, for example, or social hydrology, social or something like that, to understand why people they don't use household water treatment. Okay, yeah, this is a simple illustration how to explain the behavior. So this is let's see, there are two persons here. This is just example illustration. The first one named Messi, and the second one named Ronaldo. See from this picture, there are red things inside a Messi bottle. Or his drinking water is not safe. It's not good because he doesn't take his water. But Ronaldo boils his water. His water is good. It's safe. But why they have behavior? Because they have different perception in their minds. For example, factors, psychological factors, or are they are similar. So let's see. For example, Messi comes from nature, or maybe he says that okay, untreated water is fresher because the temperature in my hometown is hot, is humid, so I need fresh water, unlike boiled water, because yeah, boiled water is hot. He says that okay, about Or maybe he says that okay, I want to do that, know how to do that, I just forget. Remember that we talk about behavior or adoption of technology. Even though you have the technology, you know the technology, but if you always forget to do that, it is not behavior. It is not adoption of technology. Or and let's see Ronaldo. He says that okay, boiled water is safer. Or maybe he says that all my friends they boil water, so I have to follow them. Otherwise, they will start to gossip about me. They will start to say bad things about me. Or maybe he says that boiling water is very easy because maybe he got a lecture from a university and so on. So this kind of perceptions, we can categorize them into 5 psychological factors: risk, attitude, norm, ability, and self-regulation. Risk related to health risk, attitude related to your regarding the behavior, whether ability, self-regulations, whether you kind of self-management because you have to manage yourself to perform the behavior, and norm. But in my research, we are going further by including the socioeconomic characteristic of the household, like education, wealth, promotion, belief, and so on. Because we found also from literature and we hypothesized that influence from the socioeconomic character on the behavior, psychological, and then on the behavior. And this is what we usually do to understand the behavior. First, I name it critical behavioral determinants. It can be socioeconomic characteristic or psychological factors. And then if we know which factors are critical, and then we can find relevant behavioral change intervention. What I mean by relevant here is according to let's say in line with the theory. So we don't develop different interventions which is target not logical factors, for example, and then we can implement the behavior. So we can use a household interview, and we usually prefer quantitative data. Qualitative data is good, but it's more let's say more representative. So about the in this case, I use runner psychology. To understand the water related, but it's one of my analysis, and we can do statistic or Bayesian belief network and of method as well. And these 2 methods. And before we use a case study, this is I just want to give a snapshot from the global situations. A preliminary study about the household water treatment adoption, and we use a study from developed. And there is, it means there is no one necessary here. It must, or it is required. It is compulsory. But then we found that there is no single condition. So this is a simple. This is just example. So you see, for many, maybe they found that high education of the parents is critical. But then we found from this study, for example, no here parents complete primary school. So there are 3 cases where most of the complete primary school. But in many cases, yes, the parents complete. So what I would say is that there is no single compulsory condition that lead to high adoption of fast food. But conditions or quality here pathways, socioeconomic and psychological, understand this kind of combinations in order to understand the high household. And then we did another study, and we what I mean by socioeconomic characteristic is like wealth, education, like access to market, like something like that. The influence of SEC on household water treatment adoption or the use of household water treatment is mediated by the psychological factor. And then we found that the better the SEC of the household, or we call it socioeconomic characteristics, or the parents are education, it leads more favorable psychological factors, and then of course lead to high adoption of household. So easy is sure that people household use what or use things somehow to improve their socioeconomic. And then is a case study from, and we confirm the and psychology result in high adoption. But there are, so if we want to, for example, here in the area only so less than 20% they use household water treatment regularly. And if we want to increase it to 50%, for example, with several combination of factors. So we found here education here, wealth here, the professional activity. So the critical psychological. And then we moved to a case study in Indonesia. This is the map of Indonesia, and we did, this is the capital, and this is Bali. I don't know, I think this is, many of you are familiar with Bali, and this is the study area here. And we found that the critical other education here, indigenous belief here, and then access to water. And then the critical psychological factors here is ethics. So remember, in Nepal, norm is critical, but in this case, Isumba attitude is the most critical. But then we did also another study in different part of Indonesia. Here in Palu, this is different island. Before we did a study here in the south part of Indonesia, but now we did central, in the central north of Indonesia. And we found that the critical SEC are mother education, mother education, and then the belief here, religion, and accessibility. Before in Isumba, access to water. And the critical psychological factor is self-regulation here. Before is attitude, and in Nepal is norm. And yeah, this is just an extra discussions that if you talk about the WAS, water services, household water treatment, or water sanitation hygiene services in general, the topic or the situation is very common. So I hope you can see this picture, this scheme. It is good that we perform household water treatment, but if you go to village, especially to poor household, maybe the kitchen is not clean, like here. There are animals next to the water storage, or the chicken going inside the kitchen. So there are other potential pathways of contamination or recontamination into your drinking water. Maybe your water quality is not good, or maybe your water storage is not proper, let's say proper cover. So it's very complex. And if you talk about the sustainability of water services, because the symposium also talk the sustainable water, and you can see that there are many factors here. They are intercorrelated. So it's very complex. And if you talk about the sustainability of rural water supply system, also there are many factors playing, and they are influencing each other. You can see here. So if you talk about the water and WAS, it is very, very complex issue. So the reflections before I close, what I want to share the WAS or water issue or sustainability of surface. There are many factors, but I think the most important thing why water and WAS is very it deals with human. It makes water and WAS, and we need to reduce inequality, especially for they can adopt or other things water related. For context specific, that's why we can use the findings from India, for example, and then apply the same. Even I already show you that in the same country, the behavioral determinants are different. That's why we need behavioral research, and then we need that recommend. And then if we want to achieve sustainability, we change our process from engineering. So we give them the technology, we introduce technology, but we need to switch things to social engineering part, technological, and combine it with behavioral change intervention or so from different backgrounds, psychological, sociological, in order to develop a good. That's all from me. If you want to know, I'm interested to know more or to discuss, contact me also by email. I think that's all from me. And
yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Daniel, for what has turned out to be a fantastic continuation from what Dr. Saket Pandey talked. It's very nice to instructive to hear both your talks, one back to back. There are a few questions that are that have come up, and basically the first question that I wanted to ask, and I think Dr. Saket is also here. This is since your talks are related. Some of the questions came up just right at the end of the first one before the second one. I would like to keep it open for both of you. Dr. Sudesh Kumar has asked, when you suggest that solutions for technology adoption are community-based, is it possible to categorize these in various countries? So, when you're saying community-based, how can you categorize community-wise? What sort of issues are there for adoption? And as a subsequent question, he has asked, are there any inferred patterns on acceptability norms? And can these patterns also change with time? Has your data suggested that there are specific patterns on acceptability norms, and can these patterns change with time? Can you hear me?
yes, I can. So then I will try to answer it, but Saket can help me as well about the first question from Dr. Sudesh Kumar. Is it possible to categorize this in European countries? I don't know about that, but the thing is, yes, the technology adoption is community specific, is let's say context specific. So we maybe even in the same region, community or
we are not able to hear you very clearly, Dr. Daniel.
Oh, okay. Sorry for the connections. It's not good in. Okay, can you hear me better now?
A little bit better, yes.
Okay, or maybe yeah. So yeah, the technology adoption is community context specific. So we need to understand first the characteristic of the community. Yes, I think it is. I think it is possible to categorize them in the context of Europe, but we need to understand first like the culture and the characteristic of the household, and I think that is what we need to think for about it. Yeah. And about the norm, I think there is no lack of norm. I mean, yeah, true that maybe, yeah, we have to kind of psychological. I think now, okay, a norm is good. If people in community they use water technology, maybe you will do that thing. So norm is very powerful to make people use the technology. Is not norm is not the alone, let's say the alone psychological factor, still as well with the other factors as well. That's why we to understand first the factor. But yes, I agree, is the most critical one according to many meta-analysis in.
Yeah.
So maybe I can add something.
Yeah, I can quickly jump in. Indeed, norm is a very important factor. But again, it's if you really want to design case specific, you have to also go case by case what would work. I think Living Labs experience and Jiva Amritam experience of Amrita University is a perfect, let's say, test bed. We have lots of case studies. We can gain a lot of understanding where what is working, where what is not, and why it's not working. But at a high level, if you ask me, if you want to design something, norm is a major influencer. So identifying early adopters of a technology that perhaps is co-created, user-centric design, may be effective across communities to generate a new norm, and people start, because we after all are, like to copy each other.
Yeah. All right. There is we are out of time, so I think if it's all right, we'll move on to the next presentation. There are still a couple of questions that are there in the Q&A. I would request if either Dr. Saket or Dr. Daniel has the time to answer them. If they can answer them in the Q&A part itself, that would be really helpful. I would like to thank Dr. Daniel for his excellent presentation, excellent perspective that we have gained from both Dr. Saket's and Dr. Daniel's presentation. The next talk is going to be given by three speakers from Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham: Dr. Manisha Ramesh, Ms. Divya, and Ms. Hemalata. The title of the talk is Technologies for Building Community-Level Resilience for Water-Related Hazards. Dr. Manisha V. Ramesh is Director and Professor, Center for Wireless Networks and Applications, Dean of International Programs, and the UNESCO Chair in Experiential Learning for Sustainable Innovation and Development at Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. Dr. Ramesh's research work was instrumental in deploying the first ever wireless sensor network system capable of issuing landslide warnings. She has received a US patent for her work titled Network-Based System for Predicting Landslides and Providing Early Warnings. Her research areas include wireless sensor networks for real-time monitoring of natural disasters such as landslides, avalanches, floods, and droughts, wireless sensor network algorithm design, wearable wireless sensors for healthcare applications, and wireless network design for rural health, among others. Ms. Divya currently serves as Research Associate at the Amrita Center for Wireless Networks and Application, Amritapuri campus. She made key contributions in designing and developing the decision support system for the landslide monitoring system that is deployed by the center in both Munnar in Kerala and in Sikkim. She has also worked on developing experiments for the Remote Triggered Wireless Sensor Network Lab and in devising algorithms for localization and tracking of fishing vessels as part of the MicroNet project. Ms. Hemalata is a research associate at the Amrita Center for Wireless Networks and Applications and is currently pursuing a PhD in establishing an automated learning system for monitoring and forecasting rainfall-induced landslides. Her research interests are building automated systems with machine learning and forecasting technologies for real-time monitoring of environmental applications, historical analysis of natural disasters such as landslides, avalanches, floods, and droughts, and laboratory and numerical modeling of geotechnical and hydrological processes related to landslides. Once again, the three of them will be talking on technologies for building community-level resilience for water-related hazards. Over to the three of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Murali. Due to the time constraint, I think we have decided that we will just one of us will present, even though we prepared together. I think we have very short time. So as he said, today's presentation is on technologies for building community level resilience for water related hazard. Myself, Manisha, and two of my research scholars, Divya and Hemlata, has contributed in this work. So here we are looking into the water related disasters. The major thing what we are seeing is climate change is increasing, and that is bringing in an exponential growth of disasters. So there is a complex interactions in the ocean, atmosphere, and land process are cascading together to bring in all these water related disasters, which are resulting to multi hazards. And what majorly is happening, so if you look at the figure which is on the right side, you can see the increase of flood over the years from 1980 to 1999 to 2000 to 2019 as 1389 to 3254. This data is from UNDRR, and you can see how the storms have increased, landslide has. So each and every disaster is increasing, and what we are lacking now capturing is the multi-hazard, how one of them is triggering others, and what are the cascading effects which are coming in. So to understand multi-hazard, we lack an in-depth understanding, because we are lacking the interrelationship between the different hazards and its triggers. We are also lacking the spatio-temporal prevalence and its impact. And each of these disasters has contributed at different levels. Like if you look into this particular figures, you can see the total number of disasters reported. The flood is the highest with 41%. And if you see the total number of people died, the highest is earthquake. And the economic loss is the highest is going into storm, whereas the people affected is going into the highest as the flood. So there is a variation between them, and none of these are capturing is there any one of them is a multi-hazard. So the causes of hydroclimatic disasters is, as each one of us knows, there is an extreme climate events such as floods, drought, and tropical cyclones, heavy and prolonged rainfall, depleted rainfall droughts, and also changes in climate that result into changes in mean frequency and or intensity. So this increase in hydro hazard impacts an increased cost for the system, for the community, for the government, or for all the different organizations. These are all attributed to factors such as you can see an increased event frequency and magnitude. You can see an unplanned urbanization is contributing to it, degradation of ecosystem services, and the livelihoods are becoming more and more vulnerable, and inaccurate public perception of risk. So the challenge is how to identify appropriate and timely adaptation measures in a continuously changing environment. So all these attributes which are causing a bigger challenge, and the challenge itself is getting more complicated because our environment is continuously changing. And to address these things, there are a lot of research gaps that need to be filled. So some of them are, it would require an in-depth understanding of hydrogeomorphological process and its impact on various hazards, appropriate techniques for data collection, integration, and analysis, scaling and heterogeneity of issues, ability to forecast the events related to hazards and their interaction and feedbacks with the socio-ecological systems, uncertainty estimation, communication of data, dissemination of information, integration of effective and reliable decision-making models. So let me take one case study here for the water-related disaster, Kerala floods 2018, a case study of multi-hazard. So in 2018, southwest monsoon, there is an extreme rainfall experienced by the state of Kerala in India with a 42% departure from normal, and flooding 14% of total land area of Kerala, landslides more than 200 plus, 36 dams were opened, and there were even change in river course, leading to a death toll of 450 plus, and all the districts of Kerala became red alert and displaced more than 100,000 people. And it was completely flooded, all states, all the people. So in this multi-hazard, if you look into it, this continuous rainfall in the month of August contributed to the initiation of landslides, floods, collapse of infrastructure, houses, and ruination of agricultural lands. Where do you mark this disaster? Do you mark it as flood? Do you mark it as landslide? Do you mark it as the infrastructure damage? So all these things over the time are getting as one. And this has contributed to the creation of multi-hazard events in almost every state, every district in Kerala. So this spatio-temporal correlation of events of rainfall, flood, landslides, and dam opening has led to multi-hazard scenario, which is combined, where is the union of many hazards in the same location has happened. Consequent occurring as a direct result of an event or a situation. Subsequent also happened, occurring after one is over, may or may not be related, and simultaneous occurring at the same time. So over that period, we were able to see the transition of from single event to combined or consequent or subsequent or simultaneous to finally to the multi-hazard. So when we look at single event, you can see that the major single event experienced by the state is a heavy rainfall with unexpected rainfall departure. So the table clearly shows that at different periods, the departure was very high. And if you see 9th August 2018 to 19 August 2000, almost 255% of departure from normal in millimeter you can see. And this single event has triggered multiple hazards. So here we are looking into what are the consequent events happened. So the single event contributed to initiation of several consequent multi-hazards. So heavy rain of more than 2,515 for 80 days has happened to the consequent flood event, and all the dams started filling up. And this has forced the dams to release excess water, leading to an increase in area of flooding. And that has resulted in consequences such as forest collapse, demolition of bridges, roads, houses, ruination of agricultural land, and loss of life. Now, if you see these two figures, the first figure is talking about the Idiki Dam, which is on the higher part of the topography. So where if you see that if this is the inflow of the dam is shown in green color, outflow in red color. So you had inflow only up to 8, and on the 9th you are starting the outflow, and slowly you can see there are landslide events shown at different days, and you can also see that water in the reservoir and how the slightly flooded happened in 18th August and 24th August. But a dam which is down in the downstream combined the water releases from multiple dams, and which has caused flooding on the downstream area from the day of 9th August. And when it reached up to 17 or 18, it became almost like simultaneous events happening. So in areas like Wayanad, you can see that they had experienced this heavy rainfall has contributed to rise in water level, riverbank erosion, weakened and weathered geology of terrain that had previous human interventions, has led to landslide, land sinking, and flood. They experienced combined effect of landslide and flood, and a total of 474 new landslides were reported during this period. And this has also contributed to subsequent multi-hazards, which may be due to those incidents may be due to the anthropogenic activities which was happening, as removal of toes, sand mining, quarrying of mountains, urbanization of catchment area. And as I earlier said, as the days progressed from the last week of July to 8th August, the disaster event has transitioned from single to consequent to simultaneous events of rainfall, dam opening, landslides, and flood. And it has actually contributed to the multi-hazard impacts on the downstream area on a very high level. And it forced the closure of transportation networks such as roads, railways, and airports, and simultaneous power shutdown impacting communication network. So as I earlier said, the dams are connected from the dam 1, which we were talking about Idiki. This is how the network goes. And if you see that this area, which is in the high ranges, didn't have much of the flood, whereas on the lower ranges, on the area, there is a flow of excess water which was happening. So if you see, there is a pink color where it shows it is heavily flooded locations, whereas the flood has started from the other end, where because of the network of dams also this has increased. So this torrential rainfall was simultaneous opening of multiple gates of these dams, which covered areas like Aluva, Muatupida, and North Palur. And as each of the dam was opening, it increased the coverage of risk by 20 folds, and the network has contributed to the larger flooding scenario. So even though it started as a single event triggered by rainfall, it transferred itself into a simultaneous events leading to multi-hazard. So this image gives you the chronology of multi-hazard events which happened over those days from 9th August to 20th August, how it has moved from single to to multi-hazard. So what is happening here? It started as an extreme rainfall. So extreme weather has caused either the dam opening or it has caused the flood or landslide. But then dam opening has created flood and flood has created dam opening and land. So it's so much interrelated. So for us to build a community resilience, it is necessary to have systems which are capable to understand, measure, and monitor all these different parameters so that we are able to escape from the disaster. So that's why earlier in the research gap, it said we need to have an in-depth understanding of the hydrogeomorphological processes and its impact on various hazards. So for that, we used to have sensing using physical sensors. Virtual sensors means from a physical sensor, you derive another sensing parameter, or remote sensing measures. But the challenge is we are limited with respect to the designer's knowledge, whoever is designing, and there is a lack of in-depth understanding. So to achieve in-depth understanding, you need multi-parameter sensing, heterogeneous techniques, and machine learning techniques. So we have to build the sensing layer and data acquisition layer to handle these situations. So if you take the case of Kerala's flood, you have to measure multiple parameters, like for extreme weather, rainfall, temperature, humidity. Flood, you have rainfall, water level, water flow, terrain. Landslide, rainfall, moisture, pore pressure, movement. Dam opening, water level, pressure, strain, particle settlement. So you have to have a heterogeneous monitoring, and they vary with respect to domain, where the spatial measurement you need, how the temporal variability of measurement, and it spans to multiple locations because it's large area it is covering, and how. So you need to learn that interrelationship and connection between those things. But when you try to do such a data acquisition device, you need to develop appropriate techniques for this data collection. So and each of these sensing parameter will demand either continuous or periodic measurement of these data. And the data acquisition challenge is becoming the coverage, because how much spatial area you are going to cover and what temporal frequency you need to collect. So and each of those data which you connect, you have to have analysis of homogeneous parameters and analysis of heterogeneous parameters, because you may have all the places you want to only look at rainfall, or you may have to combine the rainfall and the flow rate, or rainfall and the pore pressure. So how do you combine them and understand? And all these things, if you have to store in a particular device, the storage becomes constrained. So you will see constraint on these technologies of sensing. When you want to sense more, it will consume more energy. When you want more storage, it will demand more computation. When you have more computation, more energy. When you have to have more transmission of data, also more energy. But the energy is a constrained thing. So when you have a constrained energy, the climatic conditions will make it more constrained. So here Amrita has developed a system which will actually look into data acquisition by understanding the context, and it will be capable to switch on, switch off different sensors, change its frequency of collection. So it will cater to the trade-offs, and based on that, it will actually dynamically prioritize which sensor to be data to be collected, schedule them, and then do the communication accordingly. And all these are connected to an edge node, which will be generated with respect to which domain you are using, whether it is flood or landslide or whatever it is. Based on that, you are sensing the data acquisition model, the spatial and temporal frequency has to be. But the basic thing is that edge node has to be low cost. It has to have heterogeneous sensing. It has to have heterogeneous real-time wireless connectivity with data analytics and localized warning, power optimization, and fault tolerance. Is that enough? No. Whatever you collect has to be communicated so that we can derive the knowledge from the data received from those. So for that, you will need heterogeneous devices, because all this need to work in a very extreme hostile condition. So heterogeneous devices has to be put in to take care of the fault, and you have to also have different types of devices to cater to the distance between the devices. So the spatial distance and at what transmission frequency you have. So you have to also look into how do you cater to the fault tolerance with respect to extreme climate, power availability, node failures, etc. So this is the network diagram for our landslide system, where we have the site-specific network, which is called the prop network. From there, we have multiple different types of connection, which is connecting to the local field alone. And from there, we have multiple connections with respect to broadband and also satellite-based connection to the central station to do the analysis. With all this data coming in, what is most important is the integration of effective and reliable decision-making models. So there should be an interrelationship of parameters through either we learn through sensing or through machine learning approaches. And based on that, we have to come up with decision models for individual parameters, the homogeneous parameters, and heterogeneous. So the requirement is identification of primary triggers and dependent parameters. You have to have a spatial temporal variability of parameters and relation between vital parameters. And different methodologies need to be used, like simulation models, threshold models, nowcasting or forecasting algorithms, integrated decision models for multi-parameter data. So this shows what we have done for the landslide system, where we have actually, for our decision model, we have decade-long data, which we do the real-time data analysis, adaptive learning, and intelligent forecasting. We try to study the meteorological, geological, hydrological, and vibrational data, and spatio-temporal analysis through data mining tools and machine learning through models will be used to derive the threshold models for heterogeneous sensor systems. We have developed also forecast models and rainfall threshold models, and also the forecasting model. So what we have faced is, when you have extreme weather, you will lose connectivity. So if you see the data here, if you see the data here, you can see the break in the data. So these data, how do I know? Because it is very important, it is disaster. So we have developed machine learning models from the features which we learned from the domain knowledge of landslide, rainfall, and flood. And based on that, we now cast what is the data, and we are able to come up with the blue line, which you are seeing here, which is coming almost at the same line as where we have lost the data. Same way, we use the forecast data, which is giving for the rainfall, which is given by IMD, and use that data to forecast the pore water pressure and the factor of safety of the hills. And then we actually give the slope stability of the mountain. And this will help the administrators to actually to give the warning ahead of time. So on this forecast, we need to have the ability to forecast triggers and event. That means you have to forecast triggers like rainfall, moisture, pore pressure, and the event like extreme rainfall, antecedent rainfall condition, expected flow rates, dam filling, pore pressure, etc. So for this whole thing, we have come up with a model which will look into monitoring and of the different sources, developing the thresholds based on context-aware models, regional rainfall thresholds, pore water pressure forecast models, debris flow model, etc., and multi-scale and multi-level early warning system, which is territorial, it will do regional, near site, site specific, and that will be fed for the rescue and relief optimization. So it uses a 4-level warning, and if you see with respect to the color, the first level warning will actually inform the researchers, second goes to government, third goes to media and public. So, and all these things are based on the validation from the field data, landslide laboratory, and slope stability. We are able to give those warnings, and we have issued warnings in 2009, 11, 13, and 18. And this shows one of the warnings which we have. Even the recent 2020 warning of Rajamalai, where more than 80 people have died, has been warned to the Kerala State Disaster Management aspect. So, but more than this, the major factor, how to disseminate the knowledge, what you have gained, and it is really important that you transfer regularly in real time to policymakers, researchers, community members. And so you may have to do data dissemination multi-scale, where broadcast or multicast or unicast, and different technologies like email, SMS, mobile app, and social media need to be used. And for all these things, early warning, we use social media mining and multi-hazard tracking mobile application. Real-time disaster management from rescue to relief, we had actually operated 24-hour call center and an Amrita Kripa mobile application. So here this is one of the application which we have used, mobile application which we have used for the Kerala Floods 2018 to locate each and every victim and then save them, and also provide relief and rescue operations. And the students, more than 500 students continuously for 24 hours, they have worked in the call center to provide this. Now to move into the multi-hazards and also to the landslides, through the landslide program, we have also built a landslide tracker with Amrita and its partners in the landslide, where we are able to collect the data of landslide the moment it happens. So we actually equip the citizens or empower the citizens to give us the details, which can be used tomorrow to develop the thresholds, because most of the time when you work, you have the data, but you don't have the events. So this will help you to capture the events. This will also help you to capture the events which is happening as an early warning, like there is a crack or there is something else you are seeing. They will be able to report, and that information in real time can reach. So there is that work is. So for the tracking of landslides, if you see that we have multiple levels of people who will be inputting the data about landslide events, mapping the landslide events, tracking events, summarization, and adaptive dissemination. So we have actually looking into the training of landslide mobile app and its awareness. We give the input into it, the time, event, and the location, which will give you the spatial temporal landslide events, which is now extended as a multi-hazard application. And it takes, this is the mobile application which is available in Google as an open source thing. Anybody can use as it. It's called landslide tracker. And we also have used social media techniques where Twitter and the other social media and online news have been used to collect the data of disasters. And it has multiple data collection processing where data sources comes from Twitter, automatic Google search and web scrapers. From there, the data will be analyzed, event is detected, and then based on that visualization dashboard. So in the data, we will classify it. We use machine learning algorithms. Also, the data from multiple language like translation and transliteration is also done with getting the feature set to get into the event and then give it. And that is used for the early warning of the system. So in summary, if you think we were building a community resilience as an integrated approach where we use site-specific sensor data, meteorological dynamics, landscape dynamics, crowdsourcing data from text messages, voice calls, multimedia. And then there is an event detection framework which classify all these things and develop models like adaptive learning models, threshold development, event detection, and then do the alert dissemination at multi-scale as you have earlier seen. And we don't stop with that. We go to the field, work with the community, give them capacity building workshops and training programs, not only to the community. You can see the police force, everybody else, we are giving the training to take forward the decision. So as a case study, to scale it, you have to capture the multi-hazard event. You have to measure, monitor, and discover knowledge of multiple sites, multiple triggers, and multiple events. So for that, we have built the IoT framework for this, which has edge layers, fog nodes, fog layer, and application, which has integrated data collection, communication, and also data analysis options, which will take care of all the different applications which we need to have. And the best part is it is a plug and play system to monitor multiple scales from sense. And if you see these layers, it has multiple layers which actually collect the data through sensing layer, acquire it through data acquisition, communicate it, the network, all the different sensors, and the information layer will do the spatio-temporal variation, and the decision layer will do the forecasting and slope stability, adaptive learning, and then the service layer will provide the risk warning. And you can see that it can be from one soil layer to multiple site it will go. And we also know that to take care of the uncertainty, we assess the uncertainty in hydrology, and it is important to communicate the uncertainty to the people. So systems and solutions require to continuously enhance reliability through multi-parameter sensing and knowledge discovery. To handle now connectivity loss, you have used nowcasting, then multi-scale model local to regional, and disaster preparedness through forecast models and reduced false alarms. All these things says that for any disaster risk reduction, you have multi-scale nets, you need to have multi-pronged approach, transdisciplinary capabilities, and community empowerment. And we have achieved it through by integrating vulnerability mapping, meteorological, geological, hydrological analysis, real-time monitoring, multi-scale decision models and early warning, and community resilience program. So what we feel is community disaster resilience is paramount important. Multi-phase, multi-scale integrated approach is needed. Deployment of systems and solutions for adaptive and integrated community resilience is required. So all the different technologies like sensing, GIS, IoT, etc. is needed. Integrated approach, edge computing, and multi-scale decision models has to become capturing dynamic changes, validating, reducing false alarm and automation, and integrating community resilience. So we have several international collaborators who work with us, and I thank each one of them to working with us and making this as a successful taking forward. This is University of Trento. Earlier one you have seen with BGS and Italian National Council, and we at TU Munich. All this we work with each one of them, and I would say thank you to each one of you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. That was a very comprehensive presentation covering so many aspects end to end in terms of understanding multi-hazards and how to sort of develop everything ranging from predicting to the management once an event happens. So it was very, very comprehensive presentation. There are a few questions that have come up. Can a real-time reservoir operation for flood control using artificial intelligence technique be possible, I suppose? And which sensor and forecast models help to prevent the flood? This is a question that has come up.
I hope I am audible.
Yes.
So for the real-time reservoir operations, there are different sensors which you look into. One is to understand the storage capacity and real-time how the storage is increasing, where you can use for pressure sensors, water level sensors. You can also look into the flow parameters based on how you are opening each of the valve. So combining all those things, you will be able to get the reservoir operation. But you need to have the model for the flood prediction model, which will tell us how is it going to actually affect or impact each of the low-lying land where this, once you open the dam, will happen. And that is where over the years you will have data, and that will help you to forecast also. So you are not preventing a flood. You are actually, what is happening is you are trying to inform people and around the people and also officials take charge of the situation. They get the information ahead of time so that we can save lives. So we move away from that place. That's what we are trying to do, isn't it? We can, like, natural hazards will happen, but can we ahead of time see it and just do the action required? So there is no prevention, but no, basically to come to us as how do we build in that resilience in the community so that community can be prepared and move away and save. So it will need simulation models, it will need real-time sensors and the combined effect. And over the years, all the sensor data and modeling data will be combined to learn, which will give you the artificial intelligence techniques will be used to learn, and then the decision models will come.
Yeah, so it is not necessarily preventing the event itself, but to sort of be aware of what is likely to happen and then prepare ourselves and go forward. That is a very, very good. So now, how can we prevent flooding in urban areas? That's another question that has been asked.
So for the urban areas, the major thing is like, there are a lot of new settlements or new urban areas have popped up over the years. So what happened is, like, if you take the case of Ernakulam itself, it is a low-lying land with a lot of small ponds, surface things, etc. So once we made it to an urban area, everything got closed, all the drainage got blocked. All this have contributed to the flood. So naturally, you need to look into how we can bring in proper drainage system, which will take care of this flood up to a level where it won't be like so huge impact on us. The second thing, what you feel is like, as I earlier said, the moment you have an information ahead of time, there is going to be a flood coming in, you can actually initiate mitigative measures so that you can be out of that area, or you can be like different structures can be built in, etc. Because nowadays our models or capabilities are so high that we are able to find out the extreme weathers ahead of time up to 4 kilometer area. So we could use that and then come up with the difference. So, but all this needs integration of different disciplines. We need to discuss each other to come up these together. Otherwise, we are standing as different silos and we will never achieve what we need to achieve as community resilience.
True. On that important note, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. And thank you, ma'am. So we move to the next presentation by Dr. Soundarajan, Associate Professor, Department of Civil Engineering from the Coimbatore campus of Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. Dr. Soundarajan completed his PhD in Water Resources Engineering at the Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, and has been working on a number of funded projects across various funding agencies, Indian as well as international. He is going to talk today about adaptive capacities of water supply reservoir for climate change through hedging policy. I invite Dr. Soundarajan to start his presentation. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Murali. And I'm just sharing my slides. Is it visible?
Yes, Dr. Soundarajan.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. So I'm going to talk about adaptive capacities of water supply reservoirs for climate change through hedging policy, using a case study of Pong Reservoir in the Bias River catchment. So if you look at any reservoir, so the main function of the reservoir is to store excess water during the high flow times and use it during the low flow times. So if you see that, in short, the purpose of reservoir is to equalize the natural stream flow and change the temporal and spatial availability of water. Depending upon the magnitude of natural inflows and the demand at a particular time, water is either stored in the reservoir or supplied from the storage as a result of storing water. Yeah, reservoir provides head of water which can be used for many other purposes, including the hydropower generation. So in case of flood control projects, it provides empty space for storage of water, thereby just reducing the chances of downstream areas getting flooded. This is the common purposes behind building these massive reservoirs. So when you look at any reservoir site, we normally work with different fluxes. So those fluxes are mentioned here, and they are inflow to the reservoir, outflow from the reservoir to various demands, and other losses within the reservoir site, that is evaporation and net evaporation losses, and then finally the state variable called reservoir storage. So all these reservoir fluxes affect the storage capacity required to meet the demand, as well as they also affect the reservoir operation. Reservoir operation is nothing but how much water to be released at different times and how much water to be stored at different times. These are the guidelines to the reservoir operators and how to manage the different demands and how to manage the different storage levels within the reservoir. So when you look at reservoir, how they are operated, so there are certain guidelines provided to the reservoir operators. So one such guideline is called standard operating policy. So the reservoir operation forms a very important part of planning and management of water resources systems. Once the reservoir has been developed, detailed guidelines are to be given to the operator, which enable him to take appropriate management decisions. In India, reservoirs are commonly built for conservation and flood control purposes. The climate experience in India is monsoon type, in which most of the water is received during the monsoon period, typically from the June to September or October. So during the remaining season, we will be getting very low flows. So at the end of this monsoon season, we try to keep our reservoirs at full level. At the end of the dry season, our reservoir storage will be at the minimum. So our previous speaker, Dr. Banisha Madam, also mentioned about the 2018 Kerala floods. And I mentioned that all the reservoirs in the state was discharging the surplus water, which was slightly, to some extent, worsening the flood situations. This is where the reservoir operation and rule-based operation is coming into picture. So after the flood event, the Kerala government started working on the revising the rule curves or operating policy of the reservoirs. So this is still an ongoing process. For few reservoirs, they already came up with the revised operating policy as well as rule curves. For remaining reservoirs, it's still an ongoing process. Hope it will complete in another 1 or 2 years. So this is one of the areas where people have started working because of the changing climate, because of hydrology basin itself. The behavior of the basin is slightly varying. It was not like before. So when people start storing water more than the guidelines level, that is whatever water was supposed to be stored as per the guidelines. So at the end of this filling period, people try to store more water in order to get more benefit. So in that situation, if another frost flood is coming in, so they don't have any additional space in the reservoir to temporarily store that flood water and release it at a safe rate. That was they were not having that much time and space within those reservoirs. That was one of the key issues when the flood arrived. So usually the reservoir storage space is divided into a number of zones. So those zones were created for different purposes. The size of these zones not remain constant and can vary with time depending on importance and demand and inflow and storage levels. So during actual operation, the reservoir operators are expected to maintain the reservoir content in the specified zones. So this conceptual division of reservoir into a number of zones, for example, conservation zone, that is the zone water used to for different conservation purposes like irrigation, municipal water supply line. There is a flood control zone there. That zone is purposefully kept as empty in order to store any flood water coming in. So these are the different typical zones that is normally created within the reservoirs. But zones were created with the imaginary planes that we can also change. You can also adjust all those zones. But again, operating the reservoirs strictly following those zones is always very difficult. Sometimes we may get very low flows, sometimes we may get very high flows. But all the time we cannot follow those zones. But those zones serve as a guidelines for us in order to maintain those reservoir storages and release policies, as well as getting the maximum benefit from that reservoir itself. So that is the idea behind dividing the storage into number of zones. So rule curves can be of any shape depending on our purpose. So this is typically some of the rule curves are shown here, but it can be on any shape. So when we are measuring the output from the reservoir, we normally measure it in terms of performance indices. So how much we can able to get from the reservoir. Okay. This is mainly how much water we can able to use it for different purposes that we are measuring using the standard performance indices called reliability indices, resilience, vulnerability. And if you put together all these parameters, we can also get a single index called sustainability index. So the reliability index will give us how reliable the water supply from the reservoir is. Again, there are two indexes within the reliability. One is time-based, another one is volume-based. Another one is resilience. Suppose if the reservoir is under failure condition, failure is nothing but if the reservoir is not meeting the full demand at any given time, we call that particular time as a failure time period. So if the reservoir is not meeting the full demand of all the purposes, then how quickly that is bouncing back to the normal operation situation when the reservoir can be able to meet all the demands at full, at 100% they can meet all the demands. So that resilience will give the probability of that occurrence. Okay. So vulnerability is the average single period shortage. This will give us what is the magnitude of shortages we are getting within the simulation period. Or if we are working with historic data, we can also see that how many times we are failing and what is the magnitude of failures. Just go through the brief methodology we have adopted to derive the operating policy. So it has five main aspects or five main steps here. One is development of basic zone-based rule curves using any one of optimization technique, followed by development of hedging integrated zone-based rule curves. Then third step is development of hedging integrated zone-based rule curves for dynamic situation. The second step is for the static situation. The fourth one is development of alternative climate change impactor reservoir influence scenarios that we are generating through the belt of perturbations. And finally, reservoir simulations to assess the performance under alternative inflow scenarios and operational policies. The first three steps are completed using the optimization technique. And the fourth stage is using the climate change, changes in the precipitation and temperature data through the delta perturbations. And the final is reservoir simulation task. So this work is applied to the Bias Pong reservoir in the Bias River Basin. The Pong on the Bias is one of the main rivers in the Indus Basin with nearly 12,500 square kilometers of catchment. It also has some amount of snow, permanent snow catchment. The active storage capacity is nearly 7,000 millimeters cube. So the monsoon rainfall between July and September is a major source of water inflow to the reservoir, apart from the snow and glacier melt. And snow and glacier melt accounts nearly 35% of the annual average flow. So you can also see here in the bottom graph that what is the average monthly inflow and what is the average monthly irrigation demand. This reservoir is mainly built for the irrigation purpose, and hydropower is added benefit for that. So this table shows what is the changes in the runoff, annual as well as seasonal runoff due to climate change perturbations. So the climate change is studied through the delta changes in the temperature and the precipitation. You can see that temperature changes is given in the first column, that is 0 means there is no change in the temperature. 1 and 2 is there is increase in temperature 1 degree and 2 degrees Celsius. Similarly, you can see that annual changes in the precipitation is given the percentage. -10 means decrease in the annual precipitation of -10%, then -5%. 0 means no change in the annual precipitation, and the increase in precipitation is 5% and 10%. So all these scenarios we have studied. So we use the high-SIM hydrological model to simulate all these climate change perturbations or changes in the annual and seasonal runoff. So that is effect of perturbations in the temperature and precipitation and the inflow to the pond. We can see that the more inflow are recorded as the catchment precipitation increases, especially for no change in the temperature situation. When it comes to in terms of seasonal pattern of the observed changes, the largest proportion the increase in rainflow occurred in the pre-monsoon periods. Because this is the driest one, so it benefits the more. That is the idea. So if you look at the revised rule curves for the pond, you can see that the optimized rule curves derived are, there are 4 different rule curves we derived. So the first one is the basic set of rule curves in which no hedging is implemented. When operating the reservoir with this rule curve, attempts will be made to meet the full irrigation water demand whenever the available water lies within the upper rule curve and the lower rule curve within that zone. If you look at the zone is very wide, the above upper rule curve, that URC line, that much of storage is left for flood control purposes. The space above the rule curve is for flood control purposes. So URC deepen during the monsoon period to leave space for the increased inflow and thus reduce the potential for flooding. That is the idea there why we are bringing down the upper rule curve during the monsoon window. For the low inflow winter and the pre-monsoon season, the reservoir is kept as close as possible to the maximum, thus ensuring that more water is available for meeting the demands. This is about the first figure. Similarly, if you look at all other 3 figures, you can see the additional curve in between upper rule curve and the lower rule curve, that is called critical rule curve. The critical rule curve, even that is the storage below which we start curtailing the supply. That means instead of supplying the full demand, we will be supplying a fraction of it. For example, in B, we will be supplying only 83% of the demand if the storage is falling below the critical storage level. So if you take it in between upper rule curve and the critical storage level, we will supply full. If it is going below that, then demand is limited or rationed. The B, C, D are very similar, only that is the rationing ratio will be vary in C and D. In C, that is varying with monthly, and D, it's varying in seasonally. We want to see how this changing the hedging policy is affecting the performance of the reservoir. So this is the performance shown here. This is the time-based reliability. This is first and very simple to assess the performance through the time-based reliability. So all the 5 performance indices defined previously were evaluated, but only time-based reliability, volume-based reliability, and vulnerability is discussed further. So with no hedging, the time-based reliability is high. You can see that they are close to 90%, but for all other hedging policies, you can see that the performance is deteriorating significantly. The reason is, whenever we are not meeting 100% of the demand, we are considering that as a failure. Even when we are supplying 99% of the demand, that is also called a failure situation when it comes to the reservoir operation. So some people even take a different threshold level to define the failure situations. But since we are having another performance index called volume-based reliability, we are not changing that threshold. We are keeping it 100%. So if you look at volumetric reliability, time-based reliability, the performance is deteriorating when you implement any hedging policies. If you look at it, the performance is not good. But if you come back to the volume reliability, you can see that no hedging and all the hedging policies, not much difference. That means the volume of water supplied in all the 4 situations are very similar. But if you look at the vulnerability, then there is a significant improvement when you impose vulnerability. That's what I want to show here. Whereas in the with no hedging situation, all the scenarios are having the water shortage of average water shortage of more than 25%, which is not tolerable for most of the water users. So the water resources systems. So water resource systems have inherent buffering capacity that, if well harnessed through improved operating practices such as hedging policies, so developed in this work, will offer effective and low-cost adaptation and mitigation strategies for climate change. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Soundarajan. Sir, that was a very informative presentation. The whole concept of hedging and how it can be utilized for mitigating climate change issues, especially while meeting the needs of whenever there is the water release that is needed, at the same time ensuring that the other issues are not major issues. It was a very, very interesting presentation. Let me see if there is just one question that I thought I can take very quickly. We are almost out of time. Reservoir capacity will also be dynamically affected through progressive siltation apart from water discharge inputs. How do we factor in or factor of safety and sustainable performance to?
Yeah, this is very valid question. When we are developing any rule car operating policy, we are not considering the dynamically changing reservoir capacity or decreasing the capacity due to the silt accumulation. But if you look at in the long term, most of the silt is accumulating in the dead storage, and very smaller amount is occupying the live storage zones.
Yes.
On an average, even when we were working in the Pong, we have seen that on an average, nearly 1.5% of the capacity is lost through the siltation, sediment accumulation within the reservoir area. But within that, the live storage loss is less than 0.25% of the life storage capacity. Because of that, this is not a huge problem when you are looking at in a short time period. The reservoir of nearly 7,000 million meter cube, if we are losing a 0.25% of that life storage, it's not a huge loss. But if you look at the volume, it may be huge. But it's the overall gross volume, it is a very smaller amount.
Yes.
Especially in the Himalayan rivers, they do bring a lot of silt and accumulates within the catchment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Soundarajan.
Thanks a lot
for the very interesting presentation. Now we move on to the next presentation. The next speaker is Dr. Ram Fishman, Assistant Professor of Public Policy from Tel Aviv University, Israel. Prior to coming to Tel Aviv University, Dr. Fishman was an Assistant Professor of Economics at George Washington University, and prior to that, Giorgio Ruffolo, Postdoctoral Fellow in Sustainability Science at the Harvard Kennedy School. Dr. Fishman's research is focused on two aspects of the complex interactions between water scarcity and human society, especially in developing countries. The first line of research investigates the way growing water scarcity is affecting low-income populations, and particularly smallholder farmers. A crucial question is whether farmers are able to manage with less water, or does scarcity lead to social instability, migration, and increased poverty? The second line of research seeks to identify policies that can help farmers who use more fresh water than any other industry on the planet to adapt improved technologies, improve the efficiency of water use, and sustain water resources. Dr. Fishman is going to talk to us today on a talk titled Managing with Less Water, the Quest for Water Use Efficiency of Small-Scale Farms. Thank you very much, Dr. Fishman. The stage is all yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'll share my screen. So as you had mentioned, I'd like to discuss the question of whether smallholder and how can smallholder agriculture become more water efficient. As we all know, I hope the screen is visible now.
Yes, it is.
As we all know, the world is facing a water crisis, a crisis of growing water scarcity. In many parts of the world, groundwater especially is becoming rapidly depleted. And India is one of the most severely affected countries by this crisis. We know that groundwater is very successfully utilized by Indian farmers, especially in the northwest and in the south. And historically, it has really also supported the success of the Green Revolution. And to this day, it's a big driver of productivity in Indian agriculture. But as we can see in the map on the left, all the areas which are marked in red are areas where the resource is being overexploited. And these are the most agriculturally productive parts of the country. So in all of these areas, the water tables are falling. Some places are rapidly falling. And that's casting a shadow, a threat about the future of India's agriculture. It's a very severe issue, which I'm sure everybody here is familiar with. One of the most amazing things about this crisis is even though water is becoming more and more scarce and the resources are becoming depleted, at the same time, the majority of farmers in India are still using this increasingly scarce resource in a highly inefficient way. Like this gentleman who is a wheat farmer in Gujarat is flooding his field, and most farmers in India who have access to irrigation still use the same method to irrigate their field, and it's a very inefficient method. A lot of water is lost in the process, and also basically I think virtually all farmers in India who have access to irrigation have no way, are not measuring the amount of water they use. So we don't have any measurement. And but we know that these ways of applying water are inefficient, and we have many other indications that water use is inefficient. So that begs a question. There is a little bit of a paradox here. Scarcity on the one hand and inefficiency on the other hand. Of course, inefficiency exacerbates scarcity and may even drive overusage. But we have to ask ourselves, why then, facing the scarcity, do we see no transition to more efficient ways of using water, which could potentially conserve water resources? So why are farmers choosing to irrigate in this way, and what can be done about it from a policy point of view? Those are the questions I'd like to discuss. And I think overall, in the discussion around this topic, three types of theories or hypotheses are often raised. One point of view is that even though the water resource is becoming more depleted, farmers are not really mostly feeling the brunt of it yet. If you look at Punjab, for example, where the water table is steadily falling, farmers are still able to irrigate all of their land by pumping more of it with using more energy, but they're still not feeling the scarcity. And according to this view, once scarcity really becomes more severe, then automatically farmers will transition to more efficient ways of using the water, and we may reach a more sustainable situation. The second theory is that the problem is with the lack of incentives, and especially it is widely thought that in India, farmers do not have to pay for neither the water, the groundwater that they use, nor for the electricity that they use to pump it. Often that electricity is the water itself, of course, is not even measured and certainly not priced. The electricity is very highly subsidized. And most economists believe that without incentives, without prices, people will not act efficiently. And that applies to all of us. So farmers who are not do not have to pay any price per unit of water that they use or per unit of electricity they use to pump it, will naturally not make any effort to conserve it. That's the second theory. And then the third theory says that Indian farmers would like to actually conserve water, but they don't know how to do it. They're not sufficiently educated and trained in the right technologies, or those technologies are too expensive for them to invest in. So, three big theories: the role of scarcity itself, lack of incentives, and the difficulty of adopting better technologies. And each one of those theories has different implications for what policy should do. The first theory basically says there's no need for any policy interventions. Farmers will manage and become very efficient, adapt all the right technologies once water really becomes scarce. So there's no need for any external intervention. The second point of view suggests that what needs to be done is to actually install prices. We have to start metering the use of water and electricity, and we have to start pricing them. That will by itself lead to more efficiency. And the third theory suggests that the government should do more to help farmers adopt these technologies. It should strengthen the extension system around water saving. It should subsidize water saving technologies, etc., etc. Now, this is obviously a very important discussion in order for us to be able to direct policy in the right direction, but overall, we are missing a lot of evidence on which of these theories is correct. Many people hold very strong views about these theories, but those views are often just based on opinions or anecdotal impressions and not on rigorous data and evidence. And we should strive to formulate policy based on more evidence. And the major point I'd like to make is that we don't have a strong enough research program that looks into these questions empirically in order to really go beyond ideology and opinion and go into evidence-based policymaking. And I'd like to give you a few examples of some attempts that myself and some colleagues have been making over the last few years to try to get some evidence on these questions. So let's start with the question of scarcity. How can we empirically test whether scarcity will generate efficiency? So it's a little bit difficult to do because we need to find some circumstance. Like ideally, the experiment we would like to have is to randomly choose some farmers, expose them to more scarcity, and then see how they will respond. Of course, that's not something that is or should be doable, but we can identify natural experiments that can help us answer this question. For example, one study in Gujarat utilized the fact that because of some random variation in the geology beyond, underneath every farmer's land, underneath every village, some villages, some farmers had their water run out more quickly, so they're facing more water scarcity. And then we surveyed many of those farmers in the area to see if there is a correlation between the geological structure under their land and therefore the rate of depletion and whether they are more adapt any efficient technologies. And we found no indications of such adaptation, meaning a way using improving water efficiency to deal with scarcity. In fact, those places that had more scarcity, people simply abandoned agriculture and more young people migrated away. There was a significant difference between the two types of villages, and it suggests against this idea that farmers will adapt by moving to efficiency. And we did another similar study in Karnataka where we collected data across 100 villages in the state, and again looked for correlations between the geological condition and increased water scarcity, especially how many wells are failing for that farmer, and whether they are using water more efficiently. And again, we found no indication. The only adaptation we found is to leave agriculture and take other employment. So these results suggest that that theory is misguided, and we cannot really expect farmers to by themselves to really adapt to this water scarcity. And I'm only giving you the headlines here. You know, I can refer anybody who's interested in the papers to see the data and the statistical analysis. So that's concerning because it suggests that without any policy interventions, Indian agriculture is really headed into a bleak future, and water scarcity will increasingly shrink the amount of area which is cultivated. So the second theory is that incentives are the key piece, and as we mentioned before, currently farmers with access to irrigation in India, to groundwater irrigation, do not have to pay neither for the water or energy that they use. So that's a very plausible theory that is the root cause of inefficiency. But on the other hand, it's good to keep in mind that many farmers in India, even though they don't have to pay for the water, are already not able to irrigate their entire land. So they're leaving some of their land fallow, especially in the Rabi and summer seasons, because they don't have enough water. So even though they don't have a price as an incentive, that itself should be a very strong incentive to use water more efficiently so they can cover all of their land. So that's one doubt about this theory. And then there's also a very practical doubt. Those who advocate for just reinstating a full price on the energy used for pumping water, on water itself, tend to discount the social implications of doing so. Everybody likes to hate these kind of subsidies for good reasons. They are distortive and they distort people's decisions. But they also are there for there's a reason why they were put there in the first place, and currently many of the poorest farmers rely on them for their livelihood. If tomorrow the government just reinstates full prices, it's going to put a very large economic burden on farmers, and especially on those poorest farmers who have no wells of their own but buy water from others. So it's not so simple to put these kind of prices back in place. So here again, let me tell you about a couple of studies I was involved in. One study, which was done with the Columbia Water Center, was based on the idea that there is a way of reinstating incentives without putting the burden on the farmers themselves. The idea was, rather than pricing the energy for pumping water, just reward farmers if they make voluntary reductions in their usage compared to some benchline. Okay, so they are still free to do whatever they're doing at the moment, business as usual, but by putting a meter on their pump and checking how much they are voluntarily reduced, actually give them money for that, because the government is enjoying the savings, the government is saving money every time a farmer is not using free electricity. So let the farmer enjoy some of these costs. So that idea was, we managed to convince the government of Gujarat. And what was, excuse me, what was even more difficult was to convince farmers who were very suspicious of the utility that this is a ploy to actually get them to pay. But the pilot was actually very successful in getting the majority of farmers there to actually want to participate. But what happened was very surprising to us, that these incentives, even though the farmers liked them and understood them, had no real effect on how much electricity they use compared to a control group, which did not get the incentive. And that was a huge surprise for us. And a lot of farmers told us, we love this program, we would like to avail of the compensation, but we just don't know how to save water. And that opened up for us this thinking that maybe incentives by themselves are not enough, and there is a need to also train farmers and incentivize them to adopt these water-saving technologies, because they themselves said, we don't know how to do it. By the way, this was the first study of its kind, and now there are attempts to do similar programs in Punjab, in Rajasthan, and it'll be interesting to see how they play out. So that brings us to the third approach, which is about supporting technology adoption. We know that for many smallholder farmers, there is an absence of information and especially finance and those technologies are just difficult to operate, they're unfamiliar to them, and they're expensive to adopt. So that suggests the government can intervene, and that's something that governments like to do. Governments usually much rather install new subsidies than remove old subsidies. So here's an opportunity for governments, for politicians to subsidize those kind of technologies. But when we think about it, we also have to remember subsidies always distort markets. And what is also problematic is that sometimes they are subject to elite capture, meaning only the wealthiest farmers know how to benefit from them. So that's something we have to keep in mind. And we also have to keep in mind that just allowing a farmer to use water more efficiently doesn't mean that they will choose to also conserve water. Because in fact, they might decide to use the water they save to irrigate additional land, either their own or even those of neighboring farmers. So just the technology itself may not necessarily be expected to conserve water, but it can help the farmer to irrigate more land with the same amount of water. So to look at these questions, one study we did was to look at data on 500,000 adoptions of drip irrigation in Gujarat. In Gujarat, quite a lot of farmers adopt subsidized drip irrigation. Half of the cost is subsidized by the government, and the subsidy is very efficiently administered. So it's working quite well. And analysis of the data has revealed that, yes, subsidies do help adoptions, but not by the poorest farmers. So that was one cautionary tale. And second, we also did not find indication that the adoption of the technology really reduces how much water or energy they use. Which, we don't know why that is the case, but the data clearly shows there is no decline after adoption of drip. And where we got more hints about that is in another study in Karnataka, where we actually conducted the field experiments and helped randomly selected some farmers to receive free drip irrigation, so they don't even have to cover their portion of the cost. And what we found in this study is indeed that farmers did not reduce any of their pumping. The farmers who received drip irrigation, which is a technology, of course, I should have mentioned that all of these subsidies we're talking about is for drip irrigation, which is a technology that can help save up to 50% of the water. So sorry if I didn't mention that. And in Karnataka, we did a field experiment. We distributed free drip irrigation to a few hundred farmers. This is with the World Bank Research Group. And what we are finding, this is, we are just analyzing the data, that those farmers who got drip did not reduce how much water they pumped. They still operated their pump to the maximum extent whenever electricity was available. But they used the saved water to irrigate additional land and to provide water to other farmers who neighbor their plots. So it depends on what policy wants to do. If it wants to conserve water, just technology is not enough. If it wants to expand irrigated area, then it is successful, but it doesn't improve the prospects for sustainability. So in closing, these are just a few studies, and they're just give us a little bit of evidence. India is a large country. It has a very diverse set of agroecological circumstances. And given the magnitude and the importance of this water crisis in Indian agriculture, I think we strongly need to have a research program at the country scale to help understand which technologies can successfully operate, be successfully operated by farmers to really conserve water, and what incentives and social and policy interventions can help farmers actually realize that potential. We need to answer that empirically, not theoretically, by deploying experimental trials, pilot sites all across the country in diverse settings, gather data, and then move the discussion from an ideological one to an empirical one. And I'll end here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this excellent presentation. It was different case studies, very well presented. I had a question. There are a couple of questions in the Q&A, but I also had a question. When you said that when the farmers did adopt the drip irrigation and they did save water, but it's not like the savings was made available for the government in the sense that the water was still utilized, and it was utilized by the other farmers in the neighboring farmers, right? So, from the perspective of data analysis, I suppose definitely that you didn't see a savings. But the question could be asked, right? Did the other neighboring farmers have access to water earlier? And if they didn't, by making this water available to them, have we actually not, come up with a more effective utilization of that water at the end of the day? And that may not be so bad a deal as opposed to that water actually being wasted, right? So is there a way to, it looks like since you've seen it twice, maybe it would be nice to capture that in some format. If you see that again, maybe that way could be a distinction.
Yeah, so first of all, we have the full data to prove that, and we'll be releasing the paper soon. But I think you're right about what you say is exactly right, that I think it's a very positive development for water to be provided to neighboring farmers who could not irrigate prior to this. It's absolutely positive. It makes water it increases the efficiency of water use. Yes. It increases the equity of water use potentially if you go to weak farmers. So from that perspective, it's a wonderful advance. My only point is that if your goal is to achieve more sustainable use of water resources, then that is not going to help in that way, because you are still drawing as much water, and the water table will continue to fall in the same way. So it depends on what the goal of the policy is. Is it about efficiency is achieved, but sustainability is not achieved?
I agree with you. Yes, I understand.
And I'm not saying one is more important than the other necessarily.
Yeah, I get it. A few questions very quickly if we can take them. How much of the water scarcity or water table depletion could be attributed to the cultivation of non-native crops or the loss of indigenous agricultural knowledge systems?
Well, I don't know about non-native crops. But surely access to irrigation has really shifted the cropping patterns in India, and especially it has allowed paddy, rice, to be cultivated in areas where it's not ecologically suitable. It cannot be grown on the basis of the local climate. I don't believe that Punjabi farmers cultivated rice before the advent of irrigation there. And we know that paddy cultivation is a real water guzzler, and it's responsible for a large portion of the water table depletion. So it's not a native crop to Punjab, but of course it's a native crop elsewhere in India. And the same is true in many other parts. If you go to Telangana, you'll see paddy cultivation where, many of in the Deccan, in the interior India, paddy is grown in a lot of places where it could not have been grown without cultivation. It's not suitable climatologically, at least in the flooded form. So certainly that has a big contributor to the problem. The question is whether and how this should be reversed, because those are the areas like Punjab, Haryana grow a very large portion of rice production in India. So just eliminating that, that's going to cause a lot of social unrest, and we are seeing some indications of that now. The MSPs are one of the factors that is responsible for the choice to cultivate paddy, but access to water and wheat. But access to irrigation is another big factor in that. So on the one hand, that seems to be, it's a difficult question, because on the one hand, that seems to be very inefficient. On the other hand, if you just stop that tomorrow, what is going to happen first to these farmers, and secondly, to all the Indian consumers who prefer to be eating rice and rely on that, and just stopping to cultivate rice in Punjab is going to raise the price of rice for sure. So we always have to think about the social dimensions, and we can say we should not be eating so much rice. We should be eating bajri and jowar, those dryland crops which require much less water. But hey, the problem is all of us, we prefer to have rice than these. So maybe that can be changed, but let's not just blame others. We as consumers also, our preferences also play a role, and that includes me, obviously. So you should grow rice in Kerala, that's for sure. You should continue to do that. Probably it would be good to somehow shift rice production to more parts in eastern India and increase the productivity there. But it's easy to say. How to do that in a socially balanced way is not easy.
Yes. We are actually out of time. There are about a couple of questions here. If you are interested, I request you to type in the answers so that the others can also see it. And that way, we can save some time. I'd like to thank you again, Dr. Fishman, for a fantastic talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we will be having a brief break. I think the session will resume at 5:30 Indian time. That's about 11 minutes from now, as per my clock. So thank you all for having participated enthusiastically. We look forward to the next session, where we are going to have a talk by Dr. Haruko Murakami Wainwright from the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory in the US. All right. We'll see you shortly. Do stay on. Thank you.
Human settlements in rural areas have always enjoyed a direct link with the surrounding natural environment. However, with rapidly depleting resources, many villages in India have entered into sustained poverty. In 2013, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, guided by its Chancellor, Sri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, launched the Live in Labs program.
We have made this program in such a manner that it has closely knitted the interdisciplinary domains together to bring in the solution. We give the students an opportunity to see the rural community, be in that environment, in the rural community, along with them, live with them. So automatically compassion will be generated in their heart, which provides them an opportunity to find out what are the challenges they are facing and how their technical knowledge can be used to provide it as a solution.
The Live in Labs program continuously strives to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals by fostering self-reliant communities. Bachelor's, master's, and PhD students from all over the world can spend 2 weeks to 6 months working with Amrita faculty and students at one of the program sites. After a comprehensive orientation session and team formation, program participants will live in and explore the village to identify challenges and co-design a proposed solution. Implementation, evaluation, and making improvements will happen after testing the solution in the university's labs.
For any technological solution to be viable, to be sustained, you need to be with the community in designing the solution. That is one of the major things we train them in the whole process, where they work with them in coming up with the design. They look into it, what is their needs, so that they can come up with affordable, adaptable, sustainable solution, which will make sure that the technological solutions will become a success.
The program draws on principles of human-centered design for the development and deployment of sustainable solutions in the areas of energy and environment. By developing pathways to access renewable electrical energy, utilizing smart energy technology, and encouraging sustainable practices to protect the environment and conserve natural resources. Water and sanitation. By designing micro-water distribution and management systems, implementing water filtration systems, and fostering water-wise communities. These are joined by initiatives in rural sanitation, which develop sustainable models for toilet construction, fostered through democratic participation. Health and hygiene. By implementing hygiene awareness programs to increase community health and well-being, developing low-cost technologies, diagnosis units, micro-healthcare management devices, a rural health management system, and epidemic management and detection programs. Livelihood and skill development. By designing immersive training programs to acquire new skills, further developing existing skills, and identifying alternative and sustainable income generation avenues, ensuring long-term viability. Education and gender equality. By encouraging gender equality in education through immersive technologies for language training, vocational training, after-school assistance, and life skill training. Waste management and infrastructure. By exploring environmentally sustainable solutions for rural waste management, such as waste-to-wealth initiatives and alternative affordable construction techniques from natural resources. Agriculture and risk management. By designing innovative and smart technologies to promote efficient farming practices, developing techniques to enhance soil and crop quality, and implementing models and systems to map and identify environmental risks. Over the years, students from multiple universities around the world have come to Amrita to participate in various Live-in Labs projects. India's villages are her life force, and they need immediate care and attention. Societies are at their most resilient when knitted closely with threads of love and compassion. So join us and let us work together to develop self-reliant villages in India. Experience is the final evidence for knowing. Shraddhavan Lepte Jnanam.
Yeah, முடிஞ்சிருச்சு.
Amma's vision for Amrita is to inculcate education for life, along with compassion-driven research to serve the lowest and most vulnerable strata of the society. With this vision to create a highly educated and trained workforce, Amrita is launching a highly interdisciplinary school for sustainable development, which will focus on 7 thematic areas in line with the UN Sustainable Development Goals 2030. The program under this school utilizes the unique framework E for Life to dynamically integrate the social, economic, and cultural aspects, thus enabling the global youth to experience, embrace, empower, and engage with communities through experiential learning.
Hello.
Hello, Dr. Haruka. I think they're just about to play the video which you had sent.
Hi, I'm here too, but yeah, I will play the video as well. Hi.
Okay.
Now we start our today's sessions. I would like to welcome Dr. Wainwright, research scientist, environmental geophysics group from Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. Dr. Wainwright is also an adjunct professor in nuclear engineering at the University of California, Berkeley. Her research focuses on environmental informatics, aiming to improve understanding and predictions in earth and environmental systems through mechanistic modeling and machine learning. She has been working on Bayesian geostatistical geostatical methods, and zonation-based data integration methods to integrate multi-type and multi-scale data sets, for example, point measurements, geophysical data, and drone or airborne or satellite remote sensing data for estimating spatially heterogeneous subsurface and ecosystem properties. She's going to talk to us today on open source machine learning framework for long-term monitoring of environmental contamination. I would like to welcome Dr. Wainwright, and over to you.
Thank you very much for having me in this wonderful conference. Well, I actually recorded my presentation, so I will play this slide. Do you see my presentation actually? Is it okay?
I'm now seeing your screen. Okay, now the presentation is visible.
Okay, great.
But we are not able to hear the audio.
Okay. Sorry.
No problem.
1 second. And I will play this. Sorry, do you hear the presentation?
No, we are able to
Okay.
see, you're not able to hear anything.
Okay, all right, I will speak. Sorry, 1 second. One moment. Sorry, do you hear my presentation okay?
No, you're not able to hear the audio at all.
Sorry, one more.
Haruka, should we try to play from here?
Yes, please. Sorry.
Okay, we'll try.
Thank you very much for having me in this wonderful conference. Today, I will talk about the open source machine learning framework for long-term monitoring of environmental contamination. Soil and groundwater contamination is a widespread problem across the world. Just as in the US, where I live, there are more than 900 large contaminated sites called Superfund sites. These sites have been under remediation for more than 30 years. In addition, there are more than 400,000 brownfield sites which have some contamination by hazardous material. The environmental remediation or cleanup has been evolving over the years. It is fairly new in the human history. Before the environmental laws were established in 1970s in the US, people were just dumping and discharging all the waste. Remediation started in 1980s. At first, remediation was intensive treatments like soil removal and pump and treat that requires a lot of energy, for example. Now everyone is recognized that we are transitioning from intensive treatment to sustainable remediation. This is how actual remediation looks like. This is the picture that I took in Belgium. This site is contaminated by uranium. You can see that there are heavy machinery moving contaminated soil, but you may recognize that they create air pollution and traffic. Also, it produces a lot of CO2. You can also see ecological disturbances, and we have to think about how to deal with the soil or waste. Another thing we have to think about is potential recontamination risk, such as dust generation. So we may say that it is reducing the risk, carcinogenic risk, 100 years later, but it could potentially increase the risk right now. In sustainable remediation, we consider net environmental impact, not just contamination level or contamination removal, but also we consider other metrics such as waste, CO2 production, energy use, ecological impacts, disturbances, as well as noise and air pollution. To minimize the net environmental impact, sustainable remediation considers reuse and recycle of material such as removed soil. And also it considers reducing energy, water use, and waste. In terms of remediation, it relies heavily on in situ treatment and immobilization rather than moving soil. And monitored natural attenuation is a good option when the contaminants do not pose any public health impact. This means that a longer institutional control is required. So the key aspect is to establish alternative and attractive end use, such as solar panels or nature parks. We also need to consider the importance of the information from the contaminated sites. For example, I work on the Fukushima region after the nuclear power plant accident. There are a lot of purely negative articles, even though the cleanup has been quite successful, or there is a fake news saying that, for example, the entire Pacific is contaminated. You can imagine how this sort of information and articles damage socioeconomic recovery from the contamination. As an engineer, I think about how technologies can help. First, long-term monitoring is very important for sustainable remediation because it often leaves residual contaminants at sites. We need to prove that the system is stable and safe, and also we need to detect any anomaly if it happens. For this purpose, we need to develop in situ, low-cost, low-maintenance monitoring strategies, as well as monitoring optimization strategies so that we can achieve cost-effective monitoring. Another aspect is the information from the contaminated sites and public relations. For this, we believe that open data access and open data analytics are very important so that we can empower concerned citizens and we can improve the transparency of the contamination sites. To achieve this goal, I'm co-leading the project called Advanced Long-Term Monitoring Systems Project, Artemis, funded by the US Department of Energy, along with Carol Eddy Dilek at Savannah River National Laboratory. The key is the integration of these three components. machine learning, modeling, and new sensing capabilities, such as in situ sensors, drone, and geophysics. With these technologies, we aim to establish the new paradigm of long-term environmental monitoring. With my students, we have been developing in situ real-time groundwater monitoring technologies based on low-cost in situ sensors, wireless network, and cloud computing. So some in situ variables in the wells are known to be good proxies for contaminant concentrations such as pH, redox potential, and electrical conductivity. And we can relate these variables to contaminant concentration through machine learning. These systems allows us to autonomous continuous monitoring, and we can detect any changes real time, and we can also reduce monitoring costs because we can reduce the number of sampling. For this monitoring paradigm, we have established the data analytics workflow. We first explore the historical datasets and identify the correlations among contaminant concentrations and in situ variables. For example, we can use PCA to see the correlation between, for example, specific conductance and uranium concentrations. Then we can quantify the correlations, for example, in situ measurable specific conductance and uranium concentration. Then we can estimate contaminant concentration based on in situ measurable parameters by the common filter method. In this case, we demonstrated our method using the historical dataset. You can see that the estimate red line is very good agreement with the measured, which are the blue circles. This work was published in 2018, 2 years ago. We got a lot of attention. I think that people are very excited in these sort of technologies and in general groundwater and environmental monitoring. In parallel, we are pushing the boundary of contaminant transport modeling. We are using this new software called Amanji, developed by the Department of Energy. This code is optimized for supercomputers. Amanji itself solves flow and transport, and Alchemia is an interoperable engine to connect Amanji with different geochemistry software depending on the applications. This software handles very complex reactions, for example, of uranium, such as different aqueous species, surface complexation species, as well as cation exchanges. My colleague Zexuan Xu is leading this effort. Here is the movie of contaminant transport and plume evolution. We have 3 contaminant sources, and there are plumes going down. Once the plume hits the groundwater, it moves laterally. Then the clean water comes from the up gradient, and the clean water washes away the plume. But you can see that the significant amount of uranium is stuck in the beta zone or unsaturated zone, as well as the clay-rich zone in the saturated zone. One of the applications is to investigate the climate change impact on residual contaminants, such as flooding, extreme precipitation, or the precipitation regime shift. It is not so simple because, for example, increasing precipitation causes dilution because of more water, but increasing precipitation also causes remobilization of contaminants. In this paper published in 2019, we found that dilution and remobilization actually happen at different timing. The concentration first decreases compared to the base case scenario due to dilution, and then increases due to remobilization. And we might see this remobilization effect 10 years later or so. This study also provided the feedback to the remediation and monitoring, such that the surface capping above the source zone is very important to limit the infiltration through the source zone. And also the source zone monitoring is very important to detect any remobilization after extreme precipitation. Currently, we are working on generalizing our approach, particularly our data analytics. We are developing open source Python package called PyLem, Python for Long-Term Environmental Monitoring. This package includes various useful functions for analyzing groundwater contamination. It is free and flexible and extendable. It aligns with the FAIR principles, findability, accessibility, interoperability, and reusability of the datasets. We aim to improve the transparency of the contaminated site data analytics from raw datasets to visualization. PyLem includes many useful functions. For example, in this plot, we can see the data availability and date range of all the wells so that we can select the date range that have more available wells for machine learning. We can produce interactive maps and do QA/QC, and we can also extrapolate the concentration to predict the time to have the concentration below MCL regulatory limit, for example. We have many unsupervised learning capabilities. For example, we can visualize the correlation among different contaminant concentration and in situ variables. And clustering allows us to find the group of wells that have similar time series, and we can map the group out to the area through the interactive maps. We are developing the supervised learning capabilities, particularly the spatial temporal interpretation of groundwater table and contaminant concentrations. This has been done in collaboration with Amrita University. In this case, we utilize the public database such as ground surface elevation over the globe. For example, we have the automated retrieval of ground surface elevation and then calculate topographic metrics like slope. Then we develop regression with measured water table and estimate groundwater table elevation. We have implemented random forest for trend estimation and Gaussian process model for kriging interpolation. We are also implementing the well placement optimization algorithm. It is a search algorithm developed by my student Daji-san. It provides the minimum but sufficient number of wells to capture the contaminant concentration or groundwater table heterogeneity in the sites. In this case, for example, 20 wells are enough to interpret the groundwater table correctly. Right now, we are very excited to scale this data analytics to continental scale. We have coupled PyLem with Google Earth Engine, IPyLeaflet, and other Python packages. And for example, we can retrieve climate data automatically and ingest directly into the machine learning framework in Python. So for example, we can analyze metrics that are important for evaluating climate vulnerability, such as temperature trend, precipitation trend over the US, which are plus at many locations. And also we can, for example, calculate the distance to the river or the water body. And this has been in development right now. This is the summary of my presentation. I believe that sustainable remediation is very important to address soil and groundwater contamination across the world. Sustainable remediation considers net environmental impacts, balancing contaminant removal and other side effects. It promotes passive remediation, immobilization of contaminants, and monitor natural attenuation. It requires long-term institutional control, but we can develop attractive end-use strategies. In terms of technology development, I believe that long-term monitoring is extremely important for sustainable remediation. For this, we are developing in-situ real-time monitoring strategies based on low-cost, low-maintenance sensors. Identifying covariability among analytes, particularly between in-situ measurables and contaminant concentration, is the key for this approach, and machine learning has been very powerful for this purpose. We are developing PyLAM, Python for long-term environmental monitoring, and this Python package aims to improve the transparency of data analytics from raw data set to visualization. And we aim to empower concerned citizens and improve public relationship. Basically, anyone can do data analytics at the contaminated site. This open source Python package currently includes unsupervised, supervised learning capabilities, monitoring optimization, and also corner scale analysis, such as climate change vulnerability assessments. Thank you very much for listening. This is my contact, and we have a website for PyLAM. It's under development. Tutorials will be up this summer, and I would like to acknowledge our funding sponsors, including Department of Energy and Japan Atomic Energy Agency. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that fantastic presentation, Dr. Ingrid. Very informative. I have a question. Now, there is this very interesting thing where you took real-time monitorable parameters like pH, probably the reduction potential, and then you correlated it with the concentration of pollutant or whichever it is that you are interested in the results that you showed were for uranium-238. Now, have you had an opportunity to study this, the effect of interferences specifically of other constituents that could also contribute to the same, say for example, a change in pH or change in any of these other parameters that you monitored?
Thank you for the question. I would say that correlations are somewhat site specific, and at this site, correlation arises because they are co-contaminants. For example, acidic waste was discharged along with uranium and other contaminants. So, for example, tritium, strontium, uranium, and acidity are all correlated. And also that dominates that nitrate is also discharged at the same time. So it dominates that TDS. So that sort of determines the electrical conductivity. But we found that other sites have other dominant factors. For example, we are working on other sites that water table is really affecting the contaminant concentration, for example. So this is data-driven approach. So it depends on the data sets. But so far, we worked on 2-3 sites, and we have found some indicator variables for the contaminant concentrations.
Very nice. That is very promising to see those results.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for an excellent work and excellent presentation. Thanks for sharing this with us. And now I would like to, if there are no other questions, then I would like to move on to the next presentation. If there are any questions, the audience may post them in the Q&A part portal, the platform, so that these questions may be addressed. Now, the next talk is going to be by Dr. Dipankar Trivedi, who is a research scientist also at Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory in the US. He is a research scientist in the geochemistry department of Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. Dr. Dwivedi received his PhD from Texas A&M University. His research focuses on reactive transport modeling, soil carbon dynamics, redox processes, and organomineral interactions. He also has extensive experience with machine learning techniques and data simulation approaches. Dr. Dwivedi is currently working on advancing the process understanding of coupled carbon and nitrogen cycling under transient hydrological conditions across scales. He is going to be talking to us on a hybrid modeling framework combining machine learning and third wave AI with process resolving simulations to predict river water quality. Very interesting topic. We are really looking forward to hearing you, sir. Over to Dr. Dwivedi.
Thank you, Murli. I'm going to share my screen. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can, and we are able to hear you clear too.
Okay, so is it in the presentation mode?
I don't think it is in presentation mode. We are able to see the.
Let me try again. How about now?
Yeah, now it is. Now it is.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much for the introduction, and I want to thank Amrita University, Dr. Manisha, and several organizers, including Vineet, for organizing this fantastic symposium on water sustainability. This is a more relevant topic than any topic in environmental sciences today. So today I'm going to talk about biogeochemical controls on river water quality. Here I'm going to show how to quantify dynamic surface-subsurface interactions using reactive transport models. And toward the end, I will also allude to third wave AI, as mentioned by Murli, like in my original topic title, how we can use or leverage machine learning techniques to enhance water quality. So I will also take this opportunity to thank several of co-authors and contributors and my colleagues. Okay, my video is not on. Okay. All right. So yeah, so here a little background information, and probably this has been repeated multiple times. Freshwater resources are limited, and these resources are under severe duress because of climate change, emerging contaminants. And here, most important thing is water resources not only impact water availability, but they also impact energy and food because they have a close nexus. And with the demand for water is increasing because consumption practices and population, they are changing. So we need to address this problem very urgently. So here I'll briefly show how using two case studies, one in the Rifle floodplain, and that is in Colorado, and East River, it is also in Colorado, how we are tackling this as a big research team. So in Rifle floodplain, this was our project in the previous phase. Here it's a floodplain, which is around 9 hectares. And the other site is Colorado River Basin, located in Colorado River Basin. This is the East River watershed. So it is about 300 square kilometers. So the difference is, like in the first site, there were several contaminants like uranium and chromium, and we were looking at nitrogen and carbon cycling in the presence of those contaminants. And the East River watershed, here it's a pristine watershed, and here we are looking at water availability, carbon and nitrogen cycling with climate change. So here overall, my goal is to show how we can handle the watershed scale complexity because it's big and we cannot monitor like each and every point scale. So before moving on to my actual presentation, I really wanted to give some background, like what do we mean by a watershed and how it can be handled. So watershed is a basin, or like you can imagine like a pot where all the water, rain and everything flows, and then it exits from a common point. And it has several subsystems like oxbow lakes, hill slopes, marshes, floodplains, meandering streams, hyperrich zones. And all of these have their own function, and their aggregated response impact overall availability and water quality. So here I'll focus primarily on floodplains, meandering streams, and hyperrich zones. And you can see even at a small scale, watershed components, they show a lot of variability in processes. So here it ranges from genome to watershed scale, and we need to account for this complexity and the variability to be able to predict water quality. And a hyperrich zone, for example, another example, hyperrich zone. So here, nutrient-rich groundwater and oxic river water, they interact, and because of different oxygen levels, redox gradients are formed, and they impact entire redox ladder. And the important thing, local fluxes of carbon and nitrogen influence the larger scale carbon cycling. So that's why we need to consider these small scale processes or representations. So a specific goal of this talk is to develop predictive understanding of a system that has spatiotemporal variability and scale issues, and represent linked and non-linearly coupled hydrological and biogeochemical processes, and capture the influence of transients, and especially all of this under climate change scenarios. So this is the first use case, first study, and this paper is published in 2018 in Water Resources Research. So this is the Rifle floodplain, where you can see the Colorado River, and it's a gaining river. Floodplain discharges into this river, and this site was heavily monitored and tracked. So you can see groundwater flows along these blue arrows, and there are a lot of wells across this site. And also, Haruko, she gave her talk before me. So Haruko and her team, they identified the naturally reduced sediments. They have implications on biogeochemical cycling on this site. So we modeled this site using P-Flowtran model, and here is the DM. So you can see site has about like 40-50 meter of elevation difference, and this particular transit TT, this is in green, that is TTO1, TTO2, and TTO3. So TTO3, that is close to the river, it is within the naturally reduced sediments, and TTO1 is close to the hill slope here, that bluff, and then TTO2 is in the middle. So we can see the progression of biogeochemical fluxes here. And this is my modeling domain, which we used P-Flowtran, that is using structured grid. You see the domain looks like this. And here you can see how distribution of naturally reduced sediments were included in the model. And then we had hydrostatic boundary conditions and seepage phase to simulate transient flow conditions. And important thing is, like, this site was previously investigated for uranium and carbon hotspots, and mostly 1D and 2D simulations were done. So this is concurrently second 3D modeling. First one, or before me, Steve Yabusaki from PNNL started, but he primarily looked at in groundwater, and here we are looking at groundwater and the Weddell zone both for nitrogen hotspots. We integrated a complex biogeochemical reaction network in this model, which had one single solid phase carbon that drove the redox ladder, aerobic respiration, nitrification, denitrification, iron reduction, and sulfate reduction. And we had the two different microbial community, one heterotrophs that drove this reaction in this direction, and then chemolithoautotrophs, they drove, they did sulfur and iron cycling. And we also had these microbially mediated reactions using Nicholas-Menten kinetics, and mineral precipitation and dissolution of minerals such as calcite, goethite, siderite, pyrite, they were represented in this model. So moving on to some results here, but this is from observations. So as I said, previous studies indicated that Rifle floodplain was a discharging floodplain which discharges into the Colorado River. But here when we started looking at water level at boundary, which is this gray band, and river stage, that is this maroon band, and these dotted lines, green is mean water level at boundary, and river stage is in blue. So when we looked at, so yeah, green line is always above the blue line, except for a few instances. And that is why this river is primarily a gaining river. However, when this blue line goes up, so the floodplain experiences a hydraulic gradient reversal. And these times are primarily important for biogeochemical dynamics because that changes the redox state of the system. And we will be looking at particularly these times also as we move along. So to develop some confidence, we matched with field observations. So here we can see that vertical stratigraphy shows the gradient change because we had a different fill layer and alluvial layer that had different properties. And we were able to capture widow's zone dynamics reasonably well using this model. And in groundwater, even it is better. Here, model was able to capture groundwater variations along in this particular year, and it captured hydrologic variability. And we can see this particular system has one annual perturbation. We have a rising and falling limbs, and this pattern is consistent across all the wells. And here is a snapshot of snapshots at 4 different times, 100 days and 150 days, where river boundary chain experiences a hydraulic gradient reversal, and 200 and 250 days. So here we can see model was able to simulate this mid-April to June, this gradient reversal, and we will zoom on to this particular time in next slide. So after we developed confidence in hydrology, we also started looking at the nitrate dynamics in the widow zone and groundwater. And here in this particular view graph, we can see nitrate levels at 3 different depths here in these columns, and across 3 wells, TTO1, TTO2, and TTO3. And we can see we were not able to capture these observations any well, but overall average response we could capture. Then we included precipitation in our simulations, and we saw that precipitation was such a important, although Rifle is a very arid region and we don't have a lot of rain there. It's only 25 to 26 inches in a year. However, those short and episodic rain events influence nitrate levels, and that happens because it's organic rich widow zone, and that leads to formation of nitrate, and that percolates as rainwater goes into the groundwater. And overall, we conclude that NRZs and non-NRZs, non-reduced sediments, they show distinct processes, because if you look at TTO1 and TTO3, you can see observations and models both have very different patterns of nitrate. And moving on to some hotspot and hot moments. So as I showed in my previous couple of previous slides, like hydrographs, they had a consistent patterns across all the wells. Like there was a one falling and one rising limb. However, when we look at nitrogen hotspots across the floodplain, so at 3 different times, you can see they actually migrate across this floodplain, and NRZ that particularly has a significant impact on nitrogen dynamics. So overall, hot and cold movements of nitrogen do not occur simultaneously across the floodplain, unlike the flow hydrographs. And spatial patterns of nitrogen species are predominantly driven by the presence of reduced sediments and partly by hydrologic flow paths. Now moving on to the East River site from the Rifle floodplain, which is much bigger in size and scale. And here I'm going to focus on a small meander just to demonstrate some more process understanding. So we can look at this. This is the map of the watershed. It's a mountainous watershed, which has rolling to flat topography. And on the right-hand side, we can look at this meander. And this meander has there are a lot of meanders in the watershed. They show hyperric flow paths, and we want to investigate how these meanders and hyperric flow paths impact biogeochemical processes. And this particular paper was also published in 2018 in Water Resources Region Research. Well, so this is the DEM map of the meander, and you can see this is 0.5 meter resolution map, and you can see all these small scale topographic features. They are very apparent in this particular view graph. And this is in light blue, this is MCP transect. So we also included multiple transect T1, T2, T3, just to simulate or capture the overall response of this meander. So I'm going to show what modeling we did using this MCP transect. So this is the actual modeling domain. So here on bottom panel, this we model using tflowtran, which is an open source, high resolution, 3-dimensional reactive flow and transport code. And we also used as in my previous use case also. So here you can see that these MCP wells, they are located within suboxic and anoxic zones that we will try to capture using this model. And here you can see on the left-hand side panel on the top figure, this shows the gravels and a lot of variability that we used to develop this model. And we had several field observations that actually went into this model development. And one important thing I want to draw your attention to, this is a gully. So MCP1 is on the upstream side and MCP5 is on the downstream side of this meander. So here there is a gully that is close to MCP5 well, and it is about like a couple of meters from the downstream side of the river. So some observations here. So you can see top blue line that shows precipitation, and it is also in Colorado. So Colorado does not receive a lot of precipitation, and you can see, but it has reasonably well variability. And these green and red lines, they show east boundary and west boundary. So this is upstream side red, and green is on downstream side. So they kind of like have a similar pattern, but because of meander geometry and several other factors that cause some relative difference in hydraulic gradient across the year. So I'm not showing hydrographs here, but we were able to capture groundwater levels reasonably well, as we did in the Rifle floodplain. But here I want to focus on redox dynamics along this model transect. So we can look at first model was able to capture geochemical variability reasonably well, like this particular figure, iron 3, iron 2. So we had several observations that we were able to capture along this MCP transect, and the same way like we were able to capture TIC, total inorganic carbon, and pH. DO and nitrate were below the detection limit. So DO and nitrate, they are quickly gone within a few centimeters, like within a meter or so. And total inorganic carbon, as we move along the transect, it increases because all the microbial reactions, they contribute to TIC levels. And pH is fairly stable, and iron shows significant variability. As we move from MCP1 to MCP5, it increases and then reaches around like max around MCP2, and then it starts decreasing. And note that I showed there was a gully close to the MCP5. So as we move close to the gully, this iron that that is removed from the system, it precipitates. So this particular view graph shows a spatial distribution of dissolved geochemical species and pH. So here, as I showed like in my previous slide, that DO and nitrate, they were although below detection limit, and whatever DO and nitrate that came from the river, that is quickly depleted within few meters of those bends, and iron that shows significant variability across and along the flow paths. And the TIC that actually increases as we move from MCP1 to MCP5, and this is from 0 to 5.6. So it's kind of like increasing as we move along. And pH is here ranges 6.5 to 7.3. So it's kind of stable. So overall, intermeander hyperic zones display distinct anoxic and suboxic regions, and the suboxic regions are localized along sides of the meander band. Here quickly, I want to show impact of transients on redox zonation. So here you can see this particular time, like when we have this high river stage. So that actually pushes water inside the domain and have high nitrate values. And iron shows significant variability, and near the gully, we see iron is depleted quickly. How much time we have? So, okay, so here net geochemical exports I want to show from a single meander.
Excuse me, you have about 9 minutes.
Okay, yeah, so I have like a couple of more slides only. Yeah, so we also computed net geochemical exports from a single meander. And this is particularly important because we can actually look at like how river water quality may change, because here we are simulating geochemical exports in real time. Real time in the sense like with the transient conditions. So if we had all projections in the future, we can actually predict geochemical exports reasonably well. So here overall, we can see meander acts as a sink for organic and inorganic carbon as well as iron during the extended base flow and high water conditions. And this is happening because of two reasons. One, during high water conditions, when water level is high in river is not gaining water because it's already higher. I mean, hydraulic gradient doesn't allow river to gain water. And during extended base flow conditions, so as I did not point out, but my model or the actual field condition, they had like different layers. So top layer was a soil layer, and then we had a gravel layer. And as water goes down, then it comes across a shale, weathered shale layer that's very low in permeability. So oxygen or nitrogen, nitrate, they are not infiltrating so much, and activity is low because of that particular reason. So here in these two cases studies, one was at the floodplain scale and another one was at the meander scale. So they enhance our process understanding quite a bit. However, we want to use this understanding to predict water quality at the watershed scale. And we concur that tracking river water quality is key to manage and protect water resources. But there are several challenges, like one, the scale, because it becomes computationally expensive and we do not have field observations to constrain these kind of models. And second, conceptual models are also not, or we don't understand them correctly. So we need to understand how these processes happen at the different scales and how to generate parameters that represent these processes. And second is computational power. So although we have significant computational power now, but it's still for these kind of models, it's not enough, or sometimes it poses significant challenges. So to handle all this, we are working on some scale-aware modeling development. And I just wanted to allude to this kind of concept, and here also third wave AI and all these concepts will go in. So from similar domain where we had like this small to one meander, so we are modeling this for multiple meanders. So this modeling domain is a couple of kilometers in X and Y. And then we also developed a river flow trend model that simulates river flow and the biogeochemistry in the river. And using this model, we were able to identify hotspots and hot moments of nitrogen in these two meanders. And this is in the works, this work. And using these simulations, we are also going to apply functional zonation approach that Haruko developed. And that will simulate this kind of biogeochemical processes at the watershed scale. And here third wave AI will have a significant role. So here is my summary slide. So quickly I want to summarize two sites. So first, rifle nitrogen hotspots occur because of complex fluid mixing, localized reduced zones, and biogeochemical variability. And we also showed, although I didn't include that figure, but naturally reduced sediments had 70% greater potential to remove nitrogen. And East River acts as a source or sink at different base flow and extended water conditions. And finally, to quantify these kind of processes, we need high performance computing capabilities. With that, I'd like to thank several agencies or several projects and Amrita University as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dwivedi, for excellent presentation, ranging from reactive transport modeling all the way to how to expand your scale, bringing in machine learning and AI. Excellent work. I had just a question out of curiosity. I'm not someone who's working exactly on reactive transport or on machine learning. So when you do learning with these models, as opposed to much simpler inputs that you give to your machine learning or your AI tools, right? So you have a significant advantage in that you can give features that are much more representative and reliable. So I would assume that you can utilize the ML far better than if you didn't have this sort of core of your modeling, which is very fundamentally grounded, right? So if for a layperson like me, my work is more experimental. So for a layperson like me, how would you go about sort of integrating ML into this whole picture when you went from the reactive transport modeling that you have, pretty detailed, right, to taking it to the next level? How do you pick and choose what you feed into the ML?
So that's actually I think a very good question, and we always come across those kind of problems. So with machine learning approach where we do not have these kind of physics-based models, so machine learning approaches are limited by like what they see, they can predict only those kind of things, or maybe we can extend beyond that slightly. But with this kind of modeling approach, when we develop a model for a particular site, let's say, and we have enough confidence like our model is working, and then we can do a lot of scenario analysis, like what if something changed, how that will respond. So all of that can actually serve as like a training data set for the machine learning models. That's like a very simple example. That's where we can extend or we can integrate physics-based models with machine learning. Although more advanced approaches people use, like they actually in their loss function, they try to integrate physics itself in machine learning based models. So yeah, so there are a lot of possibilities, but my simpler take would be like with different scenarios which we cannot generate data, of course, because let's say like if we had this meander and we change sinuosity or we change the amplitude, how would that impact nitrogen dynamics, let's say? And all of that can serve as like a training data set.
Yeah, I understand. I understand. Very, very fascinating. Very fascinating. Thank you very much once again for the fantastic presentation. There is one question that has come in the Q&A. Is there spatial invariance for nitrogen dynamics across all meanders?
I think yes, as far as I remember. So another colleague, Michelle Newcomer, she is looking at nitrogen at the entire watershed scale. And I think she saw like nitrogen at different catchments and different, but I'm not sure like what kind of spatial resolution or data. I don't remember right now, but yeah, there is a spatial variance.
Okay. Thank you once again, Dr. Trivedi.
We
will now move on to the next presentation. The next talk is going to be by Dr. Sharon Megdal. Dr. Megdal is the director of the University of Arizona Water Resources Research Center and professor of environmental science located in Tucson, Arizona. The geographic focus of her water policy and management work ranges from local to international. Research projects focused on groundwater include transboundary aquifer assessment and management, aquifer recharge. Current engagement projects include the Indigenous Water Dialogues Initiative and the Diverse Voices in Water Resources. Dr. Megdal holds a PhD in economics from Princeton University. She's going to talk to us on the title, Addressing Wicked Water Problems Associated with a Changing Climate. Welcome, Dr. Megdal, and over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning from Tucson, Arizona, where it's 6 a.m. just about. And thank you for the invitation to speak at this program. I'm honored to be here today. And yes, I am going to speak about wicked water problems. I know you just had a presentation on modeling. I'm speaking in the theme of water resilience for climate adaptation, water governance and participatory approaches. So I'm not going to be talking about modeling, but I'm going to be talking about the various issues that we deal with related to modeling. So with that, I'm going to share my screen. And I do have a PowerPoint here, and I will get that ready to go. So give me 1 minute here. And hopefully if someone will tell me if you're not seeing my slides, I think you are. So yes. Again, my title is Addressing Wicked Water Problems Associated with a Changing Climate. And wicked problems are something I've been speaking about a lot, and I can speak about it for 2 hours, but today I have 20 minutes. So I'm going to go over things at a high level, and some of the problems that I talk about, I'll just be able to give kind of an introduction to, as opposed to get into the depths of it. I am an economist by training. I actually focus on water policy and management. So I look at the actual implementation and practice of water management and water management tools. I also teach a graduate class at the University of Arizona called Water Policy in Arizona and Semi-Arid Regions. So I tend to focus on water scarce semi-arid regions in my work. And this is a slide that I show at the beginning, my very first class, and in many of my presentations, because as we talk about what we see in place and on the ground and some of the challenges and some of the possible solutions, we have to remember that there are many, many factors that determine what we see. So some of them are listed here. Some of them are obviously resource availability, location of water demands and supplies, values and sociocultural factors. But there are a few that I underline here. The legal framework is extremely important. The word governance is in the title of this theme. And the governance really is the overarching framework for what we see in terms of water policy and management. It includes the institutions, the regulations, the governance mechanisms. And what the laws say, what the case law and the courts say are very important. And then the question of how centralized versus decentralized decision-making is. That varies tremendously globally. You have certain areas very centralized, other areas like the United States, where the federal government has quite a say in water quality standards for drinking and discharge. But when it comes to groundwater regulations and river regulations and management, except for where there may be interstate waters, it's very centralized and authorities are given to the states. And then each state is different. And the context is very important. And so I like to remind audiences about the water cycle context. You know, we probably have a lot of scientists here, don't need to be reminded, but I speak a lot to general audiences. And I like to use a graphic like this in part also to show groundwater and aquifers. So if you see my cursor, a lot of people think aquifers are pristine bodies underground, but we know they're not. And in my state of Arizona in the United States, we rely more than 40% statewide of the water supply comes from groundwater. So it's very important to give people an image of what that looks like. And then of course, the geographic context is extremely important. And in my discussion this morning or today on wicked water problems, I will speak to some from the Colorado River Basin where I hail. And just to give you some location points here, this middle map here, the United States. Here is Arizona, the state in which I live, along the border shared with Mexico. So we deal with transboundary issues. I've been working for a long time on a transboundary aquifer assessment program about the shared groundwater between Arizona and the state of Mexico South. You can see we're just east of California, and to your left, this graphic shows the physical hydrologic boundaries of the Colorado River Basin. It touches on 7 states in the United States, the Republic of Mexico, so it's an internationally shared river. Its waters are transported out of the hydrologic boundaries of the basin to some of the large cities in the Southwest and West, such as Los Angeles, Denver, Salt Lake City, Albuquerque. And again, Arizona here is located, almost the entire state is located within the boundaries. And boundaries are important, and I'm not going to speak too much today about tribal water issues and sovereign nations, although I will a little bit. But you know, we're divided into the 50 states, and when it comes to Colorado River issues, it's very important what happens at the state level. But we also have approximately 30 sovereign nations, tribal nations in the Colorado River Basin that also get Colorado River water. And this map on your right shows the basin from the perspective of the tribes, as opposed to the state boundaries, where certain tribes actually span state boundaries. The Colorado River is an iconic river. The water from it is it's estimated that it serves to some extent 40 million people, and it's been very impacted by long-term drought, climate change, higher temperatures, reduced precipitation, where we've been experiencing lower than average flows for more than 20 years, with a couple of good years in between. And so this photo here, this is Hoover Dam. Some of you, if you visited the United States, many people make it out to Las Vegas and take a day trip to Hoover Dam. It's the middle of it is the boundary between the state of Arizona to the east and Nevada to the west. And behind it is Lake Mead, which is a large storage reservoir. And these bathtub rings, as they're called, show the lower water levels. And the level of the lake is a barometer of the health of the basin. and some of the wicked problems I'll talk about have to do with the poor health, hydrologic health of the basin. The problems of the Colorado River are not only due to the climate change, but also to some fundamental over allocation of the river. The other area that I'm going to talk about briefly is an area in the Middle East where I've been studying and working for some time, and particularly the Israel, Jordan, Palestinian area here that I've pictured here. And both of the regions that I'll talk about are what I'd say in the bullseye of climate change. Both have experiencing hotter temperatures, changing precipitation patterns, sometimes lowered precipitation annually, but sometimes not lower annually, just distributed across more extreme, sometimes less frequent events. All right, so the other context matter I want to mention is in my title of my talk, and that is wicked water problems. And these are problems that are big, that are difficult to solve readily. And so what we can really talk about are more pathways to solutions to them, as opposed to getting a point where we're done, we've solved the problem. And I quote a colleague and friend, Lisa Butler. She gave 4 reasons in a talk, a keynote address she gave at a conference I hosted some years ago, that these problems defy standard solutions for many reasons, and here are some of them. You know, incomplete knowledge, contradictory knowledge, opinions, large economic burden, and sometimes the interconnected nature of these problems with other problems, big problems such as geopolitics and poverty. So they're not solved, they're mitigated. You work on solving them. And much collaboration is necessary for effective change. Multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary work is required. And I put here in red, and in the slides that I will go through, I highlight process matters or process considerations that are important to these ongoing efforts. And in that last slide, and you're welcome to share a PDF of my slides, I have a recent publication of the American Water Resources Association on wicked water problems, which is a good source of readings on some examples in the basic foundation. So I'm going to talk briefly about 4 problems of the Colorado River Basin: the imbalance of water supply and demand, groundwater overdraft and invisibility, lack of environmental flows or water for nature, and the lack of water and water infrastructure. And as I said, and sometimes when I have longer talks, I go into much greater depth on these. Today, I'll just be able to give an introduction to them. And so the imbalance of demand and supply along the Colorado River and the regulations regarding the sharing of shortage. So because the Colorado River is an interstate river, our federal government is involved in managing the Colorado River. There are rules, compact, and laws that govern the sharing of the river among the states and with the Republic of Mexico. And as I indicated, we've been experiencing low flows. And though we've had we have a good set of storage and infrastructure for the system, we don't have enough water to keep those storage reservoirs full. And it became apparent that there were going to be shortages. We couldn't depend on the storage that had accumulated in the late 1990s. And so in Arizona, we're particularly vulnerable to shortage conditions. And so the parties had to come together and figure out, what do we do about the fact of low flows coupled with over allocation in the lower basin, which is includes the states of Arizona, Colorado, and Nevada. And so we had to come up with new regulations, and it was very, very tough to do that. There was tremendous burden to be shared depending upon the level of shortage. And so in the 2018 to 19 timeframe, the parties had to come together and develop a new set of guidelines for sharing shortage, because it was worried that if we didn't take proactive measures, the system could crash and there wouldn't be enough water in Lake Mead to go through it for hydropower and to deliver downstream of Hoover Dam. And so this is a wicked problem. This is a problem related to climate, related to population growth, and now we're experiencing a limited curtailment in water deliveries, but the projections are not good in terms of probabilities of more severe shortage. And so we in Arizona created a committee. This was when people could still meet in person. Now they're working on some longer term guidelines and the work continues. And that's a theme of my talk. The work continues. Wicked water problems are not readily solved, but you can work on solutions and pathways to solving them. The second item is groundwater overdraft and the problems of groundwater invisibility. This is a kind of cross-section visualization of a groundwater situation in a largely agricultural area. In California, modeling by our State Department of Water Resources has been done, and there's some real strain now between the ability to grow suburban growth south of Phoenix, Arizona, the 5th largest city in the United States, and agricultural water use, which occurs over these deep alluvial basins. And so much work going on, stakeholder group formed. I served on that stakeholder group and a lot of efforts to visualize. A lot of work going on here. A water for nature. This is an issue that is reflective of the growth of utilization of water, over pumping of groundwater that's led to discharging rivers. And in many cases, such as in the state of Arizona, there aren't protections of the water for nature. We have issues throughout the Colorado River Basin. And the example I like to use here is where there was a coming together of the governmental forces, the NGOs, the water utilities, to once again have water flow to the natural mouth or delta of the Colorado River. Usually it's dry, and there's a beautiful video narrated by Robert Redford, the actor, about this pulse flow. It's beautiful, it's inspiring, but it was a one-time event because of the shortage of water and the utilization of it for agriculture and for people. But this good one-time event occurred because of the working together of the major players, facilitated by a functional and well-working International Boundary and Water Commission between the United States and Mexico. And the fourth one from the Colorado River that I'll mention here is the lack of water access and water infrastructure. And I don't know to what extent it's made it in the news in India, for example, but it certainly made it in some of the international news through the BBC, that the Navajo Nation, a native nation in the states of Arizona, Utah, and Colorado, approximately 30 to 35% of the people there do not have running water to their homes, and so they don't have indoor plumbing and toilets and kitchens. And that became really an acute problem, a chronic problem of lack of water and running water became an acute problem because of COVID-19, because of multi-generational families, lack of running water, inability to wash hands, requiring people to actually haul their water and drive long distances. They weren't able to isolate well. And so there's a lot of work going on through here to have watering points closer to the people. Again, an example of process of coordination among the tribal nation, the US government, NGOs, many working on that. Now, just very briefly, I want to mention some of the wicked water problems that I characterize as wicked problems in the Middle East. Low Jordan River flows, The Jordan River is the only inflow into the Dead Sea. The middle graphic shows you the shrinking of the Dead Sea. This is only through 1993. It's only gotten worse since then. We've got issues of wastewater treatment, water infrastructure. So there you have issues sometimes, especially the ones that cross boundaries. And here I show some photos from an area along the border between the West Bank and Israel. But the geopolitics, the geopolitical situation really is sometimes an obstacle. And there I put cooperative mechanisms with question marks, because there may be joint committees on the books, but they may not be functioning. And on the left, I show a map, getting back to maps, of an area in the West Bank that shows these different colors that different jurisdictions have authority over security. And so if you think about the area A, which is this kind of goldish color, where the Palestinian Authority has the full control of the water and wastewater infrastructure, you look at how disconnected it is. This blue is not water. This blue is a different kind of authority between the Israelis and the Palestinians. And issues of waste flows, that the water flowing from the West Bank into Israel, and not lack of coordination regarding those waste flows. So getting toward the end here, searching for pathways to solutions. The process is very important. The work must continue. These are some of the solutions here: options, desalination, reuse, conservation, water banking, voluntary transactions, things at the household level, rainwater harvesting, gray water systems, new ways of designing the built environment. And what's very important to this is developing information collaboratively and partnerships. So here I just want to note that there are some of the key factors that contribute to mitigating wicked water problems. I've mentioned functioning cooperative mechanisms or mechanism along the US-Mexico border. We have that. We have functioning cooperative mechanisms across the states in the Colorado River Basin. It doesn't mean you don't have disagreements, but you have mechanisms to work through those disagreements. Trust and mutual respect are extremely important. And it's hard to build that trust. That trust can be shattered relatively easily. Involvement of key stakeholders. I mentioned NGOs. The tribal nations of the Colorado River Basin historically have not had the level of involvement and consideration of the US states. That's been changing more recently. Obviously, good communication. It takes both persistence and patience. These things don't get resolved quickly. And I believe it's very important to share experiences and lessons learned, as I do in normal times, travel around the world, and now via Zoom, speak different to different audiences. There's a lot of value to sharing these experiences and lessons learned. And my final comment here is that this photo here on the upper right was of a panel I put together for a conference in Tel Aviv in November of 2019 on implementing desalination across borders. And I had asked panelists from Israel, from Mexico, and the US to speak. And I asked, so what contributes to making progress? And one of the items was eating with your partners. And here's a photo of some of us from the United States and Mexico at dinner that evening or the next day. And of course, with COVID-19, we're not able to do that, but we hope soon that we'll be able to work together in person. And just highlighting here the importance of informing, educating, and communicating. So here is my contact information, our website. We sponsor a lot of very informative webinars. We just had a World Water Day event that we hosted on Managed Aquifer Recharge. We record and post our webinars. And if anybody wants to be informed, please subscribe to our weekly wave. And we have a conference coming up. And with that, I will stop sharing and I am happy to answer any questions if there are any. And thank
I would
you.
like to first thank you for sharing your very valuable experiences, really vast experiences across board, across so many countries, dealing with very complex problems across many communities, and that's very interesting for us to hear, and that you delivered to us a very hopeful message that we work with each other, we communicate, we inform, we educate, and these problems can at least be mitigated if not solved. And that is a very hopeful message for us to take forward, because in India, we face many wicked water problems. States, between states, water sharing, the kind of water contaminations that we face, the kind of climate change issues that we face. The message that we got from you is very reassuring. We look forward to a lot more discussions with you, and we look forward to further further interactions, and I was going to ask a question. There are two questions actually. One, how do we amicably define water budgeting for construction of several dams? Out of your experience, if you could, what have you seen?
Well, that's actually a tough question. And one of the things that I neglected to do at the start of my talk is that often I invite, when I give a talk on wicked water problems, I invite the audience to put in the chat, or in this case, the Q&A, what they would see as wicked water problems of their region and their area. Because as I mentioned, there's no shortage of problems. And even, I also want to note, even in water scarce areas, we have issues of flooding too. Sometimes these precipitation events, they're very extreme and severe. And so, we've got problems with flooding, and I know you in India certainly have problems of flooding. And so, there's, as I said, no shortage. And one other thing I just wanted to say in reaction to your your message of kind of optimism here is that sometimes I show a graphic or a slide of the water challenges, a long list. I try to keep it on one slide and all the work that's going on. And I have a graphic of a glass half full and half empty. And I sometimes say, which part of that glass I focus on depends upon my mood. And if I'm in an optimistic mood, I'll focus on the half full part. But if I'm not so optimistic, the half empty. But I think we have to stay positive, because it's only with that working together that we will develop the solutions. And when it comes to something like amicable, sharing of water, I mean, that is a very, very tough issue. It's an issue around the world, and it will take people working together and understanding their different situations, because if, especially as internationally, the upstream riparian or the upstream jurisdiction may in fact be a different country, right? Yes. Where you may not have the ability to influence. And so compacts, working through things, I mean, it really does take a lot of work. On the Colorado River Compact, the work really started in the 1920s. Arizona didn't like some of it. They didn't even come in until 1940 something with approving the compact. And then there's been laws. And so it's just, and case law and court challenges. And it's just requires ongoing work. But I don't know enough about your legal system, but it would be much better to try to work out the agreements at the front end than have something done and have things hung up in the courts for so long, because that introduces tremendous uncertainties. and a lot of resources going into lawyers' pockets. So it's, you know, I would just say get those processes going and have them be inclusive. That's really an important message too.
Yes. Another question that has come up in the chat is about awareness generation. What mechanisms would you recommend to make all the stakeholders aware of these wicked problems?
Yeah, that's a great question about awareness, because what I say sometimes, I gave a talk recently where somebody said, you know, kind of what would you recommend to people? And I say, well, know where your water comes from. And I don't mean the tap. And so here in the United States, although I gave you an example of a community, the Navajo Nation, where running water is not there for many people, many of us take 24/7 water for granted. And we don't stop and think about it until there's a problem, until there's some kind of problem that interrupts that. And so the stakeholders themselves, defining stakeholders is a question, right? Very often we use the word stakeholders in the water community, and we mean the big water users, you know, the municipal utilities, the farmers, but everybody's a water stakeholder. And everybody in a democratic system has the opportunity to influence the decision makers, because we talk a lot about communicating science to the decision makers. Water is complex. We want our decision makers at all levels to make good decisions, but they respond to their constituents, their citizens. So it's really a never-ending effort to share information, raise awareness. And so all kinds of mechanisms need to be used, including mechanisms like this one and other forums to get people together to talk about these matters.
Yes. So on that note, I would like to thank you for this wonderful presentation. And we will move on to the next. And
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And before the next presentation starts, I would like to hand over the session to our MC, Ms. Soumya.
Thank you, Dr. Rangarajan. Thank you so much for taking time today to chair the first half of today's session. Thank you very much. I now invite our second chair for today, Professor Sethuraman Rao, Associate Professor, Amrita Center for Wireless Networks and Applications, Amritpuri Campus, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, to commence the second half.
Thank you, Soumya. Good evening to the people in India, and good morning to our next speaker, Dr. Nalini Venkata Subramanian. It's my honor to introduce our next speaker. Dr. Venkata Subramanian is a professor in the School of Information and Computer Science at the University of California, Irvine. She has had significant research and industry experience in the areas of distributed systems, adaptive middleware, pervasive and mobile computing, cyber physical systems, distributed multimedia, and formal methods, and has over 250 publications in these areas. Dr. Venkata Subramanian's recent research has focused on enabling resilient and sustainable communities using IoT/CPS technologies. In particular, her research addresses scalable observation and analysis of situational information from multimodal input sources, dynamic adaptation of the underlying systems to enable information flow under massive failures, and the dissemination of rich notifications to members of the public at large. I invite Dr. Venkata Subramanian to present. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. A pleasure to be here. Thank you for the nice introduction, Dr. Rao. Can I share my screen? And I want to make sure, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
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 ma'am.
Dr.
Okay,
Nalini, we
just
can
wanted
hear you.
Okay, can you see my slide?
Yes, we can see your slides.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me to give a talk at this wonderful conference. I'm sorry, it's a little early in California, so I just managed to get on a little bit earlier. And today I'll be talking to you a little bit about our experiences and some of the work that we have been doing more recently in the context of designing and developing and deploying technologies for smart, resilient, in particular, water infrastructures. And as I will illustrate my talk, this is really a cross-layer effort, which requires us to sort of understand things at the device layer, the network layer, the data analytics, etc. And so I will kind of take a middleware approach as we go about trying to address these issues. And I would be remiss before I start if I did not acknowledge let me just see, why am I? We should be able to present here and then I'll go on to the next one. There we go. I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge the huge number of collaborators I've had over several years in looking at various aspects of community scale systems, folks in the computer science and more disciplinary aspects of civil engineering, social sciences, etc. But also in particular, my partners in communities and water departments and agencies and utilities who have given me a lot of information about what are the problems and what are solvable problems and technologies that they have been using in more recent years and problems they've been facing. So they've been a rich source of both problems and solutions for a lot of the work. So before I get on to water, I wanted to kind of set the context. A lot of this work for me, especially in looking at the Internet of Things and infrastructure, came about as an effort sometime in 2013, 2014, as a Global Cities Challenge project called SCALE. And the key premise and idea behind SCALE was to be able to democratize IoT, the idea that the Internet of Things was primarily not designed for people who can afford expensive devices or necessarily have the technology wherewithal to maintain and manage and deploy these kinds of devices. So with this in mind, we worked with a range of partners that you see below to create these small sensor devices and boxes and place them in a senior living facility in Montgomery County, Maryland. And essentially, the idea was to be able to get early warning and detection for when the elderly would have a fall, when they would perhaps leave the gas stove on, and prevent any kind of untoward event by taking that data, communicating it over these emerging long-range, low-power wireless networks, running some analytics in the cloud. IBM was a partner, and sort of engaging a variety of caregivers and other folks who could help when there was a problem. Now, as we started looking at this, we expanded out. And one of the problems that was posed to us was that during the winter month, there are a lot of these pipes that freeze and burst. And this causes a lot of inconvenience, especially in this community. And therefore, that's where we started looking at these underground infrastructures. And that's how we got into water. Now, water, as we all agree, and I don't think I need to talk to this group of folks about the importance, it is definitely a very important and vulnerable lifeline worldwide. And it is vulnerable partly because it's a non-renewable resource in some sense. It's limited in supply. It's hard to manage, partly again because of the underground nature of a lot of the assets, the pipes, and that the distribution networks, the transmission networks, the wastewater sewage systems, etc. This is a picture that I'm not sure how recent this is. It's a relatively recent picture on looking at water stresses in different parts of the world, and they're quite different in different parts of the world. In places like India and China, things are emerging, but there's the density of population and the lack of resources sometimes essentially leads to folks experiencing severe water shortages and perhaps getting access to safe and clean drinking water throughout is, especially in rural regions, becomes a challenge. In some other places as well, such as the US and the UK, so there is an infrastructure, but this infrastructure is old, it's aging, it's subject to a lot of degradation. And in fact, the recent American Lifeline Association report card gives the water, some of the infrastructures in the United States, a whopping grade of D+. And a lot of these pipes are really old. And this results in, every so often, these more often than we like, big pipe bursts, causing other kinds of inconveniences such as road closures and gaps in the road and evacuation. It also causes other issues, and most of us are familiar with the Flint crisis, which I will describe a little bit later, where a change in water supply led to a public health disaster. And this is kinds of issues that we want to avert, or at least maybe detect earlier, so that we can take enough action to avoid issues. Now, I will very quickly run through a couple of examples just to sort of illustrate how this problem can arise in a very simple setting, and also what it leads to when you have a much more complex setting, such as a large disaster. So this is a video that one of my students got off the internet from 2017. And here, this was a quiet street in Ukraine. And I'm just going to, it was a pipe that was not used for a very long period of time. So the authorities decided to send some water down the pipeline and see what happened, to just see if it was working. And if you just observe a little bit over here, you can see that, it was a quiet pipe, but the explosion caused a lot of significant effect on that particular street. Luckily, there weren't too many people. In Los Angeles, a few years back, one of the big issues.
Scene where a massive cleanup project is underway after a water main burst in Los Angeles.
And now we're hearing that the cleanup.
Can you hear that?
A while. Kirk Hawkins joins us live from UC.
Whoops.
Yes, Dr. Nally.
Yes, we were able to hear.
Okay. Let me just go on.
How West now to an incredible scene where a massive cleanup project is underway after a water main burst in Los Angeles.
And now we're hearing that the cleanup will be lasting a while. Kirk Hawkins joins us live from UCLA with just how long this is going to last. Kirk?
Well, Allison, city officials just wrapped up a news conference here a short time ago, and they now say it could take at least 48 hours before this neighborhood and the UCLA campus return back to normal.
The streets of Los Angeles transformed into a raging river. That sinkhole is getting bigger and bigger. It's only getting worse. A nearly century-old water main 30 inches in diameter burst Monday afternoon, creating a 15-foot hole and sending up to 10 million gallons of water surging into a busy street and onto the UCLA campus at a rate of 35,000 gallons per minute. All this coming at the height of a hit.
So this happened, it was got a lot of publicity because it happened during a historic flood, and this was just one pipe. And the key thing to note about here is they went back and looked at it. First, it wasn't a very big pipe. It was only 30 inches in diameter. Some of the transmission mains that you have around Los Angeles are like really huge. They're like 12 feet and in diameter, and a car can go through them. And so one can imagine that this could have been much worse. And this was the junction of a very old, like 100-year-old pipe, and something else that was like a 97-year-old pipe. This is just one junction that essentially gave way, possibly due to aging, and this was the consequence. Now, in a natural disaster such as the Northridge earthquake in 1994, this is a very commonly studied earthquake for a lot of seismic activity. It was a magnitude 6.7 event. It wasn't just one of those things that burst. It was 1,000 distribution pipes, 60 transmission mains, a lot of reservoirs. There was a significant damage to the underlying water infrastructure as a result of a natural disaster. And that took several days to get water quantities back to different portions of the city. Boil water orders, 9 years, in fact, to come back to full functionality. So restoration takes a lot of time. So in this sense, when we think about infrastructure resilience, actually there's a definition of it. It's a definition from a presidential policy directive, which defines any kind of infrastructure resilience as the ability to adapt to changing conditions. In other words, from the water point of view, to maintain some kind of acceptable level of service when you have these kinds of faults under normal operation, that one big pipe burst or leaks that you would assume that happen in a silent way under the ground. And also the ability to recover very rapidly from very large disruptions like a Northridge earthquake and efficiently restore functionality. And in order to do this, if we start to look at what technology exists out there, today we have SCADA technologies, but this usually exists above ground. At the pump stations, there's few of it's there in places, it's expensive. There's a limited scope of instrumentation that exists, at the distribution level, primarily for billing, and that's what it's used for largely. And this is largely to control and manage and understand water quantity and usage and bill for it. But water quality essentially requires a much more human-oriented effort. It requires people to go around and collect these lab samples, maybe in response to some kind of report that there was a problem, and to be able to run these lengthy laboratory exams. So in short, it's expensive, it's limited, it's time-consuming, so we need some other way to try to address some of these issues. And our approach to looking at this is to take what we call a cyber-physical human point of view, where by instrumenting the physical infrastructure, and there are advantages at all these levels, in the physical layer, you're saving infrastructure costs, if I can point to certain regions that are far more vulnerable to damage than certain others and ruggedize them before they cause very large amounts of damage. At the cyber level, if we can continuously monitor some of these infrastructures, we're able to fix and find and fix these little small leaks before they become these very large pipe bursts and cause, damages to the transportation infrastructure, damages to community services, etc. So in some sense, by doing this, you're saving the agency different kinds of operational costs. The Washington Suburban Sanitary Commission, which is a water utility that we worked with, also did use this kind of opportunities to do some neighborhood planning. If I'm going to dig and fix something, why don't I fix things around it anyway? In the big scheme of things, it also saves manpower costs. And some of our work has shown how, by doing intelligent analysis of the water quality data, we are able to save manpower costs and time to be able to detect, for example, sources of contamination. And this allows us to save manpower costs as well. And we believe that our work has shown that some of these emerging technologies, the IoT, machine learning, and looking at a model-driven based approach and a data-driven based approach can help manage these infrastructures more efficiently. So, as computer science people, as networking people, we tend to think of things as everything as a network, and the water network is a network with pipes and links, links, which are pipes, and nodes, which are these different points in the network, joints, etc. But it's actually more than that. It is actually a complex engineered system that is governed by certain laws of physics, like the hydraulic model, the Hazen-Williams equation that you're seeing above, which dictates, what is the flow rate at a given pipe, given the hydraulic head or pressures at the different endpoints in the pipe, and some attribute of the pipe itself, how old it is, what material it is, how big it is, etc., and so on and so forth. But this complex engineered system is not just subject to hydraulics. There's also a lot of supply-demand variations in places like California and Arizona, I'm sure where our previous speaker was from. There are conservation measures that also change the dynamics of how these systems behave, and the dependencies that we will illustrate also change that. In addition, disruptions like breaks, not just at the physical level, but also at the cyber level, can cause a variety of issues. So the thing with these kinds of disruptions is that you don't know when and how they happen. Like failures can happen anywhere, they can happen anytime, they can happen at any level. And therefore, exactly predicting what their consequences will be is hard to do. There is some uncertainty and variability in that process. It's not just, as I said, the physical infrastructure that fails, the sensors that measure, these pipe pressure heads or flow rates might fail. The communication networks over which you transport this information might fail. The servers over which you run this analysis might also fail, leading to different kinds of operational fidelity. So really what we need is this kind of cross-layer service where if you look here at the physical layer and the device layer, in our work, we've essentially used graph theoretic approaches to try to understand issues such as topology, design, and sensor placement. It's not just us, several folks have done that. And at the network layer, we kind of build in resilience. So the idea is to be able to build in resilience techniques at each of these different layers. At the network layer, we want to be able to get the data to where it's going to be analyzed fast enough. So we essentially look at resilient overlays, find multiple paths, multiple networks over which that data can be communicated. And once the data has gotten to where it can be analyzed, the question is, what kind of techniques can you employ? And here again, a variety of combined domain-specific model plus data-driven techniques and machine learning techniques are some things that we have done over the years. But if you look at sort of the bigger approach, the middleware approach that we are following, the idea is to take information from different sources, static information, dynamic information, information about the network topology, data coming from sensors, reports coming from human beings who say, hey, the water pressure in my house seems to be low. Information from external sources such as weather reports that can, for example, tell you what is the likelihood of a pipe freezing. And we saw a lot of these issues recently in Texas when a cold wave essentially caused a lot of pipes to freeze. There was a huge power outage, but more importantly, following the power outage, there were a lot of pipe breaks and loss of water services. So our goal is to take all of this data and understanding water networks is something that civil engineers know really, really well, and they've built several domain models and simulators to try to understand the behavior of these networks. So we want to be able to leverage that to the maximum extent possible. Some of these are computationally intensive, so we want to be able to combine them with intelligent machine learning techniques to understand how and when failures happen and be able to alert authorities to take countermeasures as quickly as possible by fusing these multiple sources of potentially incomplete information. So we have done work at different layers, and I will describe a couple of these at very high level, given the time constraints, but I have a set of references at the end, and I'm happy to talk about it with any of you anytime. So let's take the first problem, which is sort of at the sensor placement layer. The question is, if we look at any kind of wireless sensor network and water distribution networks as well, sensor placement has largely been an issue of, I have a network, let me cover the network. So these coverage-based approaches essentially try to make sure that every portion of the network is covered and you're able to capture you're able to monitor different portions of the network. And there have been a bunch of different approaches. I won't get into that. But at the end of the day, these can be expensive because they require significant instrumentation. And there are some issues with being taken into account the time semantics of when and where a failure occurs and what exactly is observed further down the line. Our view of it is a little bit different. Our view is that while it's important to detect all of these different kinds of failures, some things are more important than others. And for example, water infrastructure or pipe breaks or other kinds of flooding that can impact, for example, vulnerable populations. This is an example of a senior living facility during Hurricane Harvey in 2017. And I don't know if you can see it on the screen there, but it's really sad. The elderly here are sitting in waist deep in water. They just can't go anywhere. And that's what that was caused by a lot of the overflows and flooding. Pipe breaks that impact, for example, or infrastructure failures that impact a hospital or a nuclear power plant can cause much more damage, not just loss of lives or damage to property and health of humans, but also economic damage. So our goal is to be able to take some information about the community structure, the demographics, the population density, the location and presence of different types of critical facilities, like the nuclear reactor that we saw earlier, and be able to understand the structure of the community, combine that with different types of failures, like what would happen if there was an earthquake that happened here, and develop a community vulnerability model. This community vulnerability model can tell us when there's a failure. If you're an earthquake, for example, you're able to understand what the potential impact might be at different population centers or at different vulnerable locations, and drive sensor placement based on that. And so we call this impact-driven sensor placement. And, the impact can be measured by, and both in terms of impact to water quantity that is caused by things such as pipe failures, or impact to water quality that can be caused by things such as contamination events. And, the paper contains a lot of details. This was published in ICCPS. But the idea here is to be able to, at some level, provide some notion of importance or impact that is happening as a result of an event to a certain in a certain region. Now, and instrument sensors at those regions, for example, or so that in fact you don't exactly instrument it at that region, you instrument it upstream so that you're able to catch it before it becomes severe. These kind of in situ instrumentation is actually quite expensive because it requires trenching. The sensors have to be significantly ruggedized. Here's examples of sensors that Orange County Public Works that we work with have instrumented recently. And, they instrument things like 10 sensing units. Now, if you have a network with like 1,000 nodes, instrumenting everything becomes a significant cost. So there's this new emerging work that is technologies that are coming up, which combine not just these in situ sensing data, but also mobile sensing data. And these include things like these pipe bursts, these smart balls and pipe probes that are these little units that you insert into the water network. They go along the water network fueled by the pressure and are essentially able to take away different types of data that are geolocated as the pipe, as this unit flows along the pipeline. And at certain points, you're able to take it out. Because you're able to insert it and take it out, you can customize where you put it. It's also reusable, and therefore it becomes more cost effective. And our experiments with different types of water networks, different scales of water networks indicate that these hybrid deployments are significantly, they are able to realize lower impact to kinds of failures, so, on the community, while being significantly more cost efficient. We have work at other layers, but I'll very quickly give you some examples of what we did with multi-leak localization. So, failures can happen under normal settings. So here and there, pipes can fail. And one of the things to remember is that these pipes don't necessarily fail sequentially, and they don't fail at different times, right? So there's interconnection. So for example, if this was normal operation and I had one failure, I would have some leaks happening at different points. But if I had two of them, very quickly, you would observe the effect everywhere. So this kind of highly correlated infrastructure and network will essentially is non-trivial to isolate the source of these different types of problems. And in our work, we have looked at, combining these kinds of model-driven approaches where we generate profiles of failures, combine them with plug-and-play machine learning techniques. In our case, these are an ensemble-based supervised learning techniques, and use that in real time to more quickly identify where the possibilities of failures are, send humans or get human input to get more information. I will not get into the details of the algorithm, but as you can see, it's an ensemble-based algorithm that generates the profile, and this profile is again used to generate what we call leak probabilities for these different nodes. And we use these modeling techniques significantly to identify these leaks quickly and concurrently. And I just wanted to illustrate one result here. And one of these results is, if I can combine the IoT data from human input, from weather input, I can get a significantly higher accuracy for these pinpointing these different kinds of failures in community systems. In our work, we have also looked at, so this is when you have a small number of leaks. As you can look at this graph, as the number of leaks go up, it becomes harder and harder to isolate. what happens when you have 1,000 such leaks, for example, in Northridge, and where you're not experiencing a 3% failure, but more like a 30% or 10% failure even. So we've looked at problems of state estimation and water networks. And our state here is that we have few measurements indicated by the meters, but you're trying to understand the state of the links and nodes at many other points in the network. And you're not just trying to understand states such as what is the pressure or the hydraulic head, which is the term that's used. You're trying to understand more semantic concepts. Which communities have low pressure? Where is there a broken pipe? Which communities have lost access to water, and where does potable water have to be delivered? So this kind of state estimation is used to inform those kinds of actions and semantic decisions. So we've developed techniques to develop a state estimator that fills in these missing points, smooths out stochastic measurements, and looks at understanding the operating state of the system. And again, without going into a lot of detail, we found useful an AI technique called graphical models, where we think of these networks as graphs, and we model, for example, these physical properties as a causal connection or causal relationship that says, what is the maximum likelihood value that a pressure at a certain location is, for example, a certain value. And this, as you will see, we create these structures called factor graphs, run, again, on these graphical models, a technique called belief propagation, which kind of is a cyclic process that estimates or infers what is the value of pressure at these different nodes. Turns out that if I have large networks, this kind of graphical model-based state estimation is quite time-consuming. And therefore, we broke this up into smaller networks and looked at this as, using a technique again called articulation points, and looked at inferencing on these smaller networks. And long story short, with this multi-phase approach, we were able to converge in a fewer number of iterations and get much more accuracy of state estimation in these kinds of water networks, especially when there are a large number of failures. We've also looked at several efforts in water quality contamination, but I will skip that given the interest of time. But the basic idea here is that, measuring water quality is a time-consuming process. So human-driven grab sampling is required. So for somebody to go and back and forth and isolate the problem is a very long-drawn process. And therefore, it's an inverse problem. In fact, you're given some observations, find the source of the problem. And we have looked at, in our case, a reinforcement learning-based approach combined with a hidden Markov model approach to kind of jointly look at the key figure to look at is there's the cycle of location inference. You kind of narrow down the location, send a human, get a grab sample, do some more analysis, go back again, and reduce the cycle significantly. And some of our work indicates that, these kinds of techniques allows us to isolate the fault much more quickly. I will end with a couple of emerging directions. We've also done some recent work in running this kind of analysis. Most of what I described earlier, you ran it in the cloud or at a server. We're trying to bring this towards the edge by saying that, why don't we look at what's happening in the edge? For example, if the water in a contaminated stormwater setting is turbid, can I determine if there's a presence and trigger more expensive kinds of operations when this, when I detect that there's a problem, and not necessarily do expensive operations all the time. And so this work has been done in concert with Orange County Public Works. We have some other projects that we're doing in this context, mostly looking at creating a water data exchange for water utilities to exchange information with each other. And this is a brand new project. Hopefully I'll get a chance to interact with you sometime on it. And also looking at the large failures and different kinds of failures, and combining data-driven approaches with model-driven approaches through a technique called robust simulations. So I will stop right here and open the floor for questions. But really, I think in the long term, being able to do more decentralization, bringing things towards the edge, having a human-oriented and centric approach with open architectures is essential for us to design these systems that can work for many different kinds of communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Subramanian. Very informative lecture, how to apply some of the latest cutting-edge technologies, both in IoT, CPS, as well as AI, ML, all the modeling techniques. We have run out of time, but I would probably ask you one question. Maybe you could give some brief insight. If we were to adapt this to an Indian city scenario where we can apply these for the water network there, what do you see as the challenges there?
So I think there are several challenges. I think part of the issue is an understanding. One of the big issues that we've had is getting an accurate. First, there's an accurate understanding of the network itself and its behavior, and the demand-supply variations that bring in aspects of, where exactly should I instrument? And I think part of the issue might be that, the doing things underground is always hard. If I have to trench up a lot of the roads and cause a lot of community disruption, the question is where would I do that and how useful is it? What kind of sensors would I put? I think water quality is always an issue. I think it depends. If it's a urban context and a rural context, things are a little bit different. I think one of the things that you want to do is, I work with firefighters and they tell me this thing that I'm not a Christmas tree. Don't put a sensor on me for every different situation. And I think that's kind of the issue here. How can I maximize the use of any kind of sensing infrastructure that we put in? We have recently done some work in looking at smart streetlights in Taiwan. And part of the idea is, can I take, for example, a camera network, for example, instrumented on smart streetlights, or flood sensors that are instrumented on roads to predict earlier, ahead of time, if there are problems. For example, things that I use for traffic monitoring can also be used for flood detection. Things that I use, camera analysis, for example. Things that I use for air quality monitoring can be used to measure things that give you some indication of the levels of precipitation and humidity that in turn can impact issues. I think from an AI point of view, one of the biggest issues, and one of our students is looking at it, is how do I generalize some of these techniques to work in any context? You're only as good as your data is in many of these machine learning techniques. So do we have enough data about the water infrastructure and its vulnerabilities before we can start to understand where the problems are and solve them? And things that work in California may not necessarily work in Arizona or in Bangalore, right? Or in a rural place in India. And so I think an understanding of the local context is extremely important in this situation. It's kind of a vague answer, I know, but it's that's kind of the nature of the setting.
Yeah, that's good. There's one question that has come up. Hello, Professor. You were talking of a sensor placement approach with critical locations in mind. Whenever there is a water burst that is not detected early enough, there is a huge waste of water, which is not acceptable in many places with constrained water availability. How does the model of sensor placement work in such a case?
Yeah, so the idea here is not to do the sensor placement, is to do it way a priori, right? So there are things you do way ahead of time from a planning phase. And if I can place these sensors, one goal is detect it before it becomes really big. So most of these pipe bursts don't happen out of the blue. They start out with small leaks that are unnoticed and don't become visible until they somehow come up to the surface. So for example, if you observe, puddles at different points in the road, maybe there's a pipe leak that's happening somewhere, and until it doesn't get to the notice of folks until it becomes this big burst, like the examples we saw with LA. So the early detection of silent leaks can prevent a lot of those big bursts. And the sensor instrumentation that is done a priori can detect those small leaks, which hopefully can prevent these big bursts. Sometimes, you don't have a whole lot. There are other factors such as, periods of floods and drought can cause different kinds of effects on the geography of the region. And some of my civil engineering friends, they have a term for it. So there's, essentially the pipes can, because they're going up and down, they can actually have more fragility as a result of that. So using these kinds of fragility models can help us understand maybe where to instrument and prevent these big things happening when they are small, by detecting small things. And periodic monitoring, maybe using these kinds of mobile sensing technologies like the smart ball, can help maintain. So regular maintenance is essentially important. I guess it's not an easy solution, but you prevent the big ones from happening, and do what you can a priori to achieve that.
Thank you, Professor. Thanks again. Thanks for taking the time. It was so informative. Thanks a lot. Our next speaker is going to be
somewhere. Okay, you can do that. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Avinash Chand Tyagi. We are very happy to welcome him. Water and climate expert, former Secretary General, ICID, former Director of Water and Climate, WMO, former Commissioner, Policy Planning, MOWR, Government of India, National Capital Region, India. He is also the Vice President of India Water Partnership, India Water Partnership, Global Water Partnership South Asia. He is our partner for IWSS 2021. That is the current event. So thank you, Mr. Tyagi, for being with us here today. So he has 37 years of experience dealing with various facets of water resources management. He has worked in the water resources sector in the Government of India for 28 years at the Central Water Commission, Interstate Tungabhadra Board, and Ministry of Water Resources. He is the former Commissioner of Policy and Planning, Ministry of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation, Government of India, former Secretary General, International Commission on Irrigation and Drainage, former Director, Water and Climate, World Meteorological Organization, Geneva, and a former Regional Council member of Global Water Partnership South Asia. So he has a stellar record, so we welcome him and we look forward to your speech, Mr. Avinash Chand Tyagi. Please proceed.
Thank you, Dr. Rao, and thank you very much for that introduction. I would like to share my screen, and I hope, no, am I being given the right to share my screen?
Right?
Have I been given the right to share my screen?
Yes, he can share.
Do you see the share screen option at the bottom of the screen in green?
Yeah. Okay, maybe just a moment. I'm taking some time. Yeah, I don't know why the screen is. Can you share the screen from there? I've got a presentation.
Do we have the presentation?
Can you screen? I have got a screen here.
Sir, you will see it as share screen, which is something like a green color or something.
Yeah.
Just press on that. And then you will see several windows. Take the first window which says screen, click on that, and down bottom at the right end, you will hear it as share. Then click the share button.
I'm not able to see that green.
Maybe you just touch the window, then it will come up if it's not there. and just click on the window, then you must see a bunch of options coming at the bottom.
Yeah.
Yes, I think you've done it.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see.
Sorry for that bit. Okay, I need to remove this and to share this. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Rao, and thank you, the organizers for inviting me to participate in this discussion. Till I heard Dr. McDowell, I was thinking that I am in the wrong room because we were talking about a lot of models, etc., which didn't appear to be the topic which I was given about learning. Maybe it was artificial learning, but now what I'm going to talk to you is about human learning, basically, and that too in the context of water. The last question which Dr. Rao, you had asked Nalini, was about what prevents Bengaluru or Delhi or whatever city in India in adopting that approach which she was referring to for locating the pipe burst. To me, the biggest gap is skills. The skill development is one area which we really are having great difficulty in the country. So my talk will be about a case for skill development for water domain, basically, because we all know that together with the demographic changes and the climate change which is taking place, we are entering an age of really planetary boundaries and resource scarcity. We have population which is bursting out of the seams. We have cities which are overcrowded. So if we really want to address our water management issue, then we have to really recognize these boundaries. That means we have to develop or plan our cities in such a way that we do not come over, we are able to come over these difficulties. Although the water crisis has been recognized for last 10 years or so as one of the biggest global risks, or one of the top three global risks, and it has also been recognized that to realize the SDG 6, or for that matter 2030 agenda, we need resources, and apart from that we need skills, partnerships, and people's participation. Now, those are the issues which I'm going to address here. Well, we all know that integrated water resources management is addressing the economic efficiency, the social equity, and ecological sustainability. And to do that, we need to have an enabling environment, and that enabling environment requires the capacity among all the stakeholders who are participating in the process of water resources management. Particularly, integrated water resources management requires a three-way dialogue between, and that too an informed dialogue between government processes, the society processes, and the science processes, basically. And this conversation between the government, the society, and the science needs to be on a permanent basis. It has to be a continuous process. We cannot just do that for a week during the World Water Day or some such occasion, basically. So what we need to do is we need to look at how we enhance this trialogue. And for that, we need to really improve the professional education. We need to have enhanced technical skills. We need to have development of soft skills among professionals so that they can handle issues like conflict resolution mechanism, basically. We need to really educate our children and create general awareness. Of course, the need for general awareness has been realized. Am I to stop in 5 minutes? Hello?
No, sir, I think it is some mistake happening.
Okay.
Yeah, please proceed.
I hope I have 10 more minutes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So this has been recognized, and even our Prime Minister has said that water conservation campaigns should be launched. Sadhguru at the UN, he has been talking about this. And then, of course, there are a number of schemes which have been taken up under the government of India, as well as the various state governments. In the Kerala, water literacy mission has started. In Maharashtra also, water literacy mission started. Even the Ministry of Human Resources and Education, they have done some work in that direction for the schools. But all these efforts are in bits and pieces, basically. There's no concerted effort. For example, the Catch the Rain, which is now starting, it will go up to maybe June or July, something like that, basically, right? And then there will be lull. And then, of course, after 1 year, we will again come to know, okay, we have to do something to raise the awareness. We need to have a continuous process, which will be required to be followed to its end. Although there is no end to this whole process. So why we are talking about water literacy? For one thing, that water is everybody's business. I think this has been already mentioned earlier also. And all the human and natural systems are influenced by the availability, by the accessibility of water or the distribution of water. And if we want to adequately provide fresh water in good quality and quantity, then we have to really forms a growing challenge. Now, what is essential for practically all industries? We all know that primary industry or second industry, whatever. And at the same time, the water cuts across all development sectors, whether it is the tourism sector, whether it is the agriculture sector, whether it is the power sector, the water cuts across all these sectors. And water security is very essential for food and energy production. So therefore, actually, to talk about water, we need to really not talk about the water sector, but rather we talk in terms of water domain, basically. So I have been using this word. I hope you agree with me that we cannot talk water as a sector. Now, first of all, we have to really understand why we are looking for water literacy, basically. And what is water literacy? Basically, there are different definitions which have been provided, and different people look at it from a different perspective, from the perspective from which they are working. But Megan McCroll and Hilary Hinman have really made this very complete definition, which includes that water literacy includes science and system knowledge, the hydro and social knowledge, and local knowledge. Now, this knowledge has to be then converted into a functional knowledge which changes the attitude and values, which enables individuals to take action, and also a collective action. So that's how we look at water literacy in its totality. We all know that we have grave crisis as far as the skills are concerned. Therefore, National Skill Development Policy was started in 2009, and it was revised later on in 2015. And accordingly, a National Skill Development Corporation has been tasked with developing an enabling environment for skill development in the country. And it is a kind of a private and government joint initiative, with private sector taking 51% of the share. That means they are to take more responsibilities as well as. Now, under this Skill Development Corporation, 37 sector skill development councils have been established. So for each of the sectors, which if you want to look at the skill development, you address that through a particular skill development concept. For example, there are 37, these are the 37 sector skill councils: agriculture, apparel, automotive, beauty and wellness, electronics, construction, Indian plumbing, and so on and so forth. I have highlighted 6 of them rather, which are very much influencing or are influenced by water availability or water availability. Agriculture sector, the construction sector, the Indian plumbing council they have talked about, the mining sector, the power, tourism and hospitality. Now, fortunately or unfortunately, none of the sectors councils, these sector councils, are addressing water issues at all, basically. So there is, therefore, a need for addressing the skill requirement in the water domain separately. Now, what are these skill councils doing basically? Just to give you an idea, they first of all identify the skill development needs. Then they develop a skill development plan. Of course, they set the competency standards and qualification for various vocationals, basically. They standardize and affiliate and accreditation process, participation in affiliation, accreditation, and standardization, plan and execute training of trainers, and promotion of academic of excellence. These are the different kinds of functions of various skill council. In case of council for water domain, I think it will be slightly different. So we will have to look at it separately. Now, skill development council for water domain, as I said, we are not looking at a sector, but we are looking at a domain basically. So the objective of that will be to facilitate comprehensive engagement with various service providers like irrigation service provider, water utilities, municipal authorities, wastewater management entities, water users, and public prone to risk due to water-related hazards. Augmenting active engagement of all stakeholders. We were talking about stakeholders involvement is very important basically. And the theme of the today's theme number 4 talks about participatory management. So it will provide skills, develop multidisciplinary skills in water professionals and understanding of water issues in sector professionals dealing with water. Because as the water sector is influencing other sectors, for example, if I talk about urban flooding, basically. Now, it is the PWD who develops the roads, basically. And if the roads are not properly laid, naturally, the water which is supposed to go into the drains which have been constructed by, let's say, civil engineers or the water sector managers, then they will not enter into the drain itself. So they need to be also involved in the whole process and made to understand the importance of dealing with water. Then create technical skills and awareness, diversify the existing education, training, and skill development, build awareness, and offer opportunities to socially conscious citizens, basically, to work in the sector. Basically. Now, what kind of activities they will take? This Skill Development Council can take. They'll establish a forum, basically, build partnerships, set standards for education and training for schools, water-related institutions, universities, and education training agencies in the water sector. Promote and assist the development of interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary curricula. Because today we talk about lot about the multidisciplinary approaches to water issues, but there are no universities or there are no institutions which are addressing how to do that. Basically. Supporting and enhancing tertiary water education capacities for all, particularly in smaller states, and develop interdisciplinary materials. Now, what will this SDCW or Skill Development Council for Water Domain benefit? Who will benefit from it? It will support implementation of national water policy to begin with, by provision for assisting in IWRM, interstate water dispute resolution, managing river basin organization, etc. It will narrow skill gaps for implementing several Government of India initiatives and programs such as Swachh Bharat, Clean Ganga Mission, Smart City Mission, PMKSY, Har Khet Ko Pani, More Crop Per Drop. All these initiatives which have been taken up by Government of India, I think they need the skills, and there is a need to, there's a gap in skill there. So there is need to narrow the skill gap. For that, we need concerted efforts and continuous efforts. Better water service for farmers by irrigation departments, by improved functioning of water user associations and improved agriculture water use efficiencies. It will also help better water and drainage services for urban population. We have, especially the urban local bodies, today we all know that they are in very bad shape so far as the skills are concerned, basically. Then it will help increase water savings, improve and sustainable rainwater harvesting. All of us talk about we should go for rainwater harvesting, but what how do we really do that? It is a simple technique, but it has to be done in a certain way. If we are not putting the right kind of filters, and then we will be putting dirty water into our groundwater reservoir, and that will be much more harmful than really getting it dry, basically. So better support to reduce, recycle, and reuse programs. We talk about these 3 R's a lot, but there is no support for them basically today. Enhance availability of professional and skilled workforce, and provide technical support to teachers. Every time we say, okay, in the schools we should teach about water. Now, what is to be taught at what level? What are the materials which we can provide? So all this has to be really produced at one place, or at least in different centers, and provided to the teachers basically. Teachers cannot by themselves, when looking at what background they come from in our country. So they cannot be expected to know all about water. So therefore it is important that we provide the material for education to children and youth to the teachers basically. I mean, there are various kind of vocational trainings will form part of this. I have just listed a few of them, but there can be many more. For example, in hydropower, we will need dam instrument technicians. In urban water management, we will need to train pump operators, skilled operators for wastewater treatment plants, etc., basically. So, I mean, these are the, so this program will take up vocational training. It will facilitate water education, basically, by providing, let's say, provide technical support material, etc. And it will provide literacy and community education, basically. Now, if we are to do all this, basically, and as we had said earlier, that it's everybody's business. So everybody needs to be really made aware, informed about, and given knowledge about water. So if we have to take a project at such a level, I think it needs humongous effort, basically. And we need to develop tools which are really communicative, which are easy to use, basically. And we have seen during the COVID-19 process that maybe traditional classroom training, for other reasons also, and for this also, may not be the right approach. E-learning today has become very much liked by each and everybody, because you can do it at your own time. So therefore, it is important that we take up this water literacy program for community education. Now, who will be the audience for such a program? Basically, as I said, since water is everybody's business, it will be everybody will be need to be provided skill or awareness or information about water. I've just listed few of those audiences. We can talk about irrigation manager, urban planners, PHE professionals, PW professionals, technician involved in irrigation, drainage, water user association, resident welfare association, self-help groups, NGOs, volunteer organization, personnel involved in irrigation, water supply, disaster preparedness and response, training of trainers, etc., etc. And yes, I'm in the last one slide. And it will be done through a e-learning course structure, which will be having modules, videos, quizzes, assignments, certification. And it will lead to a certification process depending upon what kind of information or education or the skill you are taking from this. The mechanism will be a consortium of training institutions, professional associations to universities, central and state departments, and willing NGOs. I have jotted down some of these potential knowledge partners which can be part of this. ASCI, NDMI, NIH, NIUA, National Water Academy, Rajiv Gandhi National Groundwater Training Institute, Human Settlement Management Institute of HUDCO, civil society institution involved in water literacy, CPT University, IITs, and other central universities, or even Amrita University or Vidyapit also. governments of various states, and voluntary. These are the institutes which are already participating irrigation and drainage skills. So this is the kind of approach we need to take to address the skill requirement in the water sector. I am sure that since the time allotted was very little, I might not have been able to explain few things. But if you like to really ask some questions, I will be very happy. And this is my email address to contact. With that, I close my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. You really raised our awareness about the potential for skill development in the water domain. We have a question from the previous speaker, Dr. Venkat Subramanian. It is exciting to see conservation and awareness measures being instituted top-down from the central government level. Are there established strategies to allow agencies to measure the effectiveness of these efforts in different communities?
Yeah, that's a very good question, basically, and that's why I bring this need for skill development council for water, because presently there are no such mechanism in our, even let's say if we talk about smart city mission, in that we have imparted a lot of trainings to the urban water bodies, basically, water organization. However, we have not been able to really pinpoint what are the total requirements and whether they have gained much from it or not. So there is a need for really setting up a mechanism. And I think when any skill development council is set up, a monitoring is also set up with that. And if, as I mentioned, if we can address this need, then it will be possible for us to even monitor our existing programs and what we are doing in terms of awareness building in that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for your time again. Now we'll move on to the next speaker. Our next speaker would be Dr. Bhavna Arora, research scientist at Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, USA. Dr. Arora is a research scientist in the Energy Geosciences Division at Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. She received a PhD from the Interdisciplinary Water Management and Hydrological Science program at Texas A&M University in 2012. Dr. Arora also holds a minor in mathematics and computing from the Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. She specializes in utilizing a combination of numerical models and data mining techniques to test new hypotheses and apply these tools to provide a scientific basis for solving diverse issues in the field of water resources management, environmental remediation, and ecological sustainability. The title of her talk would be New Approaches to Identify, Interrogate, and Model Hot Zones of Water Contamination. Welcome, Dr. Bhavna Arora.
Thank you so much for this invitation. I'm super excited to share this presentation. Okay, I see I do have. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so thank you again for inviting me to speak here. I think it's been a very exciting session. Today, I'm going to be talking about new approaches to identify, interrogate, and model hot zones of contamination. So in the past, the way that we've looked at geochemical contamination or water contamination, we usually look at in a bulk framework. And here I'm trying to nudge this to say, are there hotspots or hot moments in basically interfaces or zones that have higher contamination than the rest of the region? So a big picture motivation here, and this is like preaching to the choir. You all have been talking about how water sources are limited and that we should be paying more attention to, lakes and rivers and how hydrologically important and ecologically productive these areas are. But the one thing, that's coming up more often is how vulnerable these are to climate change. And we're already seeing impacts of climate change on our water resources, especially freshwater resources, through changes in temperature, changes in snowpack and snowmelt timing. We're seeing more hurricanes, more changes in rainfall intensity, and the runoff volumes that we've been seeing in our river. So I want to show you by, an example through pictures, and these are remote sensing imagery by Planet Labs. And this is one of the lakes in California. So this is Lake Shasta. It's one of the largest man-made reservoirs in California. So you can start, this is the first one is a backdrop image in November 2011, background flows, everything was going well. And then we hit a drought in California, and you can see in 2014, the color of that picture and how shallow you can see a much of the outlines of the outcrops near the lake. And in Jan 2017, we had a great winter season, monsoon season, and so the flow was back. But even this imagery shows you might have the same amount of rain and you might fill it up, but things don't look alike, right? So it never returns to the original period where we started. And so I also want to highlight that was just water flow, which we could observe from remote sensing and above ground imagery. This is another example. This is from Canadian lakes, and they've been facing problems with harmful algal blooms, I believe, since the 1980s. But what's happening now is that they're seeing more and more intensity and much earlier season, blue-green algae and these algal blooms happening in their lakes. And, the reason is because they've had a lot of phosphorus loading in these lakes from agricultural and stormwater runoff. But the other reason is that the temperatures are so warm in the summers that it has enhanced the intensity and frequency of the observations of these harmful algal blooms. So I do want to bring your attention to these water quality perspectives, thinking about, how imperative it is to understand the role of how the river or the lakes are flowing, under current situation, but also how may they change under future climate change scenarios. So a simple way to, identify or describe this variability in flow regimes is by characterizing it as low flow, high flow. Maybe there's seasonal, annual, or decadal variability. But how do you translate what's happening in the rivers and in the environmental flow system to the variability in water quality parameters? And so what are the challenges with respect to converting that information? And I show that from this figure. Maybe it's not as clear, but what I'm showing here is that you may have, say, groundwater wells that have different, profiles. They may increase or they may change from year to year. So you could have, the blue, green, red showing different, either showing different wells or just showing how much water level is within those wells. So that varies. But what that translates to a water quality parameter, like maybe nitrate concentration, it's not linear. That translation is not linear. And so you may expect differences in how the nitrate concentration might behave or other contaminants might behave as you're seeing those climate change events happen in the future. And this is because, the water quality and these contaminants that we study, they're getting impacted by multiple hydrological and biogeochemical processes that are interacting strongly with each other. So we definitely need new capabilities and move beyond just above ground and remote sensing imagery to identify where are these peaks in concentration occur and where we should be concerned about such water contamination. So the first step there is to define something called geochemical hot moments. it basically means what are the times when the concentration is peaking or has a really high level of activity. And it's disproportionate because it's different than what we observe during other time periods. So you might have a seasonal or an annual behavior, but then all of a sudden you might see a peak in this concentration. So I'll give you two examples. One of them is here shown on the figure on the top, which was, flow in the Gold King mine wastewater spill. What happened was you can see the color of that river is orange because it picked up water from an acid rock drainage site. So immediately all, the Colorado River or that Animas River downstream was looking orange. So that's one event. It was a pulsed event. It just happened that one time, but you're seeing contamination in that river. There are other events that could naturally lead to these pulses where we are seeing higher concentration of contaminants. So an example here at the bottom is dissolved organic carbon concentration in a shale hills watershed. And you can see that most of the time, the concentrations are pretty low. And during snowmelt, you can observe very high concentrations. And during the late summer and early fall, you can also see high organic carbon concentration. So again, those are, two different ways of looking at. One was a pollution hot moment that happened. Another is a more natural event that happens. It's a pulsed activity. But these few rare or isolated events or things that happen, much more frequently, and you can imagine these snowmelt events to change because the snowpack is changing in these Western environments to cause differences in these hot moments in the future. So there are really two types of hot moments. And again, I do want to emphasize that these hot moments are important to characterize because they may occur less than 1% of the time, but they contribute to a significant proportion of contaminant concentration that we observe in our rivers, in our lakes, and so on. And there are two different types of hot moments. One are transport driven, which means that the hot moments occur because of intense hydrological events, like you may have floods or hurricanes or precipitation intensity that has changed recently. So you might see more of that contaminant ending up in our water quality and in our water systems. The other ones are called biogeochemical process driven, just because of the unique situation and the unique combination of geochemical conditions that support the release of those contaminants from our soils and sediments and release them to our waterways. So again, the identification of both types of hot moments are really important because they can help us think about best management practices and prevention, before those contaminants are released into the waterways and provide a way of controlling these contaminant fluxes. So the objectives for this particular talk are to walk you through some of the approaches that I and my group have been using to identify these hot moments from conservative species to other more contaminant species in two different settings. One, I'll talk about a contaminated river floodplain site, and another one is an Arctic site. And then we'll also walk through how do we identify the two different types of hot moments, whether there are more hydrologically and transport driven versus if they're biogeochemically driven. So I'll be using the wavelet entropy approach to characterize and identify these hot moments. And that's because wavelets provide time frequency characterization, so they can tell you when those peaks occur, but also what times are they occurring. And this is advantageous because most water quality indicators show high natural variability at multiple scales. And there are different types of wavelets we can use, as you can see on the image on the right. And so you might think about a water quality indicator that you've used yourself in your work, and you might see, oh, if you scale them or stretch it along the vertical axis, this looks like what I've seen in my rivers. So we'll use this approach, and then we'll combine it with the Shannon entropy concepts to get at the climatological and other correlation parameters that says what's really impacting and what's causing those hot moments to occur. So the first site, as I said, I want to talk about the Rifle floodplain site. Why I want to talk about at the site is because there are several similar floodplains that are located throughout the mountainous west, which are pretty similar to this site. And this site is hydrologically important, as are river floodplains across the world, and they're also vulnerable to climate change. So this particular site, it's a former uranium mill tailings remedial action site that's located on the floodplain of the Colorado River. So that's the south side boundary that you can see in the red line. The flow direction is towards the river for most of the year. And there are several features, hydrological features at the site. We are looking at data from 3 different transects on the site. So we had wells that were located where the uranium contamination was the highest. That's transect 1. Transect 2 is just north of our site boundary, and it's basically natural seeps that are, coming up. So it's an expression of groundwater on the surface. And so we wanted to get at something that was not contaminated and beyond our site. And the third site is called NRZ, or the naturally reduced zone. These are locations where we found, clays and pyritic minerals. And so we believe they behave differently in terms of uranium for this site. So we applied the wavelets. What you're looking at is the local wavelet spectra on the left. And what it shows you is that within, conservative species that are not reacting to anything within the aquifer, we see this 4 to 6 month frequency come up again and again within the contaminated zone. So this was repeated beyond chloride to other conservative tracers that we have in the system. But whenever we looked at a redox sensitive species, we found an additional frequency of variation. So we found 2-month frequencies and the 4 to 6 month frequency impacting these concentrations. Then we went over to the seep zone, which we believe is not contaminated, and it's like background concentrations. Here you see a completely different profile. In terms of all the conservative species are now showing you this 24-month frequency. And then if you look at the reactive species, you see another frequency, which is at the 12-month scale. So there is definitely an annual and then a biannual frequency that's impacting these concentrations at this within the seep zone at this particular site. We move on to the naturally reduced zone. And what we see here is that for both the conservative and the reactive species, we see this 3-month frequency. So it's very different from what's happening in the seep zone or in the contaminated zone. And, so we decide to use a Shannon entropy approach. So we extract the coefficients from those wavelets and we look at different climatological parameters and other hydrological parameters to say, what are they telling us? Why is that frequency coming out for different frequencies across these different transects? So what this mutual information is telling us that for that contaminated zone, you can see that snowfall and total precipitation were the ones that were contributing to the frequency that was observed in those geochemical species. In the seep zone, it was like, you can see high values across multiple hydrological features. Examples are, depth to groundwater, Penman evapotranspiration rates. You also see it with daily discharge, average temperature, and the like. So that basically meant that it was reflecting the net residence time of groundwater, and that is what was impacting the contaminant profiles that we were seeing there. When we look at the NRZ, mutual information, we see that all the values are pretty low. And this basically tells us that the flow of information is weak, so it's not really correlated to climate parameters or the hydrologic parameters. And that instead, lithological characteristics are something that could be a predominant control for these NRZs. So just to summarize the findings from that particular site, we found these peaks in concentration of the frequency of geochemical hot moments in the contaminated and seep zones to be transport related and hydrologically driven, because they showed correlations with rainfall, snowfall, and groundwater fluctuations in this particular in these two transects. But within that naturally reduced zone, the hot moments were dominated by the lithologic and mineralogical characteristics, and so they were assigned to be more biogeochemically driven. So I should add that we ended up doing reactive transport modeling work on this, separating, how that NRZs behave, and we do see a lot more mineralogical control on the carbon exports and nitrogen exports from within that domain. So, this finding was correct, even when you use a high fidelity numerical approach to look at this data. So one thing is definitely that approach worked really well for us to identify what the frequencies are and what are the causes for geochemical hot moments at this floodplain site. I do want to walk you over to the other site. This is the NG Arctic site. NG is one of the experiments, DOE projects. It's called the Next Generation Ecosystem Experiments. And the focus of this particular project is to look at carbon cycling in high latitude Arctic environments. So a major concern for this particular project as it started was that these particular regions are considered to be carbon sink, but are they going to become carbon sources with the climate change that we are experiencing? This particular site is located in Barrow, Alaska. So that's Barrow, Alaska. This is a zoomed in figure of where we conducted our study. Those are two ERT transects. And one thing that stands out from this figure is the patchiness that you see. And that's reflective of polygonal ground features on the site. So you can see the three different types of polygons that we find in this particular study. This is work by Haruko Wainwright. She classified how carbon cycling works across these. So, we looked at greenhouse gas data across those three polygon types, the low centered, flat centered, and high centered, and we had data over 3 years. So one thing that clearly sets you up for this, you can see that flat centered polygons and the low centered are increasing as we go from 2012 to 2013 for the CO2 flux. But 2014 was completely different in terms of that high centered polygons showed a much higher value here. For methane fluxes, we found, for all three reasons, all three polygonal types, we again found that trend that, it increases to 2013, but then declines. But that low-centered polygons were the main contributors of that flux. So then we look at, simple data statistics. We're looking at soil moisture, soil temperature profiles. And what we see is that 2013 was a cooler year, but again, it contributed more to both CO2 and methane fluxes. But, 2014 was a cooler year, and 2013 had lower soil moisture. So it's giving us, different values. So 2014, 2012 had kind of similar soil saturation, but 2014 was much cooler. So it doesn't give us a complete picture as to why are the trends that we are seeing. So again, we use an entropy approach, and this is, looking at CO2 trends, and we looked at multiple things, multiple factors that might contribute to the differences in CO2 fluxes across 2012, 2013, and 2014. So one thing that's pretty obvious is that we found features like low-centered polygons to be exceptionally important for CO2 fluxes for 2012 and 2013, but not for 2014. When we looked at, the growing season periods, we again found 2014 year to behave differently. And again, if you just look at temporal variability across those years, 2014 stands out again. So just to summarize from that results, there was much more detail into that analysis, which I didn't get a chance to talk about here. But what we found from that study, and this is already published in Stoughton in 2019, is that soil moisture really explained most of the variability in CO2 fluxes across those polygonal types. But soil temperature explained this variability across years. The other thing that was really important for us in terms of thinking about those climatic controls was that plant-centered polygons are becoming important sources of CO2 during warm and dry years, but high-centered polygons are becoming important during cold and wet years. So this is a phenomena that's changing as we are entering into this decade with much more, wet and dry years juxtaposed together. So one thing for sure is that these type of techniques, both wavelets and entropy, can be used for designing future sampling strategies by looking at this past study and thinking about what factors may become important or what sites may become important for us to collect some of this data for these multi-year type of studies. So I just want to end here. If you didn't get any of that, just the take-home message is that both wavelet and entropy approaches, they can be used to identify peaks in geochemistry, and that we have applied it to several other features. We're actually working with Manisha ma'am and Swati Venkatesh on coastal environments to, again, using the wavelet entropy approach to see how sea level changes and other climatic parameters impact water quality in these coastal environments. And then this is another approach. And again, this is a paper that was published last year, looking at, moving away from concentration discharge analysis to look at and identifying specific river reaches based on where pollution and contaminant levels may be high. So I'm going to say thank you and leave the acknowledgements out there. Thank you so much for listening in.
Thank you, Dr. Arora. We have a question, so let me read out the question. This is from Dr. Sudesh Vadavan. There are hot zones of enhanced contaminations. When should the remedial measures be affected and where? Is it at the source of contaminants or the contamination media, and for how long?
That's a very good question. So this one, the last approach that I kind of shared there was really looking at river reaches that have higher contamination. And this provides you identification that we're seeing, say, higher levels of mercury in our rivers. We're seeing higher levels of nitrate. And once you are able to segment the river reach, then it becomes obvious you have to go back to the sources of contamination within that region. Like, where is it coming from? Is it septic tanks? Is it landfill leachate? And then you have to control that. You can put barriers in place, and Department of Energy has been like super efficient in putting barriers and other things to prevent release of these contamination into our waterways.
Thank you. There's one other question. How to control algae in ponds and lakes?
So I should say I'm not an expert on algal blooms at all, but I do know that you cannot control it. Don't drink that water. It's not controllable. Do not chlorinate that water or heat it. It's not going to work. The usual way is to control it at the source. And what's happening is that we have so much phosphorus and nitrogen loading in our rivers from agricultural runoff. And that's a non-point source. So, it's hard to control those runoff. A good way, a sustainable way, is to use more, don't use phosphorus-rich fertilizers, like go back to, like we're talking about biochar amendments and other more organic ways to improve the fertility of those soils. Yeah.
Thank you. So thanks again for that informative talk. So we'll move on to the next speaker. Thank you so much. So our next speaker, we have two speakers speaking together. We have Mr. Bikram Patnaik and Mr. Ram Mani Tiwari. Mr. Patnaik is the co-founder, CEO, and managing director of Amoeba Technologies Private Limited. He's an IoT expert with over 11 years of experience in smart solutions and software development, process and system automation. He also has expertise in e-governance and ERP system development and management, and is passionate about AI, cloud, and data analytics. Amibi is in collaboration with the Gulf-based emerging tech company, MR Agile Tech. The two companies are expanding the IoT solutions and innovations to international markets. The second speaker, Mr. Ram Mani Tiwari, is the founder and CEO of MR Agile Tech, corporate trainer and public speaker, MR Agile Tech India. And he has a bachelor's degree in electronics engineering, an MBA, and is Microsoft and AWS cloud certified. He has over 20 years of dynamic experience in the telecom and digital sectors in the markets of India and the Gulf countries. Mr. Tiwari also has expertise in handling large teams responsible for product development and management based on AI, IoT, cloud, and big data. So as you can see, now we are moving from academics to industry. So these are industry experts. They're going to talk about their industry experience. The title of this talk will be IoT and AI 360 degrees approach. Sorry, IoT and AI 360 degree approach towards water sustainability. So I welcome Mr. Patnaik and Mr. Tiwari. Sirs, you can proceed with your presentation.
Hi, good evening, everyone. And thank you so much. Can you see my slides now?
Yes.
Okay. I'll start.
Yes.
Thank you Thank you very much, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, under the umbrella of UNESCO, for organizing this very, I can say, the cause which is the necessity of the moment. And thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Till now we have been speaking about technologies all the time, but now this is the right time we are going to speak that why this technology is required for water and why this technology is required for water sustainability. So I'm starting, I'm on the podium and I'm going to start this session, and then from maybe Mr. Bikram will join. On behalf of Amebi and MR Agile Tech, I would like to welcome all the guests. I would like to welcome the dignitaries from across the globe, and I would like to welcome all the brothers and sisters who are joining this session across the globe. And I welcome everyone. From my time zone, it is evening, so I'll say good evening, but I'm sure that you all will take it according to your time zone. I'm CEO of MR Agile Tech. With me, Mr. Bikram Patnaik, who is joining. He is CEO of Amebi Technologies. We are basically a team of technical and business professionals who have come together, and we have expertise in IoT and AI solutions. And it started from water. We got into oil and gas, and we are into smart business solutions, big data and analytics, and digital transformation. But today we'll be focusing on the IoT part. Welcome once again, everyone. But we know that there is a time constraint. Will not take much of the time because this session has been going for a long time. So we'll try to cap up within 4-5 slides. And the agenda of the presentation would be, we will definitely talk of that what prompted us to go for the IoT water. Because if you don't talk, then it will be an injustice. And probably when we share our little story, it will inspire a lot of tech professionals to come forward and work for the environment and water. We'll be talking about IoT in brief. What is IoT? What is our AI IoT suite 360 degree? We will actually discuss about a live case study of IoT water for one of the government clients we have. And then definitely we will touch up the base for citizen size, that how the citizens helped us and how we can involve them. And we'll have a short question and answer session. Okay. I think I don't need to speak much about this picture or slide that what prompted us. I think you all will agree that this boy deserves to be in school or in a playground, not running for the water and not running for the life. So these pictures, these pictures speak 1,000 of words. We don't need to do anything. And these pictures if we go in deep, it inspire us on everyday basis. So that was the point. We thought that we have been working in technologies. We are actually developing a lot of technology solutions, but for luxury or maybe for high-tech technologies. So there is one side of the world which is working for the luxury in terms of IoT and all those things. But we wanted to touch the base. We wanted to do something. We wanted to give back to the society. We wanted to do something for the environment. So that prompted the team to come up and actually work on the IoT water. Okay, we have been taught that save money and money is going to save you. But we feel that save water and the water is going to save the generations. So these things, put together, came up in the mind, and we thought of the IoT water. I know that you all, most of you attending this session might be knowing about IoT, but definitely it is my duty to explain in very, very, very common man term that, and the definition that what is IoT, what is Internet of Things, and what is our AI IoT suite 360-degree altogether. So, okay, let me tell one thing that if we talk of connected devices, the only thing which comes in our mind is mobile phone, laptop, or any device, smart devices which is connected through internet, because these devices can speak to each other. Now think of the scenario that you have in terms of water, I can say industries, you have your water pump, you have a pipe, you have your tap, you have your reservoir. If they start speaking together, that is the beauty of Internet of Things. So that was the idea altogether, that okay, to actually to do something for water technology industry, we need to make sure that all those devices which are now deaf and dumb, they should speak to each other. So in short, IoT is what? IoT is when you have you have your physical devices, when they start speaking to each other. You can use sensors, you can use communication devices and all those things. And when they start speaking to each other, when they start sharing the data, intelligent data, then actually IoT comes into the picture. And what you do is, when you collect those data, you have your artificial intelligence, you have your own customized decision based on data and all. You can put all together, then you put all those things on cloud, and from cloud you can actually access through app and web. So in short, this is IoT all about. We are going to definitely take the questions at the end of the session. If you have any question related to this, we are open to discuss, and we are going to clear it. And when we are talking of IoT, I just wanted to say that IoT devices worldwide, actually it is getting the attention. As you see that by 2025, the devices are going to be 73 billion in numbers. So it's a huge number. That means everything will start getting connected to each other. Now I'll actually touch the base little bit of case study for live scenarios, because we want our audience and participants to feel that how IoT got into the water, in kind of sustainability of water, how it helped us. So we'll take, actually what we have done is we have put up 2 slides which is going to discuss the case study. So that will make things more clear. Okay, why our client actually opted for the IoT or our AI IoT suite? And this is in the perspective of water sustainability. There are n numbers of reasons why the water authorities will come to you. There will be economical reasons, there will be financial reasons. But we today in this meeting, seeing the essence of the meeting, we actually try to put things related to the subject. So what are the reasons? What are the actual drivers, objectives related to sustainability, which actually prompted the client to come to us? The first and foremost is to save the water. Definitely, we know one thing, that you cannot produce water. These are natural resources. If you cannot, but definitely, what the least we can do is we can actually save water. So the more we save, that means we are saving it for the generations. So that was the idea. Okay, another good thing about IoT is actually getting into IoT makes things visible. Right now, in absence of IoT, and if you're not implemented these technologies, you actually you have the obsolete kind of devices, and actually things are working in silo. But in this case, what happens is you bring everything on the table, you bring it online, you bring it in front of the screen. So it brings more transparency. And this is where even the citizens' role is going to play a big role, because you have to make sure that whatever you are doing, you actually have to make it visible to the citizens also. They need to see what is happening in with their the water which is coming to their house. Uh, Another good thing is real-time monitoring, analytics, app, online, these things, cloud, things are going to play a big role, because you actually monitor the things on real time. Like you suppose you see something going, some leakage and all those things, you can monitor it on the real time basis. 24/7 water supply is the major concern of all water authorities. And for our client, when we implemented, they actually had this basic reason that, yes, we have to make sure that 24/7 pure water is being supplied to the citizens. We have to, by using IoT, actually the objective was to make sure that the leakage, damage, anything which is happening physically, or even on the, I can say, due to natural reasons and all those things, we have to make sure that actually reduces. IoT will make sure that things, you don't correct everything in the reactive basis. Actually, IoT will make sure that you do things in proactive. So that is the beauty of AI and IoT. Online streaming and streamlining support was a major concern. Till now, what was happening is the support which was handled on the kind of manual basis. So customers logging in the complaint, and the complaints in being actually heard in 3 to 7 days. So what it makes is, now something is reported, you have the picture in front of you, you can do the support, actually you can take care of the support on the real-time basis. From the remote center, another very important thing is, we found that the leakage and all those things, actually when it happens, most of the time it happens due to the water pressure going up and down. The fluctuation on the water pressure was a major concern. So objective was of our client was, we have to make sure that you can actually control the pressure and everything sitting away from the the centers and the point. So these were the major objectives why actually our client wanted to come to us. Now, very important thing is, this is something which is tangible. This is something which actually you can see the result, and you can decide what happened, whether the things which we have implemented was good or not. And this, based on this only, I would like to add that we got the e-governance award in terms of excellence recently for implementing this water solution. So the major reason was actually they actually evaluated. It is very important that when you implement any solution, you have to have the assessment whether the objectives were met or not, the things you planned were actually according to your plan or not, and it actually served the purpose or not. So these are the actually success stories. What we found is, yes, we achieved the real-time monitoring and management of the water pressure and water supply and the fault handling. It was all done on the real-time basis. We found that the 24/7 drinking water was being supplied. It was done in the phase-wise. You cannot actually cover whole area. You actually take a phase, and then based on that you make a project. And it was found that the water being supplied on the 24/7 basis. We found that we actually used my colleague Mr. Vikram will actually going to explain that how we make sure that the water we make water pure, and how do we actually use chlorine and all those things. So we found that the water we were getting was safe. We found that there is a reduction in the leakage and unauthorized connection. So I would like to tell a very good figure here, that we found that approximately 40 to 44% control was there over the water loss. In IoT industry, in water authority, it's a big number. When you are going to control the 40 to 50% kind of water loss, then actually it is something which is going to speak about. And then we made sure that customer complaints are being heard on the daily basis kind of thing. Recharging of water is done. And we also made sure that we actually make sure that optimization of the energy is done on the motor pump, which was in parallel with Go Green initiative of the governments. Now coming to the citizen science part, that how citizens are going to play a big role in this. Now I'll speak that how it helped initially. and how we are going to encourage more participation in the terms of citizens. So we found that when we started implementing our solution, IoT solution for the government, we found that there were a lot of volunteers who actually came forward, and there were a lot of volunteers who came forward to actually support us. So they actually started taking the meter reading and all those things, sharing those data, and these volunteers were doing all these things on their own. Reporting of incidents was there, and that was on proactive basis, because actually we have given them app and all those things to log in the complaints. So we found that the volunteers on their own, they came and actually they reported the incidents. So that was a very encouraging thing, and we got a lot of support from citizens. But that is not the end. If you are using the AI and IoT, you have to make sure that you do all these things in terms of data analytics and smart analytics. How we can actually encourage more participation? What I feel is from the data, we can actually, there are two things we can do. Either we can run a campaign for saving the water for citizens. These campaigns we can share that, okay, on this month or compared to your 3 months, if we find that there is saving of the water, then definitely you are going to be rewarded. And there could be a digital champs in this. Now I think I'm going to hand over the floor to our colleague, Mr. Bikram, who will actually speak a little about the solution diagram. Bikram?
Yes, hi Ram. Thank you. Thanks for explaining the objectives. Yes. Should I share my screen?
Screen is shared.
Yes. Can you see my screen?
You have to share your presentation.
Yes, I have already shared. Can you see the screen?
Not yet. Maybe you can try one more time.
Ram, can you share your screen? From there, I can explain. I think I am facing some issues over here.
So, Mr. Tiwari, he was asking you to share the screen. Mr. Tiwari?
Bikram, I am sharing the screen. Can you see? Is it okay?
Yes, please, please. Yes, yes, please.
So we have run out of time, so let's try to keep it as brief as possible. Thank you.
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'll just quickly finish it off. I'll just go through the solution architect that we have used in AIoT Suite 360. In the solution, you can see the complete architect is connected with all the sensors throughout the network that we have implemented in the DMA level. And here you can see we have included inlet pressure, ESR level indicators and control valves, outlet pressures, and even flow meters and DG with controllers and few chlorine dosing. We do use chlorine analyzers. All of them are integrated and connected with the optical fiber, a digital cable network. But the chlorine analyzer, which is in the remote area, which was not able to connect it through the optical fiber, so we are using M2M mobile network SIM cards to connect and communicate to the our server. So moving to next slide, we can see the whole net architect and solution has been integrated with our Google map, and there you can see the satellite view and also in the map view. Ram, can you move to next slide, please? Yes, here you can see in my first slide in the map view, you can see few bubbles in the green lines and the blue lines over the Google map, where the blue lines indicates the water pipeline networks that has been in the distributed area in the complete DMA, and the bubble are the flow meters that has been installed at each households, and from there we are getting the reading as the meter number, and what are the readings from the first, and what is the chlorine level, and what kind of water quality the people are getting, and what is the pressure at each consumer's household end. And if
Mr.
there is any
Patnaik,
kind of
please try to wrap up as quickly as possible. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes, and if you see on the black spots are the nodes where we have installed the pressure and valves, where we can easily manage the pressure management we are doing throughout the network, avoid the leakage, so that the maintenance cost is very low. And in the pressure control management throughout the DMA, we have different set points according to the peak and non-peak times. So our system responds accordingly and maintain the pressure throughout the network, but the water flow is according to the consumer's requirement. And in our we have, according to the observations, we have prepared the analytical graphs, where we can see in the pressure at each level, like ESR, and what is the flow in the distribution line, and pressure in the distribution line, and also what is the required flow at the consumer end. So even all the data we are capturing, it's completely on the real time, and we are capturing on 5-second basis. Even we can go up to 20 millisecond also. So our system has been implemented successfully in Puri network area, Puri district, and it has been successfully recognized by the Government of India also. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tiwari and Mr. Patnaik. That was a very informative presentation. And
thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. And now we'll move on to the next speaker. Due to lack of time, I'm going to skip the questions. Sorry about that. So we'll move on to the next speaker.
Yeah, sure.
So our next speaker is going to be Mr. Akash Shah, Shubham Transformative Ideas, India. Mr. Akshat Shah, Mr. Akshat Shah. He is a senior sales manager at Shubham Incorporated, having worked with the company for the past 6 years. He's involved in sales, marketing, and designing of water and wastewater treatment plants. He's presently pursuing an LLM in environmental law and specializing in water and wastewater treatment in domestic and industrial applications, with a special attention to recycling wastewater for domestic sewage and industrial effluent with zero liquid discharge. So the title of his talk will be Domestic Wastewater Recycling for Clean and Hygiene of Sanitation Work in Rural and Urban Areas. Mr. Shah, The stage is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Setu, for this intro and for sharing this opportunity for presenting our company as well as for this and this opportunity for this. Don't not wasting so much time in this. Let me share my presentation. First of all, I think the uh, presentation is seen to you.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So you can see the presentation, right?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Okay. So we all know this that we are out of the fresh water soon, as the fresh water is going lack, and the fresh water what we are talking about is the clean water and hygiene water which we can use for these daily purposes. So how there are three major parts how we can use this fresh water. That first is to conserve it. So conservation, we have rainwater harvesting and conserving the water wherever it is necessary and wherever it is suitable. So one way is to that. Second way is to reuse it. So multiple reuse of the water we can do it. And third part is recycle. So what is recycling? Recycling means doing a process on the water and wastewater and make it reusable for the another purpose or the main purpose also. So for that, sewage treatment plants are I'm talking about right now. Sewage is something which is domestic in nature. So any domestic wastewater generating from the domestic sources are considered as a sewage. The main purpose of sewage treatment is there are two outputs of that. First is that you get the sludge as a part, which is a solid part of the sewage, and that can be used as a manure or and fertilizer. And another part is the water, clean water, which we can use for non-potable purposes like flushing, irrigation, and cooling towers as well. So why sewage needs to be treated? Because the current population growth, water resources are depleting. Untreated water, wastewater is also depleting our rivers like Ganga and Yamuna. We are seeing that. This is also causing causing bacteria, microorganisms are also there. So they are also damaging our water, the fresh water also. So upstream and downstream independence is also there. There downstream are always dependent on upstream. So if there is a contamination of a sewage at the upstream, there we cannot use these water in the downstream. So there are basically two parts where we can go for this wastewater, considering this domestic wastewater. First is residence and offices. So residence, that is the per capita, that is 120 liters per head per day. So that is the water wastewater generation from this residence purpose. And another is industrial and offices, which is around 40 to 50 liters per day. Commercial part, what we can say is hotel, restaurant, and hospitals. So hotels, it varies from 250 liter, 200 liter to 350, 500, and 600 liters too. Also, considering the 5-star, 7-star hotels. So as per this, that varies. Restaurant, that is 15 liter per sitting per day. Hospitals, there is 300 liter, which is average also. It can vary up from 300 to 550 also. So what are the consumption head? What is the bifurcation of this 120 liter or 145 liter is provided here. What sewage is composition of this four major part, that is kitchen, bathroom, washing machine, and toilet. So kitchen, bathroom, and washing machine consider as a gray water, which is also can be treated with multiple technologies. And also in the India we are using and right now we are also recycling this gray water in rural area with some German technologies. that is ATB, that SBR treatment. Combined sewage is something which is this gray water and toilet water, which is black water, we are combining, that is combined sewage. So these are the values what we get from the sewage from the different areas like apartment, commercial, hotel, IT parks and hospital. So these are the sewage characteristics which we get generally from this. This is the practical based experienced parameters. So BOD, COD are the main. TSS is something which is suspended in the matter. So what we filtrate out in the suspended matter, that is TSS. Oil and grease is there, pH is there. So these are the tentative parameters of this biological, physical and chemical properties of the sewage. Sewage technology, sewage treatment can be done in both ways. One is aerobic, which is require oxygen for the treatment, and one is anaerobic, which doesn't require oxygen in the treatment and generates the methane and H2S gases, which are also used as the biogas and the other purposes for electricity generation and all that. So as there are two growth processes for this, aerobic and anaerobic, attached growth, suspended growth. There are multiple heads after that. Aerobic process uses sewage as a food for the bacteria and consume the oxygen to generate new bacteria and oxygen and carbon dioxide, whereas in the anaerobic, sewage and is used by the bacteria for the as a food and generates the methane, H2O, new bacteria and another things. So critically, what sewage treatment does about the parameters, what treatment we do on the sewage to reduce the parameter, which is mainly BOD and COD. BOD is the oxygen required by the microorganism to uh, de decentralize this means degrade this wastewater. So COD is something oxygen required by the chemicals present in the for this oxidation. So types of the sewage treatment plant we can categorize into conventional, which is ASP, activated sludge process. Second is MBBR, moving bed bioreactors. Third is SBR, sequential batch reactor, mostly used by the governments and the bigger STP plants for this township and all that. And fourth one is membrane bioreactor, MBR, which is also the latest one and the lowest area required and highest we can say the high amount of capital investment is there in MBR. Treatment stages are we can distribute this aerobic treatment of any, we can consider in a three part: primary, secondary and tertiary treatment. Primary treatment is to screening and collecting. So screening is something which you screen out these waste part and rubbish part from the sewage, and grid chamber also removes the grease and grid part from the sewage. Equalization is for these collection as well as equalization of the wastewater sewage, which is something gray and mixing of the gray and black properly, so the treatment can be done properly. Secondary treatment comes with the main part, where that is the oxygen transfer process for the biological treatment. So oxygen transfer in aerobic treatment is done by the blowers or diffusers, blower diffuser and the surface aeration also. So as per the same, microorganism uses the sewage as a food and oxygen as these oxygen requirement for their respiration, and they do synthesis process and generates new microorganism as well as water and gases, which are water will be we can reuse or recycle, or we can also dispose into rivers and all that, and the gaseous part will release in the air. So the third part is conventional sewage, is a sand and carbon filter, that is removing the suspended matters and whatever the matters which are remained after that, that is removed in the same. Pollution Control Board standards are given here for the match the sewage treatment plant. The conventional sewage treatment plant varies. Here I'm taking some technologies that is conventional. There is same MBBR. This is the MBBR process. Conventional is same with the MBBR process, but just a modification of the aeration tank that is reduced almost 1/4 of the volume of the conventional aeration, and the tank is reduced by this is put with this MBBR media, that is moving bioreactor media, which are used as a population for this to population growth for the bacteria. So this is the PP plastic media only. After that,
sorry to interrupt. We need to wrap up as quickly as possible.
Yes. So on the whatever the sludge comes after this aeration, that is settled down in the secondary clarifiers, and that is going for a sludge treatment separately, and the clarified water will go into the further tertiary treatment of sand and carbon filter. So that is same with the conventional and MBBR. What we can observe is mainly we can reduce the civil cost, construction cost, as well as the inlet means the area requirement, we can reduce it. In SBR there is a sequential batch reactor, that is the batch process what we are having. So till the equalization it is the same. After that we are pumping that sewage into the batch process in the SBR tank, and in the batch we are treating the wastewater, and then taking out the treated water and then doing the filtration part. So it is almost same as the MBBR, but it is the batch process. So where we have this batch mainly of the fill, react, settle, decant and idle phase. So fill phase, we are filling the wastewater into the aeration tank. Second phase is the react part, where we are providing air for the digestion of the wastewater. Settle part is settling the sludge from this wastewater, and decanting is getting out the clear water from that. So this in the MBR it is same with the aeration. Till the aeration it is same. In the last tank we are separating the water, wastewater sludge from the sludge and water by the membranes. So in that case membranes are having more efficient compared to any of the technology, and we get the very clear water after that. And that can be recycled anywhere, means talking about flushing, HVAC, cooling tower, chillers, we can use. Non-potable uses are more there. So these are the membranes what we are having. This is the type of the membrane, and this is, you can see here that this is the inlet, this is the intermediate, and this is the outlet for this MBR treatment. So we can get this kind of result after the MBR treatment. Moving rapidly fasting. Yes, this is the treated outlet parameters compared to another all the technologies. So you can see that mainly BOD part is getting reduced mainly after the MBR treatment. So whenever we are having a critical recycling treatment, we go with MBR. That is more suitable for this critical application. This is the comparison technology chart, which we just
Sir, I think we have overshoot a lot, sir.
Yes. Any question for this?
So a quick question. You have to give me a quick answer. In terms of economics, in terms of ROI, how would you pitch it to the customer?
Okay, talking about the ROI, return on investment is basically based on your application of the water, and what value you are paying for your water. Because talking about wastewater recycling, it is basically treatment which you are doing for your recycling purpose. So wherever there is an application which is critical, as well as you are having a less water available, then you can go for this kind of recycling, and MBR is more suitable. Otherwise SBR is treated properly for the any of the wastewater sewage treatment, because it is mainly used by the governments and all the small capacity also. That is basic.
Thank you, Akshat. Very informative, and wish you all the best. I hope this technology becomes prevalent and pervasive. So with that, we will move on to the next speaker. Thank you again. Our next speaker would be Professor Shaiju Satyadevan. He is an assistant professor in the Center for Cybersecurity Systems and Networks at the School of Engineering, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. So he's an assistant professor in Center for Cybersecurity and Systems and Networks, and his research focus is on security enhancements in cloud computing, Internet of Things, big data analytics platforms. Prior to joining Amrita, Professor Satyadevan was a freelance BI consultant working with leading organizations such as Goldman Sachs, London Capital International Geneva, GE Capital and Finance Melbourne, and AstraZeneca UK. So I welcome Professor Satyadevan, and the title of his talk would be IoT in Water Monitoring and Management Use Cases. Shaiju, stage is yours.
Yeah. I'm going to share my screens. Hope you can see me.
Yes.
Okay. So just want to start the talk by just giving an overview of the architecture that we follow. It's mostly a gateway-centric architecture, where in which every independent IoT LAN will have its own independent IoT gateway that not only controls communication, but also hosts the applications also locally. So this way, there's no dependency on connectivity to do decision making. And then, of course, all the gateways stream their data to the respective applications via the middleware, and middleware controls through secure applications like MQTT how the data can be streamed to respective applications. That's a quick overview. This is the kind of the stack that we follow based on the architecture. So we have a gateway stack, we have a middleware stack, and then we have an UI stack. That's general architecture. Likewise, to manage your entire IoT LANs and to be more precise, even your WAN, have a lightweight middleware which you can host pretty much in your own premises, where which it can actually give you a full overview of the health of your IoT network. So it gives you a full picture of what are the gateways that is being connected, which are the active gateways, what are the sensors that is being connected, how is the health, are they streaming data, are they up and alive and kicking, what is the resource consumption of each of the gateways, what part of the CPU is being consumed, what part of the memory is being consumed. All that information can be derived from it. And then moving on to the gateways that we support, we have various types of gateways as as required by you with respect to their application. If we have a very intense application, then we have different types of gateways, which is a light, which is a standard, Pro, and Pro Plus. With respect to the communication protocol, our gateways has got the capability to handle multiple protocols at the same time, which means that it can support ZigBee, 6LoWPAN, UPnP, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, Modbus, BACnet. All these protocols can be handled by one single gateway itself. So if you have a sensor farm that has got multiple sensors that uses different types of protocol, you put in one single gateway, it will handle all the communication. And then on top of the communication layer, we have the capability to host the application also. So locally, you can do the decision making without having to send your data to the cloud and for the cloud to process it and then send you the results back for the actuators to kick it. So there's no need for that. The cloud, the gateway itself has got the capability to do that. So depending upon the requirements, it can. So as of now, these are the protocols that is being supported. So based on which we have created a lot of different types of products. So these are we call it as IoT enablers, because these are all, a lot of these are plug and play modules which can be quickly connected to any of the devices to make it IoT enabled. So our capability include, our research capability also include converting legacy systems into IoT, into IoT enabled systems, or how to quickly convert a naked sensor or a bare bound sensor into a fully communication-enabled IoT device. So these are our core research, and based on which a lot of different products and adapters has been developed. When it comes to using IoT, this is some of the use cases that we have implemented live. And so one of them is automated irrigation control system, which we call as Karshaga Amrita Dhara. So this is the overall architecture for it. We have a lot of soil moisture sensors, which are solar driven, which is planted across the field. So normally, if you look at any kind of irrigation system implemented, it's mostly SMS based, or so there's no SMS here. Everything is actually being controlled by the gateway. All the sensors, soil moisture sensors, send the data to the gateway, and the gateway will decide what to do. If there is enough soil, soil moisture, then it doesn't turn on the irrigation system. Otherwise, it will look at which part of the farm required irrigation, and then it turns on that gate valve and then start irrigating that particular area. And when it has got enough water, it will just switch to the next area and then continue operation. If you have a power loss, the gateway still have a backup, so it will still be live and kicking. So when the power resumes, it will just start from where it actually stopped. So the farmers doesn't have to worry about irrigating their land. The system also have the application hosted locally on the gateway itself, and it has got based on the crop type and the growth stage of the crop, it will automatically decide how much water need to be pumped. Different types of mechanism can be implemented. For example, the farmer can say, okay, the crop need a certain kind of moisture to be maintained all the time. So it constantly keep checking. And then if whenever the moisture or the soil temperature, either of them goes down, it automatically kicks in. Or you can say it can be scheduled once. You can say, I want to water it twice a day or thrice a day, and you can schedule it. It will automatically do that based on which you can configure. So these are the various sensors that's being used. As of now, the soil moisture sensor, this is the gate valve controller. Instead of using a solenoid, what we do is existing gate valves are actually converted using a gate valve controller and a robotic arm, which can sit on top of the existing gate valves to control it, to turn it on and off. So that means there's no change required to the existing piping system. And it's also solar driven, so this means no wires running across the farm. And then we use the motor control unit. Weather station is optional. That doesn't got much impact on it, but just for information to the customer, to the farmer about the upcoming weather. And then again, the level sensors for monitoring the levels in the tank, then the flow meters to control the flow, and then to monitor the flow of water that goes in and out just to avoid dry runs. So this is just an implementation pictures of an implementation of CAD in a 4-acre mulberry land. Then again, water distribution, measurement, and quality monitoring system that we're working with a company in Bangalore, who is a smart meter manufacturing company using LoRa technology. So this is their architecture that we are actually helping them to implement. So they come out with the LoRa smart meters. We go with sensors and other quality parameters and manage controlling the whole operation. So we have our LoRa gateway, which is a single channel LoRa gateway. We have the motor control unit, that is you can see here, and then we have level sensors on all the tanks. So the water from wells and bore wells and tanks is being pumped into these wells, where we have different types of sensors like the pH sensors, residual chlorine sensors, the TDS sensors, all these different types of sensors being planted inside the tanks. And the water is actually being given to different homes, and then there's a flow meter to verify the pressure at which the flow hits each of the homes, just to understand whether there's enough pressure for pumping the water. The whole system is laid out in such a way so that it can be implemented across, especially in areas where there's a lot of water crisis. So mostly in villages. So this company is actually focusing on that. So these are the, again, we have the LoRa gateway, the single channel gateway that I talked about, then LoRa repeaters to increase the range, and then the LoRa adapters that is actually gone into each one of these sensors just to control it. So this is the local adapter. So these are the various types of sensors that we are using. So this gives an overall picture for them. This gives for each of their customers or each of the sites, what are the different gateways that's being used, what are the different sensors that's being used, what are the different, all these parameters can be controlled and monitored from just one single screen. So I'm not going to the dashboard aspect of it. So here also, as talked about the middleware, they get the full picture of the entire WAN, the IoT WAN that they have, all the different gateways at different locations that it's been running, what are the resource consumption of them, whether any of them are having any troubles. This also keeps all the different sensors, what are all their attributes, how to communicate with them, what are their current health, how much data packets are sending, how frequently are they sending, is any of them down? All this information can be sent, and also using the gateway has got a GPS module fitted to it, so it gives you a picture of what is the distribution of their of their networks across the country. The next one is an ETP automation and real-time monitoring system. So this is implemented in the campus itself, where we have an ETP plant. The water from the process water from different wastewater get collected in the ETP plant. From there, the water is actually being processed, and then water is pushed to all the overhead tanks, which is specifically used to pump water into toilet flush, and also to irrigate the for irrigation purposes as well, for the garden, for irrigating the gardens and things like that. So we have fully automated the system by using level sensors, by using motor control units. We have our gateways also sitting there. All the overhead tanks as level sensors. We have increased the range. This is a ZigBee-based implementation where all the range has been increased, from the ETP plant all the way to different hostels and different buildings across the campus by using routers. So this is the implementation picture, which gives you an idea of how the ETP plant processes and what are the various sensors that we used and all the control panel that we are using. Automated sewage treatment plant is actually a project that is being funded by the Bill Gates Foundation, which is used to treat the toilet waste and then convert that into water that is suitable for irrigation. So the entire operation is being automated by using different types of sensors. So you can see wastewater being pumped from septic tanks into various tanks, which goes through different biological processes, and then eventually it gets loaded into a tank from which we distribute it to various areas where they can use to irrigate the farms. So this is actually the implementation diagram that I want to show. And then we have our own security mechanism that's being implemented on the gateway side, on the sensor side, and also an authentication protocol has been implemented on the edge nodes, which are the sensor nodes, so which is a very critical feature that is needed. Then that data is actually getting processed using the big data framework that we have developed. So the data that is coming from the different applications gets streamed into the big data framework, where you can build a processing pipeline using built-in GUI-based interfaces. And there you can actually build your processing pipeline. And then once the processing pipeline is there, you can stream the data from your sensors into this pipeline, processes it, and then this can be pushed into a visualization engine. There's a lot of pre-built machine learning algorithms and also pre-processes that is built into it, and also a lot of mathematical computation elements. This whole framework runs on Apache Spark, so it runs in memory. So the processing happening without any writes and reads from the disk. So it's much faster than usual processing frameworks. So this is the dynamic dashboard that I'm talking about. So you can take data streams into it. You can do any kind of processing with it. You can do aggregations. You can do slicing and dicing of your data and build your dashboards. You can publish the dashboards into various. You can publish it with trusted users, or you can even publish it with on a website. So that's also possible. You can also handle. You can also handle streaming data and plotting of streaming data that is being processed from the big data framework directly to this. So that's pretty much it. Yeah.
Thank you, Shaiju. Thank you, Shaiju. There was one question. How does your system take care if ground is over? I think they mean over-irrigated. If the ground is over-irrigated, what does the system do?
That's the whole purpose of having the soil moisture sensor. So the soil moisture sensor keep track of how much water is gone in and what is the current rate at which they need to water. If it's automated, then it knows what crop it is, at what growth stage the crop is at, and so it knows how much water need to go into that crop. So by looking at the soil moisture sensor, it will decide how much water to pump. So soil moisture sensor sends back the information to the gateway, and the gateway decides when to cut off the irrigation.
Thank you, Shaju. Thanks for the presentation. So we'll move on to the next speaker. Our next speaker will be Dr. P.K. Vishwanathan, Professor, Department of Management, the Kochi campus of Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. Dr. Vishwanathan serves as a professor of economics with specialized interest in the economics of natural resources management and sustainability. He has a PhD in economics from the Institute for Social and Economic Change, Bangalore, Mysore University. His research and teaching interests relate to economics of natural resources management, agrarian transformation and rural livelihoods, aspects of technology, institutions, policies and governance, climate change impacts on natural resources, environment and agriculture, conservation of biodiversity and ecosystems, sustainable energy policy, globalization and its impacts on agriculture and trade, and welfare impacts of trade certifications in India's plantation sector. The title of the talk would be Sustaining the Water Commons in India, Reinventing the Institutional Systems and Governance Paradigm in a Resource Scarcity Context. Dr. Vishwanathan, please start your presentation. Yes, sir. We can't hear you. Maybe you are on mute.
Sir, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So, Namaskar all. At the outset, I thank Dr. Manisha for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts on the topic. Basically, I'll not be talking a new finding basically, but whatever I'll be doing is basically my own research which I have done over a period of time ever since 2001 when I did my doctoral research looking at the institutional performance of irrigation systems in the context of Kerala. Then later I had opportunities to work with the International Water Management Institute, few studies about water policies. Then I was in the previous organization in Ahmedabad where I was able to work on some of the government projects related to tank rehabilitation programs, then micro irrigation schemes, etc. Then of late, recently I have completed a study on drought proofing watershed development interventions in the context of Maharashtra, which recently completed during the COVID period based on the remote research method. So basically my talk basically will be drawing on some of the studies which I have undertaken over a period of time. So without much details, I get into the topic. I have titled the topic as the presentation as Sustaining the Water Commons in India, Reinventing the Institutional Systems and Governance Paradigm in a Resource Scarcity Context. So I just wanted to start with the tragedy of the commons, which Harding has spoken about way back in 1968, where we are also seeing similar condition as of now with respect to groundwater, basically groundwater scenario. Why groundwater scenario? Because groundwater is the major source of water, which is actually making a lot of impact on agriculture, particularly agriculture, drinking water sector, any sector you talk about with respect to usage of water. So I'll be basically talking about from that perspective where groundwater commons is under major threat in the context of India. So to give you a brief outline about my presentation, I'll be talking about the basic objective is to discuss the major challenges confronting the sustainability of water commons in India in the context of increasing resource scarcity on the one hand, and also which is being aggravated in the context of climate change on the other hand. I'll be giving a narrative about the development of institutional systems and water governance management practices that India had adopted since the beginning of its planning period. In the process, I'll be looking at some of the critical sectors of developmental interventions and management by the national as well as state governments with respect to surface and groundwater irrigation systems. Then, watershed development program aiming at the drought proofing of the villages in India. Then finally also talking about the drinking water and health and sanitation scenario, particularly with respect to the sustainable development goal from the perspective of SDGs. Also discuss the role and contemporary significance of participatory approaches in water governance, particularly with respect to the surface irrigation system, as well as micro irrigation systems and watershed development program. So when we talk about watershed development program from a participatory approach, maybe that is the only sector that where we can see or where we can also promote a lot of participatory approaches in the years to come. So I'll be talking on little about that. Then also present some results of a recent work which I have talked about on drought proofing watershed development interventions in the context of Maharashtra. Where I'll be basically talking about a multidimensional impacts of watershed development programs on the village communities, particularly with respect to the improvement of economic conditions and the status of regeneration of natural resources also. And in that process, I'll be making a clear case for reinventing the institutional systems and the governance systems with respect to water resources by integrating the principles of multi-stakeholder participatory approach, where local communities become the major stakeholders in terms of actors as well as the benefactors in the process of governance of water governance in the country. And again, a little thought about the scaling up of this approach of participatory in the integrated water resources management in the context of our Amrita survey villages, where many of our students are also pursuing their research under the PhD program. So very aptly, we are considering the World Water Day 2021, particularly with respect to valuation of water. Valuation becomes very important, and ever since 1992 Dublin Statement, water has been considered as an important commodity which has got an economic value, where the scarcity value of water should be reflected in our transaction. And again, if you think from that point of view, I can actually start with countering the one of the classical arguments, one of the classical arguments put forth by Adam Smith, one of the classical economists, way back in 1776. He talked about the scenario of a water diamond paradox, where he considered that when we consider the water and diamond as two commodities that we have in any economy, where water has got a lot of use value, but when it comes to exchange, water does not have any value. Whereas diamond has got less of use value, but more of high exchange value. But I wanted to counter this type this proposition by Adam Smith way back, who said way back in 1776 about the classical water diamond paradox, which is actually highly contextual in the context of increasing water scarcity, where we can see that water is getting more and more exchange value. And Amma also says that the next world war will be over water. So when we are considering this importance of water, we have to say that water is gaining a lot of importance, not only from the use value perspective, but mostly from the exchange value perspective also, where we also have seen during the Chennai flood, people were actually struggling to get even a drop of water to drink. So where even though they were ready to pay a lot of money, but then hardly they were able to get the water. So basically the water is becoming very precious, and it's an economic commodity, and it's also needed to be considered with respect to its scarcity, increase in scarcity. In order to show some of the just a moment. I just show here about the declining per capita water availability in India, and you can see that from the period 2011 onward, India is actually considered is listed as a country where water scarcity is going to be a reality in the years to come, where the Falcon Mark index says that below water availability below 1700 is considered to be water scarce, and then the years that will follow will be considered as a kind of water stress kind of a scenario. And even the latest Niti Aayog report also, which talks about the composite water management index, underlines that over 600 million Indians face high to extreme water stress, and about 2 lakh people will die every year due to inadequate access to safe drinking water. In order to give some feel about the increasing water scarcity that we are facing at the moment, like we can see that several reports saying that river basins and rivers that once were perennial have become more seasonal in character. Water levels in dams have been declining year after year, and dams are getting increasingly filled with sediments, then which is actually leading to the storage capacity, declining storage capacity of the dam. Then groundwater actually is becoming, groundwater table is declining quite significantly, which is quite alarming as well across the Indian state. And again in 2006 we also have witnessed a major drought throughout the country, where 25% of India's population living in 254 districts have faced severe shortages due to drought condition. And now I come to the first part of my presentation, where you can see that India's emphasis was mostly on development of irrigation systems, canal-based irrigation system, whereas if you look at the kind of development twist that has taken over a period of time, entire irrigation sector has become more dependent on the groundwater scenario, which was triggered by tube-well technology or tube-well capitalism, which continued to trigger economic transformation in the context of green revolution in the context of the country. And that's what very clearly you can also see here, where the tube-well technology has taken a significant impact with respect to increasing the net irrigated area. And on the left side, you can also see the groundwater-based irrigation systems have promulgated the significant expansion of agricultural growth in the country. And if you look at the water governance scenario in the country, you can see that water being a state subject, you can see the collective efforts by the central as well as the state governments with respect to monitoring the water quality scenario, like surface water quality, water quantity, groundwater quality, drinking water supplies, etc. I mean, it's a kind of a collective effort by the state government departments, central government departments, Central Groundwater Board, Ministry of Water Resources, Ministry of Environment and Forest, Ministry of Rural Development. And when it comes to drinking water supply and sanitation, it is basically the departments of irrigation, water supply and sanitation, urban development department, or the Ministry of Urban Affairs. Then lastly, public health and engineering department. These are some of the institutional kind of arrangements that we have with respect to water governance in the country, with respect to different activities. And coming very, very quickly about the water governance scenario that you can see in the case of the canal irrigation system, which has been the major source of economic growth in the initial decades of India's agriculture transformation. You can see a lot of efforts has gone in terms of promoting participatory approach under the Command Area Development Program during the 1970s. Then came the Participatory Irrigation Management Program or Beneficiary Water User Associations Program, also followed by Irrigation Management Transfer in the later years also. But if you look at the scenario that has taken developed later, particularly since the 80s and 90s, you can see these type of participatory approaches have had a natural death, mainly because of the fact that farmers have significantly moved on to individually operated tube-well irrigation system, where there is no scope for any kind of participatory approach to happen. And again, if you look at even in the case of the canal irrigation system, I have taken a brief study recently with respect to the performance of canal irrigation systems in Palakkad, where we can see a lot of problems are actually affecting the farmers' adoption of the technologies, farmers' practicing of agriculture systems also are using irrigation, depending on the irrigation systems, the conventional canal-based irrigation system, where the elderly farmers are become the largest share of the farming community. There is also a problem of shortage of labor, then declining land size holding, institutional constraints, then technological constraints, and man-animal conflicts also coming up in a bigger way. All these are basically coming as a bigger challenges, and where if you look at the kind of turnout with respect to participatory approach, you cannot see anything really happening on the ground. And again, the latest technology, that's about the second part of my presentation, where a lot of effort has been taken by the government of India in order to move away from the groundwater-based irrigation systems towards a water-saving technology kind of a paradigm, where you can see a lot of efforts, a lot of investment has been made by the government of India. You can see on the left side the physical achievement, where from 4.32 lakh hectares to 11.558 lakh hectares of expansion has taken place in the case of micro irrigation system. And again, correspondingly, there was also significant allocation of financial resources, and mainly micro irrigation systems are actually promoted by the government of India through subsidies and such a program. So there has been significant increase in the adoption of micro irrigation system. That is also very clearly evident from this figure also. And if you look at the specific technologies that has been adopted by the farmers, you can see almost 50% of farmers, almost 50% have adopted the drip irrigation system, and at the national level, and 50% of the farmers have adopted sprinkler irrigation system. And some of the major advantages of micro irrigation systems are reflected here in terms of higher profit, then water saving, less energy costs are incurred, then higher fuel use efficiency, reduced labor costs, reduced soil loss, marginal soil, improvement in the soil quality, efficient and flexible system performance, then improved crop quality, etc. These are some of the major important advantages being reported by micro irrigation system. But when it comes to adoption status, again, you can also see a lot of divergence across states with respect to progressive states. With in terms of Andhra Pradesh, Gujarat, very few states are actually coming in a bigger way in terms of adopting the technologies, and there are underperforming states like Punjab, Jharkhand, Bihar, Chhattisgarh, etc. And many states are yet to adopt this technology, particularly the states like Arunachal Pradesh, Manipur, Meghalaya, Nagaland, and West Bengal. And again, some of the reported impact of benefits of micro irrigation system, based on recent work of mine on micro irrigation systems, we could actually see saving of irrigation water from 20 to 48%, energy saving from 10 to 17%, saving of labor cost from 30 to 40%, saving of fertilizers, then increasing crop production, increasing net annual income. These are some of the reported benefits across different states of India. Now coming to the third part of my presentation, which I wanted
to interrupt. Let's try to wrap up as quickly as possible.
Sir, sorry, I just need 5 minutes. Can I take 5 minutes more?
No, sir. I'm sorry to say that. I think we should try to wrap it up in a
Okay, yeah, fine. So this is basically, I can share my presentation, a recent study which I have undertaken, where I have looked at the impact of drought-proofing watershed development program, which I consider as a multiple stakeholder kind of an activity, where you have the communities participating, the government sector is participating, the NGOs are participating, any developmental agency, even local governments are also participating in the whole process of watershed development program, which can be considered as a kind of quite a participatory approach, where the outcomes are quite significant as shown in this big picture. And in this study, we have undertaken a survey also covering respondents from different states: Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, also followed by some focus group discussions which we undertaken through the remote research method. And the framework is explained here. And we could actually map out a lot of interventions which actually came as part of the watershed development program. The point here is that other than just providing water, the watershed development programs or the developmental intervention that the NGOs are making in the local context, or even the governmental interventions in the local context, should actually focus on a large array of activities. Then you can actually make a lot of impact in terms of making farmers participate, or even farm households participate, or rural households participate in many of the initiatives in the rural context. That is the basic basic learning that we have. You can also see the data which is presented here with respect to the various activities and across responses across different locations that we have gathered as part of the study. And you can also see on the left side we have given the various activities undertaken by the agency in the form of in the name of watershed development road proofing interventions. I just skip this. We can also see a lot of social development activities involved in child development, social development, women empowerment also getting a lot of importance. The point is that rather than just confining to the conventional watershed development program or agriculture development program, developmental initiatives should focus on more on a holistic kind of an approach. Then you can actually have a larger outcomes with respect to impact, the participatory impact really happening in the local context. Then we are also in that based on the study, we are also kind of suggesting a participatory IWRM process where you have several processes from starting from getting to know the watershed, then identifying the local issues, etc. Then moving ahead with respect to planning and charting out activities with respect to various interventions. And we have also suggested some of the road maps with respect to participatory integrated water resources management program. And one of the major findings we also could find was that the MGNREGA, which is actually happening in the villages with respect to the convergence, the involvement of various actors, the government, state government, local agencies, etc., it can have a larger impact in terms of making many of the water harvesting structure program really happening and really becoming meaningful in the local context. What we really need is that we need a kind of a strong networking between people, the local agencies, in order to make the significant impact based on this convergence program. One instance is the MGNREGA itself, where I can see. So one of the major impact which is highlighted in the recent study by the Center for Science and Environment, Down to Earth, they have come out with a 15 years of MGNREGA program where it has significantly impacted in terms of creating the rural infrastructure for making water harvesting structures work well and even to make significant impact. So we can also, when we undertake a program, any kind of development intervention in the local context, we can also try to understand or try to integrate this type of local interventions where they can make a lot of significant impact on the rural livelihoods. So with that, I conclude. I'm sorry for taking time. Some of the concluding observations are here. If any questions, I can come on this. Thank you very much. Vishwa.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sorry to have rushed you for lack of time. So again, due to lack of time, I think we will move on. The questions can be taken offline later. Thank you, sir. So our next speaker would be Mr. Sumit Meshram. He's a PhD scholar in the Water Management Department of TU Delft, Netherlands. Mr. Sumit Meshram, his research interests include the application of biochemistry in the agriculture sector and developing effective water management practices for developing countries. So with that I invite Sumit to take the stage.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Good evening to all of you. First of all, I want to thank Amrita University for giving me a chance to share my research with all of you at this international symposium. As we know that the farmers in the least developed countries are mostly the smallholder farmers, and these are economically very poor. So these farmers cannot use the currently available soil moisture sensors for measuring the soil water content into the soil. So because of this, they are dependent on the ancient and that is non-scientific techniques such as fill and appearance method to see how much soil moisture is present into the soil. So because these techniques are non-scientific, they are resulting in the water loss and eventually resulting in the less crop yield. Also, the current soil moisture sensors are expensive. Also, they are non-biodegradable and they also consist some non-toxic substances in it. So these are they are affecting the environment. So also these sensors cannot be used in the off-grid regions of the world. So taking motivation from this, we are planning to design a soil moisture sensors powered by the bacteria present in the soil. So for this research, we are using the microbial fuel cell technology. So you might be knowing that the microbial fuel cell technology is a technology which produces current by using the organic matter content and the bacterial activity in sediment and the soil. In microbial fuel cell technology, the current produced is dependent on the bacterial activities, and both both the current production and the bacterial activities are interrelated. Also, the soil moisture content into the soil is related to the bacterial activities. So from this, we can say that the current production is indirectly dependent on the soil moisture. So there are many microbial fuel cell technologies that are the researchers around the world using in their research. So out of that, one technology that is called a plant microbial fuel cell technology, I will be using in my research. As we know that most of the plants, that is up to 70% of the organic matter produced by the plant leaves via the photosynthesis is excreted by the plant roots into the soil. And the naturally available bacteria into the soil break down this organic matter and release electrons into the soil as a byproduct. So in this technology, we introduce electrodes into the soil and allow these wastage electrons to get absorbed onto the soil and produce the electric current. So on the slide, you can see that how the plants produce the electric current. So taking motivation from these plant microbial fuel cell technology, we are creating, or we can say we are designing a biodegradable microbial fuel cell battery that will respond to the soil moisture sensor and that will last for about 4 to 6 months. In this research, we are assuming that the exoelectrogenic bacteria that are present into the soil will get attracted towards the soil moisture sensor that has been charged by the paper batteries, which are placed near the root zones that will generate the electricity, and this electricity will vary with the according to the soil moisture and the power production. So what we are expecting from this research is that we are expecting to develop a soil moisture sensor that will be charged by the paper batteries that we will place near the root zones, and the bacteria will come and attach to these batteries and will give information about the soil moisture data. And these sensors will transmit and emit these soil moisture data onto the mobile phones. And with the help of these mobile phones, the farmers can tell how much amount of moisture is present into the soil. And again, the next outcome, what we are expecting is that the soil moisture content will be varying linearly with the current production. So next, you can see that I have shown the schematic representation of paper battery that we are going to design. In this paper battery, the exoelectrogenic bacteria will get attached to the paper anode and will produce the protons and the electrons. The protons will pass through the electrolyte and this and will pass to the paper cathode. So onto the paper cathode, the denitrifying bacteria that are already present into the soil will accept the protons, and the electrons will be accepted through the external circuit, and in this way the whole circuit will get completed, and we are able to produce the electric current. So in order to give the proof of concept, we performed experiments in the lab using the single chamber microbial fuel cells. In this, in this we put the anode made up of carbon felt into the sludge, and we put the carbon felt made up of we put the cathode at the surface of the sludge, which is exposed to the atmosphere. So in this reaction, the oxidation reaction is occurring at the cathode, whereas the reduction reaction is occurring at the occurring at the cathode. And in this we produce the electric current, which was measured by the multimeter. So on the slide you can see that we have produced current and the voltages, and the results have been shown onto the slides. So, but in order to see how the individual anode and the cathode perform, we have set up a new new experimental in our lab using the H-type microbial field cells. So in this setup, what we are going to do is we are inoculating the exfoliatory bacteria into the anode chamber and the denitrifying bacteria into the cathode chamber, and we are hoping that the electrons will pass through the outer circuit to the cathode chamber, and the protons will pass through the proton exchange membrane, and somehow we will be able to complete this circuit, and we will produce the electricity. So, and we are performing this experiment, and we will see that how the electricity will be varying with the help when we will change the soil moisture content into these chambers. So we will see that how the electricity is getting how the electricity generation is getting variated. So you can see that first of all we will be performing this experiment with the help of the electrolytes, and in the next projects next setup we are going to use this standard microbial standard soils to perform these experiments. So from this research, what we are thinking is to develop a biodegradable soil moisture sensors that will be cheap and that will be non-toxic to the environment, and that will help the smallholder farmers in the least developed countries to sense the soil moisture data into their fields. So we are hoping that in coming 1 to 2 years, we will develop this product, and we will share this product in front of you. So we are hoping that we will perform this experiment in the 2 years, coming 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Sumit. Very innovative, very practical, very application-oriented research. Wishing you all the very best.
Yeah, thank you.
Look forward to hearing from you on the updates, positive updates.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
So with that, let's move on to the next presenter. Our next presenter is Ms. Reshma, who is a research fellow at Center for Women's Empowerment and Gender Equality, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Reshma is a research associate and PhD scholar at the center. She has over 9 years of experience in working with rural women groups across India and multiple projects with special focus on water, sanitation, and hygiene. Key projects include UNDF-funded women's empowerment through sanitation, women in sustaining the environment, and joint clean water initiatives with the government of Israel. She has also co-authored many international papers on WASH topics. So Ms. Reshma, please start your presentation. Make sure you're not on mute. Please unmute yourself, Reshma.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Let me just share my screen. Can you?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Thank you, sir, for the kind introduction.
Reshma, did you put your video?
Yeah. Can you not
Yeah,
see?
yeah. Yeah, we can see you.
Yes, yes, we can see you now.
Okay. I'm Shravan and all. Thank you for the kind introduction, sir. Without further ado, I'll quickly move into my presentation. My research focus at the Center of Women's Empowerment and Gender Equality is to understand different dimensions of women's empowerment in water, sanitation, and hygiene. To give you a bit of a background on the topic, inadequate access to water, sanitation, and hygiene affects women and girls in several ways, including lowering their participation in labor market, their participation in community activities, and also contributes to psychosocial stress and poor educational outcomes. So, as you see, biological factors and discriminatory social norms often result in women and girls bearing more costs associated with poor water and sanitation conditions. In addition to these disparities, intersections with socioeconomic status, age, and disability also brings them to a disadvantage. So, aside from the opportunity cost of the time spent on water collection, women expend significant amounts of calories, also risk contracting with many water related diseases. So, considering these challenges, the UN Sustainable Development Goal number 6 focuses on ensuring availability and sustainable water management of water for all, with explicit attention to meeting the needs of women and girls. If you can see, SDG 6 is critical in achieving the SDG 5, which is to achieve gender equality and empowerment of all women and girls, and has implication in health as well as well-being of women. Despite the importance, the gender outcomes of WASH, I'm just abbreviating here for water, sanitation, and hygiene. WASH interventions focus continues to be placed on measuring on the progress made in terms of infrastructure, like access to improved water sources and sanitation facilities. So the reason I was drawn into such an area is because of the projects I've been associated with the center. As Professor Bhavani had mentioned in the keynote yesterday, the vision of all the projects the center has been, to promote them through women's empowerment. So the major project under the WASH that the lab, the center takes care is the community sanitation, the WISE, Women and Sustainable Development, and Women and Sustaining Environment, and a joint water filtration project. I'll just give you a brief introduction of the two main projects that are ongoing. First is WISE, as I said, Women and Sustaining Environment, is a project formulated following the aftermath of 2018 Kerala floods. It is aimed for natural resource protection through women's empowerment. The objective is to empower women as sustainable development officers and in their communities, train them to maintain, monitor, and manage any natural resource using latest technologies. The first phase was in Kottayam, two villages in Kottayam district. The outcomes of the projects were a participatory vulnerability assessment for assessing community environmental needs, empowering women through the position of sustainable officers, where and also come up with an action plan for supporting sustainable governance for women's participation in choice, maintenance, and management of natural resources. The second project that we deal with is a joint clean initiative, water initiative project with the government of Israel, Tel Aviv University, and Amrita, which is to pilot a portable water filtration unit for flood-affected communities. So it's like a system, a compact skid mounted in a plug-and-play device where the units can be activated by a hand pump and with no electricity required. So it's a perfect solution if you think for a flood-affected zone. The project objective was to understand if it is a viable solution in a flood-affected community. Also, empower women through training them to be water officers in their community and train them to monitor their own water quality and maintain their water systems. This project is also deployed in deployed in 3 locations in different villages in Kerala, and 2 are remaining. So what are the learnings that from the project brought towards my research is answering this one question, like what is affecting women negatively and how these women move towards an improved state within the context of their own unique circumstances. So the answer is to have an approach that is context specific and that contributes to women's vulnerability. Once you understand this, you'll be able to capture both the indicators as well as the inherent challenges in the process of environment. So, as you know, each woman lives within a unique context, and the goal is to better understand the complex factors around her and leverage that understanding to augment her strengths, provide with additional skills and solution to those areas that she faces challenges. Also, learnings highlighted that there is a greater disregard of context, inadequate measurement tools, overly siloed approaches to implementation, and disregard to sustainability in all the mainstream women empowerment development projects. With this idea in mind, my research was to understand what are the different dimensions of women's empowerment. The best way to capture all factors is through systems thinking approach, because as I said, it's an interconnected, contextual, and complex one. And design has to be something that is holistic and requires data-backed understanding of multiple factors. In order to evaluate the complexity, it is necessary to comprehensively evaluate the many variables which systematically affects it, particularly in order to capture the relationship that each variable has with one another and also at a different contextual level. With the existing literature, project deployment data, and expert and stakeholder inputs, we developed this causal loop diagram in consolidating communities' factors constrained when it comes to women's empowerment in WASH. The mapping helped us in understanding what are the major core components, elements in the system that are keeping the system unhealthy, also promoting it towards a healthier state, both. So analyzing each of these elements gave us factors which leverage them and constraints which restricts them towards a state of health. Also, if you can see, both these factors actually loop in together to form feedback loops, and in itself the system presents to us a central driving force factors within the system where interventions can be targeted. So based on these, the key dimensions that we observe are participation, where women are included, listened to, and considered in all WASH activities. Decision making, where women and girls' substantial voice is heard in all the decisions related to WASH. Access to relevant information, also access to relevant services, and capacity building are the key dimensions that came out of this system mapping exercise. So taking my research further, with the identified dimensions, system mapping, the methodology will be to follow both a qualitative and a quantitative approach to understand, and come up with a measuring tool for what are the for the dimensions identified. So I think by enabling, measurement of women's empowerment, practitioners and policymakers can identify and incorporate more targeted strategies that address gender disparities and promote empowerment. Also help evaluate their intervention effectiveness. So yeah, that's all from me.
Thank you, Reshma. So wish you all the best with your research. So with that, we have come to the end of day 3 of this symposium. So thanks to all the participants. We'll resume tomorrow at 3 p.m. IST. If there are any other remarks from Dr. Manisha, please. Otherwise, we can conclude.
Thank you, everybody, for the wonderful symposium. It was very elaborate and several thought-provoking talks and distinguished keynotes has happened. I hope that all the participants have benefited by this whole symposium. I had seen some of the questions regarding the presentations. As I typed in the chat, after getting all speakers' consent, we will upload the presentations on the web page. Also, to all the PhD symposium candidates also, thank you very much. Industry track candidates also, thank you very much. Each and everyone, thank you. Thank you. And we hope to see you tomorrow. Tomorrow being the last day, and there are very interesting thematic sessions where we are trying to address as the key platform what we need to build for bringing in water sustainability. What is the educational platform? What are thought process? How will we build so that all the stakeholders can be included and brought to the same level so that we can have a better water sustainable world. And I hope everybody will also continue. And we have our Minister for Jal Shakti, which is the Department of Water for the whole of the nation. The Cabinet Minister will also be joining the valedictory function. I request each one of you to join for tomorrow's session also. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you all. Good night.